Read by Olivia Mace. To the 7 Deadly Sinners. Prologue. Something woke Hugh, but he wasn't sure what. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. There was no light seeping into the room from the crack in the curtains, so he knew it was still the middle of the night. He strained his hearing. There was something. It was unsettling. He sat up in the darkness. Next to him, his wife, Muriel, slept, eye mask askew, mouth open slightly, a faint snoring sound coming from the back of her throat. There was a noise. It wasn't loud, but there was only the two of them in the entire house. There shouldn't be any noise at all. He threw back the duvet and swung his legs out of bed. He put his slippers on and took his dressing gown from the back of the door and struggled to find the sleeves. Hugh opened the bedroom door and saw straight away what had woken him. A thin whisper of smoke crept up the stairs. He stood, frozen, while the enormity of what it meant registered. His house was on fire. He looked up at the alarm on the ceiling and listened intently for the one downstairs, in the hallway, just outside the kitchen, the one that always sounded whenever it was his turn to cook. Why hadn't they gone off? When had the batteries last been replaced? He turned on his heel and ran back into the bedroom. He reached over the bed and gently but firmly shook his wife awake. "Muriel! Muriel, wake up!" She stirred and tried to turn over. "Muriel!" he called out, shaking her harder. "What?" she said, yawning, pushing the eye mask up her forehead. "You need to get up. There's a problem. We have to get out." The panic in his voice caused her to sit up. "What is it? What's wrong?" "There's smoke. I think the house is on fire." "What?" Her eyes widened, tears immediately falling. She reached over to the bedside table and turned on the lamp. She winced at the brightness, turned to her husband, saw the fear etched on his face. Then over his shoulder saw the smoke drifting into the room. "Oh my God, Hugh!" "It's okay, don't panic. Quickly, put something on. We need to get out." "Have you phoned the fire brigade?" she asked as she rummaged round for her slippers. "Shit, no, I haven't." He went to his own bedside table and picked up his iPhone. He stabbed at the screen with his fingers, but nothing happened. It's not working." "What?" "I plugged it in, I know I did." His fingers were shaking as he pressed the on button. He waited for something to happen. The Apple logo lit up the screen, but the battery icon was red. The phone switched itself back off. "Where's your phone?" he asked his wife. She thought for a moment. "I think I left it in my handbag. It's in the living room. Oh God, Hugh!" "It's okay, don't panic. Come on, let's just get outside. We'll go down the hill and wake Susie up. She can phone the fire brigade for us. The important thing is we need to leave. Now." Muriel reached out a hand and Hugh took it. Together they left the bedroom and hurried to the top of the stairs. They looked down and couldn't see the floor below. The smoke was so thick. "Put your sleeve over your mouth, Muriel," Hugh said. "Don't let go of my hand." "I won't," she said, looking at him hopefully, tears streaming down her face. They held hands, their arms wrapped around each other, and they took the stairs slowly. They couldn't see in front of their faces, and had to fumble for the next step. Muriel started coughing. She struggled to breathe through the thickness of the dressing gown material that was pressed over her mouth and nose. She tightened her grip on her husband. When he turned to look back at her, he could see the panic and horror in her eyes. She was so scared. The crackling sound of flames eating away at their furniture, their belongings, was intense, as was the heat. They could feel it with every step they took to the ground floor. The noise of glass shattering caused Muriel to scream. "I can't," she panicked. "I can't go any further, Hugh. I can't. It's too much. It's too hot. I can't do it. You go." "I'm not leaving you," he called out, shouting over the noise of the blaze. "Just stay with me. I've got you. Less than a minute and we'll be outside, I promise." She shook her head and wiped the tears away with the back of her hand. She was collapsing in front of him. Hugh put his arm around his wife's shoulders. He practically picked her up as they made their way along the corridor towards the front door. It was only when they reached it that Hugh realised the keys were still upstairs in his trouser pocket. He uselessly tried the handle. It was locked. "We need to use the back door in the kitchen," he shouted. There was a spare key in the messy drawer in the dresser. Muriel was about to speak when an explosion came from behind them. The living room door was blown off. It narrowly missed them. The flames shot out and swept along the ceiling, the orange fingers grabbing at the picture frames, shattering the glass with a single touch, melting the photographs beneath them. Hugh grabbed his wife and dragged her bodily towards the kitchen. He slammed the door behind him. It gave them some respite, but not much. The heat was intense. The room was full of smoke, making them both cough. He pulled out a chair and sat her down. He ran to the sink, filled a glass with water and handed it to her. "Take small sips. I'll get the key to the back door." He went over to the dresser, pulled the drawer open and scrambled around among the detritus of pens, empty money bags, screwdrivers and old loyalty cards. He eventually found the back door key. He went over to the door, fumbled with trying to fit the key into the lock, turned it and pulled the door open. What he found outside caused him to recoil. "What the—" His Range Rover had been reversed right up against the back door, blocking the exit. There was no getting around it. The realization dawned. This was deliberate. He knew he'd plugged his phone into charge when he went to bed last night. He did it every single night. Why would he have forgotten last night? The batteries in the smoke alarms were changed every 6 months on the date the clocks were put back or forward. It was written down on the kitchen calendar. Someone had been in their house and taken them out, messed with his phone while he was sleeping and deliberately set fire to the house. Who? Why? He turned back to look at his wife. "Hugh?" she asked. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't find the words. He looked at Muriel. They were going to die here. She stood up and walked towards him, looking past him, out into the darkness. She saw their car. "What? What's happening?" He shook his head. "I don't know." There was a tapping sound on the glass. They looked around and saw someone standing at the kitchen window. Hugh ran over to it. He pulled up the blind. He looked at the figure blankly. It didn't make any sense. "What are you—" "I thought—" "It doesn't matter. Look, can you do something? Can you smash the window and help us get out?" The glass in the kitchen door leading to the hallway smashed. Muriel screamed. The orange flames grabbed at the wood. The fire had reached them. Hugh turned back to the window. "Help us! Find a rock and smash the window!" The person on the other side of the glass shook their head. Hugh's mouth fell open in horror. He started to choke on the smoke. You did this!" Muriel stepped forward. She held on to her husband, but she was failing fast. "Please, don't let us die! Not here! Not like this!" "At least take Muriel. You can leave me, but please, not Muriel," Hugh cried. He never took his eyes off them, and shook his head again. Hugh choked. He looked around, grabbed a rolling pin and hammered on the window. The toughened glass of the double glazing, added to his weakening body, made it a futile exercise. He looked at the man through the window and saw him smiling, grinning. He saw pure evil. "The cellar," Hugh said, turning back to Muriel. "There's that old coal hatch." He grabbed Muriel's hand and dragged her into the utility. He pulled open the door to the cellar and, supporting his wife as much as he could, took the steep stone steps down to the basement. "I don't know what's going on, Hugh," she said, crying, screaming, panicking. "Why won't he help us?" "I don't. Let's just get out and worry about that later," he said, practically pulling her down the stone stairs. Hugh sat Muriel down on a sack of compost, ran over to the coal hatch, and set the stepladder against it. It was going to be a struggle to get Muriel out, but he would carry her over his shoulder if he had to. He'd find the strength from somewhere. The hatch opened from the outside. Hugh looked up and saw the face of his son looking down at him. "You don't have to do this," Hugh said. "For crying out loud, we're going to die here. Let your mum out at least. Please," he begged. His son remained still. His face was completely blank. "I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. You can hate me as much as you want, but don't take it out on your mother. Let her live. For the love of God, show some heart." The hatch was slammed closed, the lock driven home. The cellar was plunged into darkness. They were trapped in the airless room, which was rapidly filling with smoke. Hugh gave up. He went over to his wife and sat beside her on the sack of compost. He put his arm around her and held her close. She was coughing, but it was faint. She was losing consciousness as her lungs filled with acrid smoke. "Why?" she asked him. "I don't know." The floorboards above began to crack. The ceiling was collapsing. "I love you so much," Muriel said. He increased his hold on his wife and kissed her on the top of her head. He opened his mouth to speak. He was going to tell her how much he loved her. But he didn't get a chance. The ceiling fell, crushing them both. Part 1. 6 months later. Chapter 1. Barnet, North London. Wednesday, 15th of October, 2025. The phone vibrated on the bedside table. Its screen lit up the room. Nobody stirred. The phone stopped dancing. It immediately started up again. This time it woke someone. That someone was a 4-year-old German shepherd named Max. He lifted his head up and tilted it from side to side. He barked. Detective Inspector Amias Foley's eyes shot open. For a brief moment he had no idea where he was, what day it was, or what was going on. He'd been pulled out of a deep slumber. He'd been enjoying a dreamless sleep. Now he was back in reality. The phone stopped vibrating and the screen went dark. "What's wrong?" Foley tiredly asked the dog who was stretched out next to him on the king-size bed. He had 2 dogs. The second, Dexter, was exactly where he should be, in his own bed on the floor. The phone began to vibrate again. The stark white light lit up the room. Foley turned, stretched out a hand and picked it up. He squinted, saw it was DS Holly Goodfellow calling, and swiped to answer. He had no idea what time it was, but a call while it was still pitch black outside was never going to be good news. "Foley," he croaked. "Thank goodness, I was about to send a car round. Sir, we've received a phone call from a woman who is panicking. She thinks something might have happened to her family. She's asked for you by name. She wants you to meet her at their house." Foley turned on the bedside lamp. This woke Dexter, who immediately jumped out of bed, assuming it to be morning and that breakfast was imminent. "What time is it?" "It's coming up to 4 o'clock. Jesus. I only went to bed 3 hours ago. Who is she?" "Lola Duffy. The name means nothing to me, but Sergeant Wilson said you know her." Foley was now fully awake. Of course he knew Lola Duffy, also known as former Detective Chief Inspector Lola Duffy. She must have been retired from the force for more than 10 years. He threw back the duvet and swung his legs out of bed. He felt the cool of the night air on his bare legs. "Where is she now?" "She's at her son's house in Pinner. She hasn't gone in, but she said she knows a potential crime scene when she sees one." "Shit," he uttered under his breath. He looked around for his clothes. "Text me the address. What time are you off shift?" 6 o'clock, supposedly," she added. "Meet me there. Get a team on standby." "Yes, sir. Has something happened, do you think?" "I'm guessing you don't know who Lola Duffy is." "No, sir." "Then you've got the amount of time it will take for me to get to Pinner to find out." He ended the call and dressed quickly. He grabbed his car keys, said a quick goodbye to the dogs, and promised them he'd send the dog walker round early so she could feed them their breakfast. He left the house, slamming the door behind him. Less than 5 minutes after ending the call from Holly, he was behind the wheel of his car and beginning the 9-mile journey from Barnet to Pinner. It should take just under 20 minutes. At this time of the morning with little traffic, and with his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator, he'd do it in a little over 10. Foley hadn't seen his former boss since she retired from the Metropolitan Police in 2014, despite the fact that their final words as they parted ways were to keep in touch. It was something people always said, but never followed up on. He slammed on the brakes and pulled up at the side of the road. As he did so, the door to a blue Qashqai opened, and Lola stepped out to meet him. There was no time to exchange pleasantries. They didn't hug and say how nice it was to meet each other again after so long. They didn't comment on how much both had changed in the past 11 years. It was straight to business. "I think my family is dead." It was the first thing Lola said. Her voice echoed around the quiet street. It was still dark and there was a chill in the air. September had been relatively mild, but October had started cool, and autumn was truly biting. Coats and thick jumpers had been brought out of storage early for many. Foley turned to look at the house. It was in complete darkness, as was every other house in the street. Nothing looked amiss. "What happened?" He looked at her face. She'd aged considerably since they last met. Her hair was completely grey and cut short. She'd put on weight, and her face was heavily lined. He might have walked past her in the street, not recognising her at all. "Amias, please, go into the house. Tell me I'm being paranoid. Tell me it's all a sick joke." She held out the keys to the house for him to take. "What makes you think they're dead?" She wiped a tear from each eye with the backs of her hands. "I woke up to go to the toilet. I looked at the time on my phone. I had 3 voicemails and God knows how many texts from my granddaughter. She was asking me for help. She was telling me there was someone in the house. Her last..." Her voice was lost to her emotions. "Amias, please, just tell me it's some kind of early Halloween prank," she said, holding out the keys once more. He took them. A silver Astra stopped in the middle of the street. Holly jumped out from the driver's side. A uniformed officer climbed out of the front passenger seat. "Holly, come with me," Foley said. "Wait with Mrs. Duffy," he instructed the male constable, whose tangy fragrance he could smell from across the road. "What's going on?" Holly asked as they made their way to the front door of the detached house on Marsworth Avenue. Foley filled her in on what Lola Duffy had just told him. I had Mark read up on DCI Duffy on the way over. I'm guessing you're focusing on Operation Overlord. Foley nodded. Duffy took no prisoners during her time as DCI. That didn't just go for the criminals she caught. It went for members of her team, too. She was a no-nonsense woman. She commanded respect. Everyone feared her and loved her in equal measure. She's beginning to sound like my idol. Operation Overlord was her baby. She helped set it up to crack down on drug gangs in London, and it worked. She sent so many to prison and broke up routes and chains bringing drugs into the country from mainland Europe. Unfortunately, it's a never-ending battle. You break up one gang and another replaces it. She knew that, but she made it harder and harder for them to do so. She made a lot of enemies. But she's been retired for more than 10 years. If this is to do with her, why now? Maybe someone's just been released who she put away. These people have long memories, and there's a lot of empty time in prison. Sometimes a grudge is the only thing someone has to hold on to keep them going. He inserted a brass key into a Chubb lock and turned it. He then unlocked the Yale and pushed the door open. They could feel the warmth from the central heating straight away as they both entered the spacious hallway. Holly handed Foley a pair of plastic overshoes and latex gloves, which they snapped on before entering the house. It was always best to err on the side of caution. There were 3 doors leading off the hallway. All were open. Holly headed for the kitchen. She checked the back door. It was locked and bolted from the inside. She peered into the living room, where there was a set of patio doors. Again, they were locked and bolted from the inside. "No sign of forced entry," she said in a loud whisper. Foley looked upstairs. It was dark, quiet, as a house should be at this time of morning. Yet the look on Lola's face told him she believed something horrific had happened in this house. He was inclined to believe her. He stuck to the middle of the stairs and walked up slowly, with Holly following. There were no loose floorboards, no creaking sounds, as they ascended in complete silence. The walls on the stairs were lined with framed photographs. It was difficult to make them out in the dull light. Foley reached into his pocket for his mobile phone. He turned on the torch and pointed it at a couple of the pictures. One of them showed a happy family of 5 he believed to be Lola's son, daughter-in-law, and 3 grandchildren. They were all wearing formal clothing, standing in front of a Gothic-looking church on a summer's day, smiling to the camera. They looked as if they were attending a wedding or christening. A happy family. They continued to climb the stairs. The landing was long. All doors leading off it were closed. Foley stopped. There was a smell in the air. It was faint, but it was strong. It was a smell he'd come to know instantly and loathe from his time on the force. It was the metallic stench of blood. He pointed his phone to the cream carpet. Outside the first door on the left were several drops of something red. Blood. "Shit!" Holly uttered from behind him. As we were climbing the stairs, I suddenly got a reminder of the Greenacre family. Could this be another one? Foley paused. He hadn't even thought about a continuation. As far as he was concerned, Dylan Greenacre murdered his wife and 2 children. It was simply a case of finding the evidence to charge him with. Foley put the phone in his pocket. He placed his hand on the door handle and leaned in to see if he could hear anything from within. Nothing. All he could hear was his own heart beating loudly in his chest. Behind this door, he knew he was going to see something chilling. Something he would never be able to unsee. He pushed the handle down slowly and turned to look at Holly. Even in the darkness, he could see the look of fear etched on her face. He pushed the door open. He could see nothing in the black. He fumbled for a light switch. There was always a light switch beside the door. He flicked it on, and the room was bathed in a warm yellow glow. Foley and Holly stood still in silence as they took in the scene before them. It defied belief. This was clearly the main bedroom of the house, the room where the parents slept. There was a king-size bed with an oak headboard and matching bedside cabinets. The duvet was a tangled mound in the middle. The floor, with the same carpeting as the landing, was awash with blood. Along the back wall was a bank of fitted wardrobes, painted in a warm cream colour. Sprays of blood ran up to the ceiling. In front of the wardrobes, sitting on the floor, backs against the doors, hands behind their backs, were 4 bodies. They seemed to be in height order from tallest to shortest. Each had a pillowcase over their heads. Each was saturated with blood. This wasn't murder. It was a massacre. "You were right," Foley said. "This time I didn't want to be," she said, her voice shaking with horror. Chapter 2. Former DCI Lola Duffy was taken to Sanderson Street Police Station in Holloway, which happened to be her old stomping ground. She didn't take in the change in decoration or the advances in technology as she was led in via the back entrance to an interview suite. Foley had told her what they had found in her son's house. He couldn't lie to her, and he wouldn't have tried to. She immediately shut down. He had to walk her carefully to his car, where he placed her in the front passenger seat, reached in and fastened her seatbelt around her. Once in the interview room, cup of tea brought in, he sat opposite her and asked about the voicemails from her granddaughter. Lola was distant. Her face was grey and devoid of emotion, as if her mind was still trying to find a way to process what Foley had told her. She reached in her coat pocket and pulled out an iPhone. The wallpaper showed her grandchildren in Christmas jumpers, smiling at the camera. She swiped to unlock it and handed it to Foley. He played the voicemails. "Gran, it's me. I think there's someone in the house. I can hear Mum in the next room. She's crying. She sounds scared. Something's happening and I don't know what to do." The call ended. She sounded young. She was clearly frightened. Foley played the second message. "Gran, I'm so scared. I've just heard Lewis shouting and something happened. I think he might have been hit or... I don't know. Something's happened to him. Oh God, Gran, I'm so scared. Help us, please." Her voice was barely audible over her tears. She was clearly fearing for her life. The third was chilling. "Gran, I'm hiding under my bed. I heard Jonah ask if he was going to be killed. I didn't hear the answer, but he started crying and screaming. I think he was hit then. Gran, I love you so much. Will you tell Dad how much I love him? I think we're going to die, Gran. Shit, oh my God. Gran, my door's opening. What?" Foley, Holly and Lola sat in silence as the voicemails ended. Holly, as much as she tried to act tough and in control, reached forward and grabbed a tissue from the box at the side of the table. Foley bit down hard on his lip to stave off the tears. Lola was numb. Tears were running down her face, but there was nothing there. She was in shock. "Lola, where's Brandon? Where's your son?" Foley asked. It was a while before Lola answered. She sniffed hard. He's in New York. He went there on Friday for work. Foley didn't say anything, but he felt Holly's gaze on him. When a family is wiped out like the Duffys had been, the perpetrator is usually someone close to them. The fact that the father was away and his wife and 3 children had been murdered put Brandon Duffy at the top of the list of suspects. This was not going to be an easy interview for Foley. He cleared his throat. Lola, you know what I'm going to ask next, don't you? You also know that I have to ask this question. She nodded. He's definitely in New York. He sent me photos of everything he's had for his breakfast every morning. It's a long-running family joke. And he sent me a picture of my cousin's name on the 9/11 memorial. He's definitely there. Foley nodded. When is he due back? Today. His flight gets in around 1 o'clock. Heathrow. We'll have someone meet him. Holly made a note on her pad. Lola. Foley leaned forward on the desk and interlocked his fingers. Have you received any threats lately? Have you noticed if you've been followed, or have you received any silent phone calls? Anything that might have made you think you, or your family, were in danger? She looked up at him with tears in her eyes. You think this is connected with me? You think this is about my past job? We need to look at everything, Lola. You know that. Operation Overlord. Oh my God! My family! My family has been killed because of what... She couldn't finish. Holly handed her the box of tissues. We've got a team looking through Operation Overlord and seeing who has recently been released. We've also got people going through your entire career. But can you think of anyone who you put away, who you think would do something like this to you? She closed her eyes tightly as she thought. Her head began to shake. She looked at Foley. I can't think of anyone at the moment. Don't worry about it. He reached across and placed his hand on top of hers. I forgot to ask, is there anyone you'd like me to call, to come and sit with you? Your husband, He struggled to remember his name. Jerry. Lola tried to smile, but it wouldn't come. My goodness, it has been a long time since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Jerry died in 2020. I'm sorry, Lola, I didn't know. She shook her head. Not your fault. We're all so busy, aren't we? We move on. Lola, we've got a full forensic team at the house. But when Holly and I went in, we noticed there was no sign of a forced entry. That makes us believe either someone in the house let the killer in, or they had a key. If this isn't connected to anything you've worked on in the past, can you think of anyone who had a grudge against the family? Have they received any hatred or threats recently? Not that I'm aware of. Would they have told you? Yes, definitely, she said clearly. Even if Brandon or Chloe hadn't told me, Mary would have said if something was wrong. She was very intuitive, and we were very close, she said, struggling to come to terms with putting her family, her grandchildren, into past tense. Who has a set of keys to the house? Just us, Brandon and Chloe, the 3 kids, and me. That's all? Yes. You're sure? Is there a cleaner? Or a spare set they give to someone who's going to do any repairs or anything? No. When they've had anything done to the house, I've always gone round and sat in. So 6 sets of keys. We need to check they're all there. Holly made a note on her pad. So Brandon, he works in PR. He's a top consultant. He deals with a lot of footballers and sports stars. I don't follow sports, so their names mean nothing to me, I'm afraid. Okay, and Chloe? She's a pharmacist. Holly made a note of that in her pad. Could this have a drugs connection? Was Chloe being blackmailed by a drug dealer to supply? Or had she stolen some and was selling them to dealers? I know this is going to be difficult, Lola, but can you tell me about the children? The tears came again. Lola reached out and took several tissues. She blew her nose and wiped her eyes. Lewis is the oldest, 18. He's doing his A-levels, business studies. His plan is to be... She stopped and shook her head as she realized his plan would no longer come to fruition. He wanted to be an entrepreneur. Jonah was next. He'd just done his GCSEs. He passed all 12. They don't grade them with letters anymore, do they? It's numbers. He told me what he'd got and converted them for me. He was so proud of doing well. He started college only last month. All through childhood he wanted to be a vet, but when COVID hit and he took an interest in the scientists searching for a vaccine, he changed his mind. He got into chemistry in a big way. Mary... She paused while she composed herself. She's only 14. She's the creative one in the family, always drawing. No idea where she got it from. None of us are like that at all. You should see some of the... She drew a portrait of Jerry, had it framed, and gave it to me one Christmas. She's so talented, she... Why, Amias? Why have they done this? If it's about me, why not kill me? Why them? Foley could feel the emotion rising up inside him. As a DCI, Lola Duffy had been known as an ice maiden. She let nothing faze her. Now, here she was, sitting opposite him, a complete contrast to the woman he knew. He wanted nothing more than to go to the other side of the table, put his arms around her and cry alongside her. But he couldn't. He needed to remain in control, professional, as that was the only way they would find the killer. Lola, do you know anyone called Linda Greenacre? She looked at Foley with a frown. No, the name sounds familiar, but I don't think so. Linda and her 2 sons were found dead in their home about 3 weeks ago. From what Holly and I saw, there are similarities between that crime scene and the one at your son's house. A serial killer? We're not sure yet. We've been working on the assumption that Linda's ex-husband killed them. But there's very little evidence. Obviously, we'll be talking to him about this. Do you know Dylan Greenacre? No. Have you ever heard his name mentioned by Brendan or Chloe or any of your grandchildren? No. Who is he? Foley took a deep breath. That's a good question. Look, Lola, I can't make you any promises, he said as he placed a hand on hers again. But I have an excellent team, and we will move heaven and earth to find out who is responsible. None of us will stop. MD, Mary, October 16th, 1:25 a.m. I've tried calling you, Gran, but you're not answering. Someone's in the house. I don't know what to do, Gran. Mum's crying. She's begging someone not to hurt us. I've tried ringing Dad, but I don't know what time it is there, and he's not picking up. I think he's going to kill us. I'm so scared, Gran. Help us. You have to help us. He's killing us. I know he is. I can hear Jonah crying. I'm so scared, Gran. It's gone quiet. I think he's going to kill us. I'm going to call the police. Read, 3:49 a.m. Chapter 3. D.I. Amias Foley had taken a screenshot of Lola's phone and the frantic messages her youngest grandchild, her only granddaughter, had sent her in the final minutes of her life. It would help to establish time of death, and a time of when the attack on the Duffy family first began. He assembled his team in the incident room, which was packed with plain-clothed detectives and uniformed officers. All of them were transfixed on the whiteboard at the top of the room, which bore an image of the screenshot. They read it in silence. They all felt the enormity of the words. The final words of a 14-year-old girl, knowing that her murder was imminent, and nobody was coming to save her. There were two members of Foley's team who Amias held in high regard, DS Holly Goodfellow and DS Leon Ripner. While the team was being assembled, Holly had dashed off home to change, shower and grab some breakfast. She had been working the night shift, but was eager to be in on this investigation from the off. Holly was ambitious and eager. She was in her late 20s, and her career was her life. Being a detective, climbing the ranks and running her own murder squad one day was at the forefront of everything she did. Despite being a quarter of the way through the 21st century, the police force, especially in plain clothes, was still relatively male-centric, and Holly was aware of some people within the force who believed that men should still be in charge. Holly had created a character for herself. She dressed in a smart and understated style. She didn't want remarks made about her figure, or to hear gossip that she was using her looks to achieve her aims. She kept her shirts buttoned up to the collar, and even during the summer, she always wore trousers. She would never allow anyone to tell her she'd only got where she was due to turning on her feminine charm. DS Leon Ripner, although a good guy with his heart in the right place, was a typical alpha male. A similar age to Holly, he was below average height at 5'8", and this bothered him more than he allowed people to think. To make up for what he lacked in height, he attended the gym every day and wore tight suits to show off his firmly toned body. He wanted people to look at him and think he was a threat, physically, if not mentally. He liked to be seen in a crowd and make his presence felt. He didn't care for the psychological aspect of detection. He'd rather enter a crime scene and be prepared to crack some skulls to get answers, rather than reach into the inner recesses of a murderer's mind. "Not many of you will remember DCI Lola Duffy," Foley began. As he looked out at the assembled team, he realised that nobody was here when DCI Duffy commanded the unit. Even this unit wasn't here when she was working. She had been retired for 10 years, and the world of policing had changed dramatically during that time. Foley suddenly began to feel his age, all 44 years of it. However, she was once one of us. She was an exemplary detective, a strong and dedicated leader, and a woman of great morals and judgment. She would literally give you the shirt off her back if she knew someone else needed it. Now, identification hasn't yet been carried out, so we can only assume the dead bodies found in her son's house are those of Lola's daughter-in-law, Chloe Duffy, and her 3 grandchildren, Lewis, Jonah, and Mary. Brandon Duffy is currently somewhere over the Atlantic heading for Heathrow. We've received confirmation of his booking at the Hilton New York Times Square and CCTV footage of him arriving and leaving. We're also in the process of collecting statements from the people he had meetings with to dot the I's. We've contacted the plane, and Brandon is indeed a passenger, sitting comfortably and enjoying his flight. He will be met at the gate by DS Holly Goodfellow and a family liaison officer, who will take him to a quiet room and break the news to him. He'll then be brought to the station. In the meantime, DS Leon Ripner will lead a team in house to house. I want every door in the street knocked on. I want doorbell footage, CCTV footage, and if there are any ANPR cameras in the neighbourhood, I want those too. Question everyone about the Duffy family. Leon signalled that he had a question. "Yes, Leon," Foley said. "Holly said they were found with pillowcases on their heads, that they were lined up against the back wall. Shouldn't we bring Dylan Greenacre back in?" While there are similarities with the Greenacre case, We need to look at the Duffy family to try and understand why they have been chosen. Obviously, Dylan is still our number one suspect. Yes, I want him brought in, and I want him picked apart. We need to see if there is a connection between the Duffys and the Greenacres. We also need to know Brandon Duffy's alibi for the 25th of September, when Linda Greenacre and her sons were killed. This is very early days, so we question absolutely everything. Until we know otherwise, Foley continued, we are going to run 2 parallel investigations. Leon, I want you to look into Brandon and Chloe's background. Check bank and credit card statements, check phone records, interview colleagues, friends, neighbours and local shopkeepers. Take a look at their online presence, particularly social media, and see who their friends are and who they interact with. Go through everything to see if there is anything that stands out as a motive for butchering this family. As for the kids, I want someone going to all their schools and colleges to talk to teachers and fellow pupils. How were they doing in their studies? Were they liked? Were they being bullied? Or were they the bully? Again, scrutinise their online activity and all the social media sites, especially the ones a dinosaur like me has never heard of. Then, we move on to Lola Duffy herself. D.I. Troughton is currently going through Duffy's entire career, from when she first started as a uniform beat copper, right up until she retired. We leave nothing to chance. Every single person who has contact with any member of the Duffy family is a suspect until they can be ruled out. With the team dispersed and actions handed out, Foley went into his office, closed the door behind him and sat down at his desk. It wasn't even 10 o'clock, and he felt as if he had already done a full day's work. He was drained. The look on Lola's face when he walked out of her son's house, and she knew, just by looking at him, that horror had taken over her life, would never leave him. The uniformed officer beside her put his arm around her, more to keep her upright than for comfort, and held her close. All the time, Lola didn't take her eyes from Foley as he stepped towards her and told her how sorry he was. They were inadequate words, but there was nothing else he could say. His mobile ringing made him jump. He looked for it in the mess of files and reports on his desk, but it wasn't there. He fumbled in his trouser pockets and pulled out the scratched iPhone. He took a breath and swiped to answer. "D.I. Foley," he said. "You sound knackered." Foley looked at his phone to see who was calling, as he didn't recognise the voice. It was crime scene manager Spencer Gore. Tall, medium build, blonde hair, brown eyes, Yorkshire accent, and always seemingly in a good mood. "There's a reason for that. I am knackered." "A busy social life or no time for a social life?" "What do you want, Spencer?" "Straight to business. My father would have loved you. Never a word wasted." "Whereas you seem to waste plenty." "Touché. I'm at your crime scene in Pinner. Bodies are still in situ. However, don't ask me what made me check, but something about the way the victims were sitting made me get out my ruler and measure the distance between each one. Now here's a head-scratcher for you. Why did your killer feel the need to place his victims exactly 5 centimetres apart from each other?" Foley allowed the silence to grow while he thought this over. "They're posed exactly 5 centimetres apart?" he asked. "Yep, and in height order too." "Is the pathologist on site?" "On her way." "Tell her not to remove the bodies until I say. I need to confer with someone on this." Foley ended the call. Suddenly his mind had gone from something in Lola Duffy's past and on to something darker. If the victims were posed and arranged, then it was an organised killer. Someone took their time to make this crime scene look a particular way. The question was, why? There was only one person he knew who could answer that. Dr. Olivia Winter. Chapter 4. University of Westminster, London. When a male serial killer targets females for his victims, the first response for people like me is often to look to the mother of the killer and analyse the childhood environment. It is believed the killer is symbolically murdering his mother with every victim he kills. The same can be said in reverse when a male killer chooses primarily male victims, that he is really killing his father. There is often a link, one that may be internalized to the killer, between murderer and victim, even when we as outsiders can't see one. Looking at the serial killers we know about, we can trace back through their lives and see the development of the boy into the man, the innocent into the guilty, the light into the dark, and it all stems from the guidance bestowed on them from their parents. John Wayne Gacy murdered at least 33 young men during the 1970s. It is believed that Gacy's father frequently ridiculed a young John in front of his friends, often without provocation. He even beat him, again with no reason to do so. When John grew up and became involved in politics, hoping his father would be proud, his father simply called him a patsy. It seemed that there was nothing John could do to please his highly disturbed father. When John killed his victims, was he really killing his father over and over again to make him pay for the abusive childhood he'd been forced to endure? Lesser known Danny Rains grew up in a family so troubled that it produced 2 serial killers. In 1972, Danny raped and killed a young mother before he enlisted an accomplice, and together they murdered 3 women. His brother, Larry, at the age of 19 in 1964, shot 4 men. All of his victims were dead ringers for his abusive father, who had indiscriminately beaten his sons. Whether it is the mother or the father, whenever a parent belittles, abuses, or subjects their children to negative and harmful treatment, it begins something in the developing brain of a child. And when they grow, their emotional responses stem from their formative years. Family trauma and parental brutality are all key features in the background of a serial killer. But this isn't the sole makeup of a killer. There is, of course, the side of genetics to consider, and the age-old argument of nature versus nurture. We've even heard of a child suffering an unfortunate head injury, which entirely changed their character, and they went on to kill or abuse as a result. There are many factors to look at when diagnosing the cause of a serial murderer, but the role of the parent is high up on the list of contributing factors. A lack of father-son bonding, an overbearing mother, a violent, abusive father, a resentful step-parent, constant arguing between mother and father, a dependency on alcohol or prescription drugs in the parent. All of these, whether one or more, are stressors on a developing mind and will alter the child and their conceptions of right and wrong. Raising a child is one of the hardest things a person can do. It's also the most rewarding. But there is a fine line between good and bad, right and wrong, and it only takes one small, single action to put a child on a different path. And sometimes there's no way back. Thank you. A round of applause rang out, and Dr. Sebastian Lister closed his iPad and looked out at the sea of faces gazing at him. For the past hour, they had been enthralled with his insight and rapidly making notes. There was no time for any questions, unfortunately. Sebastian loved to engage the students in an intense Q&A session, but this was a 2-part lecture, and next week there was an open discussion on the role of parents in the birth of a serial killer. The students began to file out of the lecture hall, and Sebastian packed away his tablet, notepad and pen, and a bottle of water. He had half an hour before his next talk, and he was in urgent need of a cup of tea. Sebastian? He turned at the sound of his name. A member of the office staff timidly stood on the edge of the raised platform, as if she didn't have a right to be there. There's a man outside to see you. He says he's a detective. There was mistrust in her voice. Really? Yes, he showed me his warrant card, but it looked too much like a prop from a TV drama to me. You can call the police to check whether he's genuine or not. Can you? I didn't know. Do you want me to do that? No, it's fine. I'll see him. He picked up his battered satchel, threw it onto his shoulder, and headed for the door. Do you want me to call security? She asked, trotting to keep up with him. Sebastian opened the door and saw a familiar face waiting for him. That's not necessary. He is a real policeman. Okay, she said, quickly walking away, almost in a run. Sebastian couldn't hide his smile. He held out his hand to greet Detective Inspector Amias Foley. She thought you were a fraud. Did she? Yes. She thought your warrant card was a prop. I think she's been watching too much Midsummer Murders. Never seen it. I thought Olivia was lecturing here today. She was. I'm covering for her. Oh, is she ill? No, she's in Birmingham at a funeral. Oh, right. Of course, it's today. I completely forgot, he said, running his hands through his untidy hair. Problem? You could say that. I think I might have a serial case on my hands. I've just come from a crime scene. I really need Olivia to take a look while it's still fresh. I don't suppose you can fill in for her there as well, can you? I'm strictly theoretical, D.I. Foley, and you know how Olivia feels about attending active crime scenes. Oh, you clearly haven't seen your new website then. Our new what? It went live at exactly 8:05 this morning. I suggest you take a look. Chapter 5. Brandwood End Cemetery, Birmingham. Dr. Olivia Winter had sat at the back of the church while the service was conducted. She hadn't known Janet Brown when she was alive, and she died roughly 6 years before Olivia was born. Yet, as Olivia's father had murdered Janet and hidden her body in the garden of the ground-floor flat he was living in at the time in Peckham, leaving her to rot for almost 40 years, with a family still frantically searching for her, Olivia felt she needed to be at the funeral to pay her respects, to apologise in person for the despicable act her father had done. Janet's parents had both died not knowing what had happened to their youngest child. Her older sister, Florence, had never given up hope of finding out what happened to her sister and had spent the majority of her life keeping her sister's name alive. At the graveside once again, Olivia stood back and watched as the few attendees gathered. Florence stood alone and looked on as the coffin was lowered into the ground. A single tear rolled down Olivia's face. When she met Florence Marks 6 months ago, she had no idea what kind of person she was going to talk to. But it soon became clear that Florence's life had been taken over by her sister's disappearance. She had thought about her constantly, and it had blighted everything she had done. She had rejected a planned career as a solicitor to take temp jobs so she could rush off at a moment's notice at any report of a sighting. She had married a handsome and successful man called Sean Marks, but it had soon ended when Florence refused to move on, and Sean told her he felt like he was married to 2 women, and not in a good way. For 40 years, Florence had lived in the shadow of her missing sister, and now the 4-decade search was at an end. The Reverend stepped away from the open grave to allow those gathered time to grieve alone and say a final goodbye. Olivia took this as her cue to leave. She watched as a few people dressed in black approached Florence, placed a hand on her arm, whispered a platitude, then walked away. There were very few people at the graveside. Olivia guessed most of them were there simply to support Florence and had probably never even met Janet. She cut a sad and lonely figure, the woman in black, looking down at an open grave. Olivia felt the swell of emotion rise up inside her again. She turned and headed for the exit. Brandwood End Cemetery was built in the late Victorian era, in 1899. There were 2 semi-detached mortuary chapels and a dramatic tower and spire in the centre, giving the entrance a chilling and frightening atmosphere, as if entering a graveyard wasn't scary enough without such a Gothic monolith as a welcome. Olivia put her head down as she walked beneath the spire. If she couldn't see it, she wouldn't feel like a character in a Bram Stoker novel. "Olivia!" She heard her name being called and turned to see Florence Marks heading towards her at speed, or as fast as she could, with a walking stick. Her face was lined with wrinkles. 41 years of searching for her sister had aged her considerably. She looked much older than her 66 years. Her grey hair was hidden beneath a black hat, which matched her thick black coat and trousers. She was crying, but there was a faint smile on her face. "Thank you so much for coming," Florence said. She grabbed Olivia's hands firmly. "I know it must have caused you great pain to be here, but it meant a lot to me. Thank you." Olivia nodded. She was worried about speaking in case her emotions poured out. Today was about Florence and Janet. It wasn't about her. "Would you like to come and say goodbye?" Florence asked. "Oh, no, that's fine. Come on," she said with a faint smile. "I know you never knew her, but you need to say goodbye to her too. It will help." Florence refused to take no for an answer. She linked arms with Olivia and led her to the graveside. Olivia looked down into the open grave at the beautiful oak coffin. She read the inscription on the plaque. Janet Cecily Brown, born April 9th, 1962. Died August 1984. Olivia closed her eyes tightly shut. She felt Florence's arms wrap around her shoulders. "I'm so sorry," Olivia said. "None of this was your fault. We are not to blame for the actions of others. The important thing is I have Janet back. She's at peace. She's resting. I have somewhere I can visit and talk to her whenever I want to." Olivia looked to her. There were no tears on Florence's face. She looked calm, almost serene. "Aren't you angry?" "I've made my peace with it. Back in 1984, when Janet went missing, I knew something had happened to her. She wouldn't have run away. Janet wasn't like that. She was so excited to go to London for that dance audition. It was all she talked about for weeks. Well, I've told you all about that. When she didn't come home that night, I knew. I knew something had happened. I haven't spent 40 years trying to find her and get her to come home. I've spent 40 years looking for her body. And now I've found it." Florence took a step back and walked to a nearby bench. She sat down and puffed out a sigh of relief. She patted the seat next to her for Olivia to take. "Are you religious?" Florence asked. "No," Olivia said, almost apologetically. "I am. My whole family were. People used to say to me, in the beginning, how could I still believe in a God when he allowed my sister to be taken? I couldn't get through to them that it wasn't God who took my sister. God isn't responsible for what happens on Earth. People blame him when an earthquake strikes and a school is demolished, killing the children inside. But that's not his fault. It's a natural event. Tragic, but natural. God created man. But it's man who created killers. Olivia looked at her. All her professional life she'd wrestled with the nature versus nurture question. Were people born killers? Or did they turn into killers via their surroundings and upbringing? Despite evidence of a so-called killer gene, Olivia erred on the side that murderers were formed rather than created. And here was a devoutly religious woman giving her the ethical answer. The only person to blame for the actions they commit is the person committing them. The fact you're here, saying you're sorry and crying, shows that you're a good human being with empathy. You may be a product of your father, but you are your own person. And whatever you've beaten yourself up about over your lifetime, you are absolutely nothing like him. Florence reached into her pocket for a tissue and wiped Olivia's face for her, before handing it to her. "Thank you," Olivia said, through her tears. They hugged and held each other for a long time. Florence asked Olivia if she wanted to go back to her house for a small gathering, but Olivia refused. She had a train to catch. They promised to keep in touch, and Olivia stood at the scary entrance to the cemetery and waved Florence away. She had been in two minds over whether to attend the funeral. It was a private matter, but she felt she needed to be there, to take on some of the responsibility for her murdering father's acts. Coming here, talking to Florence again, had removed a huge weight from her shoulders. She felt at ease. For the first time in years, Olivia had a spring in her step as she headed for the train station. She dug her mobile out of her coat pocket and turned it on, having turned it off for the funeral service. She had 2 missed calls and a voicemail from Detective Inspector Amias Foley, and 3 missed calls from her partner at the Behavioral Science Administration, Dr. Sebastian Lister. This did not bode well. "How did it go?" Sebastian asked, answering Olivia's call. "It went better than I expected it to. What's the big emergency? I've had a couple of missed calls from Amias as well as you. What's happened?" "Please tell me you're booked on a fast train from Birmingham." "I am. Why?" "A family has been murdered in Pinner. According to Foley, it's one of the worst crime scenes he's ever attended." "I don't like the sound of that." "Did you remind him that we don't work active cases?" "I did, but then he showed me the revamped website the Home Office have finally got around to completing for us." "I really don't like where this is going." "It turns out we do work active cases. In fact, the Home Office seem to be keen on pimping us out to police forces up and down the country." "Bastards," Olivia seethed. Chapter 6. Funded by several London universities and the Home Office of the UK government, the remit of the Behavioral Science Administration is to assist the country's police forces in apprehending serial murderers and identifying the cause of their crimes in the process. Led by Dr. Olivia Winter and Dr. Sebastian Lister, the team also lecture in forensic psychology as well as travel the world and interview incarcerated serial killers in the hope of discovering what makes a person kill and educating future generations on identifying a killer before they commit their acts. "What the fuck?" Olivia hadn't realised she'd said that out loud until she felt the gaze of the majority of people in the first-class carriage of the train from Birmingham New Street to King's Cross, London. She proffered an apologetic smile before returning to her phone and reading the rest of the bollocks on their newly refreshed website. She was angry and annoyed that at no point in the revamp had either she or Sebastian been consulted on it. The Home Office may hold the purse strings, But when it came to understanding anything, they were clueless. Olivia had no idea who she needed to complain to, but she knew that whichever public school tosser she fired a strongly worded email to, it would fall on deaf ears. Never trust a politician. It didn't matter what colour the pathetic-looking rosette they pinned to their lapel come election day was. They were all as bad as each other. She'd call them reptiles, but that was unfair on the animals. Dr. Sebastian Lister was 10 years older than Olivia, at 44. He had been a widower for 2 years after losing his beloved Rosemary to cancer in 2023. He lived with his 4 children in Finsbury Park, though his eldest daughter, Tilly, had gone to study in America for a 6-month placement and fallen in love with the place. That was 11 months ago, and she had no intention of returning in the near future. He missed her, but it wasn't long before her room was occupied, as the latest recruit to the Behavioural Science Administration, former Detective Constable Ryan Sweetland, was currently boarding there until he decided where in London he wanted to live and what he could afford. "Judging by the expression on your face, I'm guessing you've spoken to Olivia," Ryan said. His voice bore a hint of a Geordie accent. He was sitting at the lecture table in the meeting room, iPad open beside him as always. Olivia had met Ryan earlier this year, while she was in Newcastle, helping Northumbria police understand the crimes of serial killer Isaac McFadden. He was sentenced for the murder of a homeless man, but it was soon discovered there were more victims out there. What they didn't know was that there was also a second killer. What made Isaac and his accomplice different was that they dissected their victims. They cut the muscles, tendons, veins and arteries that held the bones together. Ryan Sweetland found himself in the lair of the second killer and had most of his right leg removed before Olivia arrived on the scene. As he recovered, she promised him a role at the BSA, should he want it, and he called her within an hour of being discharged from hospital. He now walked with a prosthetic leg and was undergoing physical and psychological therapy to deal with the trauma. "Yes," he said as he pulled out a chair and sat down. He held up his iPhone to show Ryan the screen. "She's texting me incessantly while going through the new website. She's not the happiest person right now." Ryan leaned in to get a better look at the phone. "What's that she's calling the Home Secretary? A parasitic what?" Sebastian quickly looked back at his phone before locking the screen. "It's probably best if we let her blow off some steam and not take what she's saying too seriously, though I'm suddenly feeling very sorry for all the people she's sharing a carriage with." "I'm sure they'll agree with her," Daisy Leatherwood said. She was the secretary and receptionist of the BSA and was currently dabbing various colours from sample paint pots on the back wall. "Politicians only tell us what they think we want to hear. Behind our backs, they're greasing the palms of their mates with the taxes from our hard-earned money. Maybe if Guy Fawkes had achieved his aim, politicians might be a little more respectful of the public." "I'm sorry, are you advocating an act of treason?" Sebastian asked, turning in his seat. "Do you hear the phone? I think I hear the phone," she said, screwing the lid on the tester pot of paint. "Before you go running out, what do you think you're doing?" he asked, pointing to the wall. "Olivia asked me to put the samples on the wall to see which colour looked better in here." "Don't you think we have enough going on with the remodelling upstairs?" "Olivia said it would be best to get everything done at once, so we don't have the upheaval again in a few months' time." "I suppose that makes sense, but I didn't think we needed to redecorate in here. It's fine, surely." "Once the big TV goes up on the wall for the Zoom lectures, you'll need a warm and vibrant background, rather than sterile white," Daisy said, holding her hands up in submission. And don't look at me like that. I'm just following orders.
That's what they said at Nuremberg. It's a bit premature, isn't it? We haven't even ordered the screen yet, have we?
It was delivered last Friday.
Was it?
Yes, it's in the junk room upstairs.
Soon to be my office, Ryan said with a smile. Hopefully. Eventually. Possibly. It will be. We just need to do some readjusting. Where was I when it was being delivered?
Sebastian asked Daisy. You had to do a mad dash to the school to give your Catherine a replacement jumper.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
He rolled his eyes.
Fancy doing picture day in the afternoon when they've had their lunch. I bet I wasn't the only parent who had to run down and swap a jumper covered in bean juice. So, when's the TV going on the wall?
No idea. Daisy shrugged. It's all Olivia's doing. The first lecture with San Diego State University is in 6 weeks, though, so she needs to pull her finger out. Do you want to give her a nudge?
The mood she's in at the moment. I'd rather not.
Well, I've done my bit. All you three need to do is choose a colour, and I'll book the decorator. I'm having nothing else to do with it, she said, leaving the room and closing the door firmly behind her.
Sebastian released a sigh. Why do I always have more things going on at once than I can cope with?
To take some of the weight from your shoulders, I'd choose the second blue on the left. It's warm and soothing, Ryan said. Sebastian glanced over his shoulder.
I redecorated Robert's bedroom in a similar colour last year. Now, where were we before we were interrupted?
Ryan wasn't a qualified doctor like Olivia and Sebastian. He had a degree in clinical psychology and was currently studying criminology in his spare time. However, he was employed as a researcher, and his main job at present was to research the serial killers Olivia and Sebastian were planning to write about in a book they were co-writing together. Fed up with the likes of Jack the Ripper, Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer hogging the limelight, they wanted to showcase the crimes of other infamous killers of the past, the lesser-known ones, and delve into their backgrounds and mindsets as they committed their murderous acts. They'd chosen their killers. They'd received the green light and an advance from their publisher. Now it was simply a case of writing the book. We were talking about Alexander Pekushkin, Ryan said.
That's right. Now he's an interesting one. He was convicted in 2006 of killing 49 people, yet he claims to have killed between 60 and 63. Some have suggested he killed people simply because he was bored. However, when he was a child, he fell off a swing which hit him in the forehead when it swung back. It is believed it damaged the frontal cortex of his brain.
Does that have significance with him becoming a killer?
Damage to the frontal cortex has been linked with poor impulse regulation, and people have often shown a tendency towards aggression following such an injury. Don't forget, at the time, Alexander Pekushkin was only a child. His brain was still developing. The damage could have been more severe than originally thought. Following the accident, his personality changed, and he was taken from a mainstream school by his mother to one for children with learning disabilities. Now, this is where things get interesting, Sebastian continued. Pekushkin was severely bullied due to his condition, which made him increasingly angry. However, his grandmother noticed how intelligent he was. The school was more focused on overcoming disability rather than recognizing talent and achievement. Did this lead to a feeling of frustration, anger, isolation in Alexander? I think it did. So was it the head injury that made him into a killer due to being quick to get angry in certain situations? Or was it the environment he suddenly found himself in, where he was treated differently? That's the question I'm hoping we're going to be able to answer in this chapter. Alexander was a master chess player, and when he was winning, which was frequently, it gave him a feeling he'd never felt before. It was a positivity in his life. Unfortunately, the bullying around him continued, and the death of his grandfather, who was a huge influence and role model for him, affected him greatly. He began abusing alcohol, vodka. Yet it didn't seem to matter how much he drank, how drunk he became. It didn't dull his abilities to play chess to an outstanding level. "Wow," Ryan commented. "Did he have learning difficulties? Or was it a rash decision due to the head injury?" "Another question for you to research," Sebastian said. "He definitely turned dark at some point. Was it the bullying? Was it the grief of losing such an important figure in his life? Was it a mixture of the head injury and the alcohol abuse? There was a time when Alexander said he wanted to kill 64 people, the number of squares on a chessboard. But he later said he would have continued killing had he not been caught. It's a very complex case. A fascinating study. Indeed. Whether he killed 63, as he claimed, reached his desired number of 64, or simply just the 49 he was convicted of, he's a prolific serial killer, and one very few people, certainly in the Western world, know about. Is he still alive? Yes. He's only in his early 50s. Are we going to interview him? I'm not sure. It depends how the book turns out with our research. It might be interesting to have a brief interview with him. I'll see if we can find anyone who speaks Russian who can talk to him on our behalf. That's if he's agreeable. Okay, Ryan said. Leave it with me. I'll get as much information as I can about his life and crimes, and you and Olivia can sort through it. Did you read my notes on David Meerhofer? I did, yes. They're very thorough, thank you. Ryan smiled. He looked pleased with himself. He reached forward to the tray in the middle of the table and took a 2-finger Kit Kat as a reward. He winced slightly. He was still getting used to his prosthetic leg, and it occasionally caused him some pain when he moved suddenly. When's your next physio session? Sebastian asked. Monday at 2. And when do you begin your EMDR therapy? Next week, Ryan said, his shoulders sagging. He was clearly not looking forward to having his mind analysed and finding the cause of his nightmares. Are you all right about it? He took a breath. I'm not sure. I've read up on EMDR. It works. It's just that people aren't sure how and why it works. I want to stop the nightmares, obviously. I'm worried that it might not only be confronting a serial killer that's causing my trauma. What if there's something else? Something from my past, my childhood, that's been locked away all this time and I don't know about it. Whatever is inside your head needs confronting. You won't be able to move on otherwise. You have nothing to worry about. You've got me and Olivia to support you through all this. Thank you, he said, giving a succinct smile. Can I ask you something about Dr. Schindler? Of course. I've had a few sessions. They were interrupted by Sebastian's phone ringing. It was Olivia. Sorry, Ryan, I get the feeling I'm going to be on the receiving end of a very long rant. He swiped to answer and left the room. Ryan was left on his own. He sat back in his seat and sighed. He looked down at the list he had made on his iPad. So many names he had never heard of. All of them killers. All of them with deep psychological problems brought on by either injury, a desire to inflict pain, or loneliness. Ryan was sitting alone at a huge conference table which could seat 10 people. Surrounding him he had his tablet, a mug of coffee and a notepad. He took a deep breath and began work, reading an article titled Loneliness and Associated Violent Antisocial Behaviour.
Chapter 7. "I've just got off the phone to Amias," Olivia said to Sebastian. She was still in the first carriage of the train heading at speed to King's Cross. She kept her voice low so she couldn't be overheard by her fellow passengers. "He wants me to go to the crime scene in Pinner." Sebastian could sense the nerves in her voice. "Are you all right with that?" "No, I'm not. Sebastian, I haven't been at an actual crime scene since I was in Newcastle in January. And then my only thought was to try and save Ryan and get him to a hospital. This is different. There are 4 dead people. I can't do this, Sebastian. It's one thing to pore over crime scene photographs in the comfort of your own office, but it's completely different to get togged up in a forensic suit and walk among the bodies." "I know. Fortunately, I've never had to do it, but it's not something I'd relish. It's easy for me to tell you to try and dissociate yourself from what you're seeing. But what if you tell yourself that what you're doing is helping these people? They've been killed, and by the sounds of it, quite horrifically. Your knowledge will help find the person responsible. You can get them justice." "That might work. I need to look beyond what I'm actually seeing, don't I? Look, when I spoke to Amias, he said something about it being similar to a previous case a few weeks ago. I couldn't hear much as the signal kept cutting out. Can you look into it for me? If this is a serial case, then it could be invaluable to us. I think I might need help with this one. I can't work an active case on my own, Sebastian." "You're not on your own, Olivia. You've got me and Ryan. We'll put our heads together like we always do." "Thanks. I'd better go. I'm about to pull into King's Cross. I shouldn't be much longer."
"I'll be here."
Olivia ended the call and relaxed into her seat. Every time she walked into a crime scene and saw the blood and the horror inflicted on the victims, she was taken back to that time when she was 9 years old, and her father was killing her mother and younger sister, and tried to kill her. It didn't seem to matter how much she tried to overcome it. They jumped to the forefront of her mind. They were always there, and their presence was getting stronger. Surely it should be diminishing with time. The train from Birmingham New Street was 6 minutes late pulling into King's Cross. Olivia alighted and headed for the exit. As usual, the train station was a cacophony of noise. She was hemmed in by people barging for the exit, eager to continue their journey home or to work. She felt someone grab her arm and was about to put her Krav Maga training to use when she turned to see D.I. Amias Foley beside her. "Amias, what are you doing here?" She was the only person who called D.I. Foley by his first name. It was a name he loathed, and everyone else called him Foley, to his face. "I spoke to Sebastian. He told me what train you were coming back on. I need you to come and look at a crime scene for me." "I've just been to a funeral." "I know. It's bad timing, and I'm sorry, but killers don't stick to regular 9 to 5 office hours." "Is that you attempting humour?"
"Olivia, please."
She looked at him and saw the anguish in his eyes. "You could have asked Sebastian."
"It's you I need."
"Fine," she said reluctantly. "But you owe me one for this. And please remember that when you hear about someone throttling the Home Secretary on the news tomorrow."
"You've seen your new website, then?"
he asked, leading the way to an unmarked police car parked illegally right at the entrance to the station. "They're basically saying we're at the beck and call of any force with a tricky murder on their books." Foley held open the passenger door for her. She climbed in and fastened her seatbelt. "Just because the government send a few pounds our way, they think they own us," she said as Foley slipped in behind the wheel. "Bastards. I wonder if there's a way for us to be privately funded. Then I can tell the Home Office what I really think of them."
Can you get your mind to focus on the topic in hand, Olivia? Foley asked. She looked over to him. She saw the strained look in his eyes. Is it that bad? He nodded. How bad are we talking? A mother and 3 children have been killed, Olivia. When I say killed, I mean whoever did this really fucking enjoyed themselves. And I think he might have done it before. Oh God, she said. I'm sorry. Fill me in on the way. Foley started the engine, turned on the blue flashing light, and pulled out into busy traffic. So, Brandon Duffy, Olivia began, once Foley had filled her in on everything that had happened to the Duffy family, will be landing at Heathrow any minute. Foley interrupted. And he hasn't been told anything? No. I thought it best if he was told in person. I've sent Holly to speak to him. Poor man. I've got a team going through Lola's cases to see if this is connected to her. She worked on some massive investigations in her time, sent some serious criminals to prison. It's just, I dunno, the similarities with the Greenacre case a few weeks ago are too much. I think we've got a serial killer on our hands and he's going around massacring entire families. The Greenacres? Mother and 2 children. They were stabbed to death in the master bedroom. Olivia stopped breathing, just like her mother and sister. Foley continued. He posed them. I think he's done the same here too. Olivia lowered the window. Despite it being cold, she needed fresh air. Something to slap her in the face and keep her focused. Are there any likely suspects with the Greenacres? The ex-husband, Dylan. He and Linda were going through a messy custody battle. When we told him they'd been killed, he broke down. I mean, he literally disintegrated. I thought he was showing real emotions. But the more we investigated, the more likely he was looking as a suspect. He and Linda literally hated each other's guts. The gloves were off when it came to the custody hearing. The fight had turned dirty. And Linda was winning. So you think he killed the kids and Linda because he didn't want her to have the children? Both boys died from a single stab wound, but Linda was used like a fucking pincushion. The anger was directed at her. Dylan has an alibi for the night of their murders. He was in bed with his current girlfriend. But maybe she's lying for him. He's my number 1 suspect. Well, he was until I was called out at silly o'clock this morning to pin her. Is there a connection between the 2 families? We're looking into it. Sorry, I meant to ask, how was the funeral? Oh, it was a laugh a minute. It's always fun watching one of your father's victims get buried. I didn't mean, he said, leaving the rest of the sentence hanging in the air. I know. Sorry, I always think I'm over the shock of what my father did. But there's always more waiting in the wings, she said, holding onto the handle above the door tightly as Foley took a corner at speed. How many more of his victims are out there? He said Janet Brown was his first, but he never said who was his second. The ones he was sentenced for, I'm starting to wonder if they're all he killed, or if there are more like Janet Brown out there, waiting to be found. Ask him. If only it were that simple. Isn't it? No. He likes to play mind games. He wouldn't sit across a table from me and give me chapter and verse. He'd drip-feed me information. He'd taunt me. He's a sadistic, evil, psychopathic bastard who delights in seeing his own daughter squirm. I refuse to give him that satisfaction. As far as I'm concerned, he can rot in his prison cell. I've cut him off completely. Why do you think I've moved house? He doesn't know where I am now. He can't get at me. How is the new home? Don't ask. What's wrong with it? You'll see when you come round. Is that an invitation? You're welcome any time, Amias. Well, providing it's a social call and nothing to do with a dead body. I can't guarantee that. In that case, bring alcohol. They arrived at Marsworth Avenue in Pinner. Olivia took a sharp breath when she saw the police tape stretching across the road and the open-mouthed gawkers leaning down and trying to see into the car to get a glimpse of who was arriving. She turned away from the window, looking down. She didn't want to make eye contact with anyone. The police tape was lifted, and the car was allowed through. Foley parked outside the murder house. They didn't say anything as they climbed out and made their way up the short path to the forensic tent covering the front door. It was at this point that Olivia would have paused and looked at her surroundings, taken in the neighbourhood, the houses, the cars, the street as a whole to get a snapshot of the kind of community this was. But all eyes were on her. She could feel them burning into her. She could feel them watching her, judging her, wondering what she was up to. She'd get a false impression of this road when it was an active crime scene, and this was exactly what the Home Office didn't understand. Foley handed Olivia a white one-size-fits-no-one forensic suit, which she struggled to put on. She covered her shoes with the plastic overshoes, pulled up the hood, and snapped on a pair of latex gloves. She instantly felt uncomfortable. The pathologist is Dr. Linklater. Do you know her? Can't say as I do, no, she said, struggling with the zip of her paper onesie. She's ready to take the bodies away, but I want you to see them in situ first. The crime scene manager, Spencer Gore. He's going to answer any questions you might have. Right, well, hang on a minute. Your CSM's surname is Gore. Slightly inappropriate, isn't it? We can't help what we're called, Olivia. Deed polls were invented for a reason, Amias, she said, with a hint of a smile. You're the only person who uses my first name. I can cope with that. Now I can tell you're prevaricating, so put your mask on and get in. Olivia lifted up her mask to cover her face. Reluctantly, she followed Foley into the house. She walked through the front door and into the spacious hallway. The entrance acted as a welcome to friends, family, and visitors. It was the first place people saw when they came into the house, and gave a snapshot of who lived here. The floor was real wood, polished to a shine. The walls were decorated in 2 colours: cream paint on the top half, wood panelling on the bottom. The ceilings were high, with period cornicing features. It was homely, lived in, warm and cosy, if you ignored the metal footplates and the dustings of fingerprint powder on almost every surface. Foley led the way upstairs. They stuck to the footplates on each step. Olivia walked slowly, taking in the framed photographs on the wall, showing a happy, smiling family. The father was tall, slim and handsome. The mother was attractive and had a big, toothy smile. The eldest son, all freckles and cheeky grins in earlier pictures, looked more tentative as he grew up, giving only the simplest of smiles and not wanting to stand out. The second son seemed to be the joker of the family. Every photo he featured in, he stood out in some way, either by his facial expressions or whatever hand gestures he was making. And the youngest child, the girl, she was beautiful, with her elfin features, long hair and sweet smile. It was a gallery of the dead. Are you all right? Foley asked from the top of the stairs. No, I'm not, she answered honestly, not taking her eyes from the photographs. She had albums full of her mother and younger sister, happy and smiling, before they were slaughtered by her father. Nobody knew what lay around the corner, and the innocence of a family snap took on a macabre tone when fate or evil, intervened. I promise we won't stay any longer than you're comfortable with. She immediately turned and headed down the stairs. Foley followed and grabbed her by the elbow. But I really need you here, he said. She took a deep breath and followed him back upstairs, where he led her to the main bedroom. Olivia, this is Spencer Gore, CSM. Spencer, this is Dr. Olivia Winter, he said. How embarrassing, we're all wearing the same outfits, Spencer said, with a smile in his voice. He was tall and towered over both Foley and Olivia. Olivia couldn't see much of his face, hidden behind a mask and the hood of his white forensic suit pulled down over his forehead. She could only see his eyes. They wrinkled when he smiled, but soon disappeared. He looked young. He had an air of confidence. He clearly loved his job. Nice to meet you, Olivia said, for want of anything better to say. We've met before, briefly. I was at the flat in Peckham when we dug up your father's first victim. Oh. I suppose we all look the same when tugged up in giant baby grows. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. Just to warn you, though, I've been doing this job for more than a decade. I like to think I've seen everything there is to see. But what's through that door will give me nightmares for months to come. Olivia's eyes widened. Oh, God. Thanks for that, Spencer, Foley said icily. People need warning, D.I. Foley. Do you want her to go in there and vomit all over your crime scene? Point taken. Olivia, are you ready? No. He pushed forward and opened the door. Olivia immediately froze. She saw the blood. The arterial sprays on the walls and ceiling as the knife cut through skin and severed veins. She knew this was a frenzied attack from the entrance to the room. She didn't need to step inside. She looked down at the carpet, awash with blood. Even through the mask, she could smell the metallic tang. She was taken back in time to when she was 9 years old, coming home from visiting a friend a few days before Christmas, walking into her parents' bedroom and seeing her mother dying and her sister already dead on the bed. Her father, in the ensuite, was preparing to come out and kill her too. Run, Olivia, run. Her mother's final words to her. She turned and looked into the open door of the ensuite. In the large mirror over the sink, she saw a man reflected back at her. For a split second, she thought it was her father. She almost turned to run for her life. She blinked. It was another CSI going about his work. Olivia swallowed hard. She had a painful lump in her throat. She was feeling hot beneath the layers of her funereal clothes and the paper forensic suit. Slowly she approached the 4 bodies, lined up so perfectly against the bank of fitted wardrobes. They still had the pillowcases placed over their heads, and their hands behind their backs. It was a massacre. An execution. She stopped and cleared her throat. The pillowcases. Do they belong to the family? I don't know, Foley replied. I was just wondering if we knew who was who. Not yet. They appear to be in height order. It could be mother followed by the children in age order. Are the stab wounds all to the front of the body? It seems so, Spencer Gore spoke up. We've looked at the back of a couple of the children. There are no defence wounds. Nothing under fingernails, no broken fingernails. It doesn't look like they put up much of a fight. They'll have all been too scared, Olivia said, more to herself. She turned around. What's happened to the duvet and bedsheets? They've been bagged up and taken away by forensics, Foley said. Right. Am I okay to sit down?
Sure. Olivia perched herself on the edge of the mattress. She was almost face to face with the 4 victims. Her face was creased in horror at what lay before her. Even though they were dead, she could almost feel the fear radiating from them. Her mouth was dry, and she was feeling lightheaded. Whenever she was this close to death, it wasn't difficult to be back in time, seeing her mother and sister in a blood-soaked bed.
Why would he pose them like this?
Foley asked.
This was done after death. He killed them and he set them up in this scene.
She stopped as she looked at the body of the first victim, who she believed was the mother. She was wearing a Winnie the Pooh nightie that was covered in tears from a knife and saturated with blood. A conflicting image of the innocence of cartoon characters and the horror of murder. She continued. He neatened up their clothing. The nighties on the mother and daughter are pulled down over their knees. He didn't just prop them up against the wall. He wanted them to look... I don't know what word to use. He wanted them to look tidy. It's as if...
What?
Foley asked, when Olivia stopped. With shaking fingers, she unzipped her forensic suit, reached inside and struggled to get to her mobile phone in her trouser pocket. She managed to pull it out but fumbled with the touch screen wearing latex gloves. She tore one off, opened up the camera app and lifted it up. Looking through the phone, she knew exactly what the killer had done. He took their photograph. What? Foley asked. He killed them, he lined them up, he neatened them and set them accurately apart so he could take their photograph. Foley sat beside Olivia on the bed. They were so close. Olivia could smell the deodorant he'd sprayed on himself that morning. He leaned into her and looked through her phone.
Jesus Christ. They fit perfectly in the frame.
Spencer leaned down over Olivia. She could hear him breathing in her ear. He looked through her phone at the lineup of bodies.
Why would he do that?
Spencer asked. So that he can look back later? She turned to Foley. Can you remove the pillowcases?
Why?
I'm wondering whether the pillowcases were placed over their heads before or after the photograph was taken. He's neatened their clothes up. It's possible he could have styled their hair or, I don't know, maybe he even put makeup on the mother and daughter.
Olivia, the Greenacre family had pillowcases placed over their heads. When we removed them...
He paused.
Their mouths had been cut open.
What?
He'd cut their mouths wide open. They looked as if... They looked like they were smiling.
Spencer added. Foley nodded.
I've never seen anything like this before in my life, Olivia. What he did to them was pure horror.
Olivia swallowed hard. Foley had been a police officer for more than 20 years. He'd seen it all. Or so he thought. If he was so disgusted and horrified by what had happened to these people, how did he expect Olivia to cope? She felt sick. She could feel the disappointing coffee from first class rise up inside her stomach. Her eyes began to blur, and sweat prickled her armpits. Spencer called in for a technician and asked him to bring evidence bags. Olivia and Foley remained on the bed, while the CSM and his assistant removed the pillowcases by cutting up the edge. They started at the far left, with the body they believed was the mother. Olivia audibly gasped when her face was revealed. They all stood stock still in shock. Despite a mask covering most of her face, Olivia put her hands up to her mouth. She felt Foley's arm wrap around her waist for comfort,
and she was glad of it. It was a long process, as, to avoid cross-contamination, a different CSI was used for each victim. One by one, the family was revealed. One by one, the horror increased, until the pillowcase on the fourth victim, the young girl, was exposed. Olivia couldn't hold on to her emotions for much longer and visibly broke down. She held on to Foley for support, squeezing his hand hard. "Why would he do this? What does this mean?" Foley asked. When Olivia spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "The pillowcases were clearly placed on after death. They were forced to watch each other die. They were lined up, posed, and he sliced through their mouths to make it look like they were smiling, before he took their photograph." "What kind of a person would do something like this?" "He did the same with the other family, what did you call them?" "The Greenacres. Yes, he did." "Jesus." Olivia closed her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths to compose herself. "The question I'm asked most often is what makes a person a psychopath." She spoke quietly. Her words were almost painful. "I tell them it's someone whose emotions are completely cut off. Someone who is devoid of feeling anything towards another person, so they're able to inflict so much pain, horror and torture, without a second thought about the impact of their deeds. This is the product of that kind of person. Whoever did this, Amias, is completely broken."
Chapter 8. British Airways Flight 8114 arrived 12 minutes late at Heathrow Terminal 5. DS Holly Goodfellow had arrived in plenty of time and liaised with staff. She knew which seat Brandon Duffy was sitting in, and contact with a steward on board had confirmed he was calm, good-natured, polite and friendly. The steward had been instructed to inform Brandon when the plane landed that there was a Metropolitan Police officer waiting for him, but to give him no further information. Holly and PC Mandy Starr were sitting in the uncomfortable seats by the gate, waiting for the plane to dock. Holly hated having to deliver the death message to her family. It was bad enough when informing them of one person being killed, but to tell a man his wife and 3 children had all been murdered was chilling. She had no idea how he was going to react. There was a doctor on standby, should Brandon require one. The gate opened and the first of the passengers began to walk out. It had been a long flight from New York, and some of them looked ready for a good night's sleep as they headed for baggage claim. Holly stood and smoothed down her suit. She looked to Mandy, whose facial expression was one of abject fear. Holly needed to be the strong one. The butterflies in her stomach told her otherwise. Her mouth was dry and she could feel wet patches under her arms. She was pleased she'd worn a dark-coloured jacket. She spotted Brandon before he saw her. She stepped forward and saw he was with a tall, slim woman wearing the British Airways uniform. Brandon looked petrified. "Mr. Duffy?" Holly asked. "Yes." "I'm Detective Sergeant Holly Goodfellow." She held out her hand. "How was your flight?" "What? Oh, it was fine. I've been told you need to see me. Has something happened?" His face was drained of colour. He seemed anxious. "I do need to talk to you about an urgent matter, but not here. A room has been prepared for us. Could you come with me?" "What's all this about?" he asked. "Please, I will explain everything. Not here, not like this." He glared at her, his eyes wide with apprehension. The steward placed a hand on his shoulder and proffered a succinct smile. He didn't acknowledge her as he set off, following Holly and the uniformed police officer to a room usually reserved for interviewing passengers who might have been arrested on board a flight, or who were suspected of carrying something in their luggage they shouldn't be. The room was small, a desk with 2 chairs either side. It was lacking in atmosphere. The walls were white and empty of posters and pictures. There was nothing in here designed to make anyone feel comfortable. Brandon placed his carry-on bag on the floor beside him and took a seat. Holly sat opposite with Mandy Starr. Brandon was a tall man of medium build. He was dressed for comfort in worn jeans and a long-sleeve polo shirt. His thick brown hair showed evidence of Brandon running his fingers through it many times during the flight, as it stood up in all directions, giving him a windswept look. He was unshaven, with flecks of grey in his designer stubble. "How was your trip?" Holly asked. She always struggled with delivering the death message. She never knew whether to plunge straight in with the terrible news or build up to it. Every occasion was different. "What?" "The trip to New York, how was it?" Oh, it was fine, surprisingly." "Why surprisingly?" "Sorry, it wasn't supposed to be me going, it was all very last minute. You have something you need to tell me. Has something happened?" Holly took a deep breath. "Mr. Duffy, I'm afraid I have some bad news. This morning, police officers were called out to your house by your mother. She received messages in the night from your daughter which she found suspicious and called us in. I'm afraid we found your wife and 3 children dead in an upstairs bedroom." Brandon didn't move. He didn't react. He stared at her, watching her mouth open and close. He heard the words, but he didn't seem to be understanding them. "What?" he asked. "I'm so sorry." "What are you saying?" "Your wife and your children are dead, Mr. Duffy." He took a sharp breath. "Dead? They're dead? How? Why?" "We don't know at the moment. We're conducting inquiries," Holly said. Her fingers were interlocked beneath the table. She was picking at her manicured nails. Brandon tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. I only spoke to Chloe yesterday. Everything was fine. Everything was normal. I don't understand what you're saying to me." "Mr. Duffy, I'm not going to lie to you. We believe someone gained entry to your house and killed them during the night." "Killed them? They were murdered?" "I'm afraid so."
"All of them?"
"Yes."
"Mary?"
"Yes."
"My Mary? She's only 14.
His bottom lip began to quiver.
"She can't be dead. She wants to be a nurse. She watches Heartstopper and likes Taylor Swift. She's a child."
His entire body was shaking as the horror of the reality was hitting home. He could barely get his words out. Holly reached forward and placed a hand over his. "I really am so sorry, Mr. Duffy."
"Jonah! Oh, God!"
He quickly turned away and vomited onto the lino. Holly remained with Brandon in another room whilst the first one was cleaned up. Mandy fetched a bottle of still water and a box of tissues. "Mr. Duffy," Holly began.
"Call me Brandon,"
he said quietly. His voice was much calmer, but he spoke slowly, as if he was in a daze. "Brandon, we need to talk to you about your family. We need to understand who could have done this. There's no rush, but when you're ready, we'd like you to come to the police station and answer a few questions." He nodded.
"Where's my mum?"
"She's currently helping us with our inquiries."
Is this connected to something she's worked on in the past? She used to be a detective. A DCI. Did you know?
He asked, his eyes darting rapidly between Holly and Mandy. We are aware, yes. It's too soon to tell the motive behind what's happened, but we're looking into everything. He nodded.
I don't understand. We're just a normal family, you know? We go to work and we pay our taxes. We don't stand out. We don't have flashy cars or anything. We're just us. Why would someone do this to us?
Holly swallowed hard. Seeing a man in such emotional pain was difficult. I don't know. We will be working around the clock to find the answers, Brandon, I promise. We will do everything we can.
I want to go home,
he said, his words loaded with emotion. I'm afraid your home is a crime scene at the moment. We can take you to a hotel.
Can't I go home at all?
Not at the moment, no.
Will I be able to see them? My family?
Yes, we can arrange for that to happen.
Thank you. I'm sorry I've forgotten your name.
Holly. Holly Goodfellow.
Holly. That was one of the names we were going to call Mary. She was born on Christmas Eve.
Holly smiled. My birthday is Boxing Day. Brandon, when you're ready, we can leave the airport and take you to the police station. I'm pretty sure your mum is still there.
Fine.
He nodded.
Wait, my bags.
She pointed to where they were behind him. He hadn't registered them being brought in for him. Brandon's concern for his bags, for the minor details, like knowing Holly's name, was evidence that his mind was protecting him from the shock of the reality. He wasn't ready to face a life without his family.
Thank you.
Would you like to go now?
Yes, please. I want to see my mum.
She smiled. Of course.
Wait,
he said. Holly had stood up, but Brandon remained seated.
How were they killed?
Holly looked uncomfortable. She was hoping Brandon wouldn't be fit to ask any questions until they were back at the station, and D.I. Foley could answer them. They were stabbed. I'm so sorry.
Stabbed?
He asked, his face creasing up in agony, his bottom lip wobbling, on the verge of tears once again. I'm afraid so.
Was it a burglary?
At the moment, I don't know. My boss will have more answers for you, but... She stopped herself.
Go on.
My boss really should tell you.
Holly, please.
She sat back down next to him and took his hand in hers. There doesn't appear to be any sign of a break-in. It would seem that whoever did this either had a key or was let into the house. Brandon's eyes darted left and right as he tried to take in what Holly had told him. Eventually, it dawned on him, and his eyes widened.
I know him, don't I? I know the killer. I know the person who murdered my family.
Chapter 9. Olivia was in Foley's office while he fetched her a mug of tea. In her career, she had seen all manner of crime scene photographs and images of the worst things humans did to each other. But there was a huge difference between seeing pictures in the comfort and safety of your own home and sitting within touching distance of a mutilated body.
Here you go,
Foley said, handing her a mug with an AC-12 logo on it from the TV drama Line of Duty. She took a sip and winced.
Have you put sugar in this? It's good for shock.
So is brandy.
I feel like I should apologise, but your input is valuable. You see things I don't. How certain are you the killer took a photograph?
As close to 100% as I can get, leaving just a small margin of error for an excuse if a photo doesn't surface. She said,
What's he going to do with this photo?
I'm not sure. When did you say the Greenacre family was killed? Foley didn't need to look down at his notes.
25th of September, 20 days ago.
Have you received the photo? Has anyone in the media received one?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has it appeared online?
I don't think so.
In that case, I think it's for his own private collection. He'll use the photograph as a reminder of what he's done. The memory of the actual crime will only last for so long. He'll need the aide-memoire to give him that thrill of being there at the time. It's like stealing a trophy from a victim. Was anything taken from the Greenacres?
No.
Then the photograph is his trophy. Unless... Olivia began, then stopped.
Go on.
Foley prompted her. You said Lola Duffy is an ex-DCI and that she worked on some major investigations.
Yes.
This could be linked to her. The style of killings is an execution, almost. The posing of the bodies, the cut into the faces, giving them a Richter smile, is similar to sending a message of some kind. The killer could send the photograph to Lola. If he does, then you'll know the connection is with her.
But wouldn't he have sent the photo of the Greenacre family to her?
The Greenacre killings could have been a dress rehearsal. Foley's eyebrows almost disappeared into his hairline.
A dress rehearsal? Seriously?
Nothing surprises me anymore, Amias. The level of horror in killing this family is sadistic, barbaric, and chilling. One man acting alone doesn't just wake up one morning and decide to wipe out an entire family, and especially not in this way. It's something he builds up to. If it's something to get back at Lola for her job in the past, and he wanted to send a dark message, then he needed to get it right. And practice makes perfect.
Jesus Christ,
Foley uttered. On the other hand, if Lola doesn't receive a photograph, then you have to assume you have a random serial killer on your patch. There was a knock on the door. Foley looked up and beckoned DS Holly Goodfellow to come in. Dr. Winter, lovely to see you again. I read that article you wrote about the rise of serial killers in popular culture, triggering an increase in people trying out murder in real life, as people no longer see a difference between real and fictional serial killers.
You read that?
Foley asked. Yes, it was fascinating. Despite it scaring the crap out of me, you have no idea what people are thinking. You could be travelling on the tube, sitting next to someone, and you don't know what's going through their mind, what they're watching in the evening and how it's ingraining itself on their psyche. She shuddered.
I think I'll walk home tonight,
Foley said.
Did you come in here for a reason or just to make sure I don't ever sleep again?
Sorry. Brandon Duffy is in one of the interview suites. I've put him in the nice one we reserve for children. It's more comfortable. He's asked to see his mother, but I don't know where she is.
That's fine. I'll sort it. Thanks, Holly.
Holly smiled at Olivia as she turned to leave. It's been a while since I've seen her. She's growing in confidence, Olivia said.
Yes, she's already asking about going in for her inspector exams.
She's ambitious.
She is, but I don't want her jumping too high too soon. I've seen people suffer with burnout, and I don't want that to happen to Holly. She's too good, but she needs to slow her pace.
Olivia thought for a moment. Then let her talk to Brandon.
What? Why?
Your team is made up of about 90% men. Holly is your only female DS. She's working harder to prove to you that she's just as good, if not better, than any man on your team. You need to treat her the same as the guys.
I do. I don't give anyone special favours because of their sex.
Olivia sat back in her seat and crossed her legs at the knee. Let me tell you about a paradox I read recently. Women want to be treated equally. However, when they're working in a male-dominated environment, such as the police force, they want to be treated differently to show that they're not being treated differently.
That makes no sense.
What I'm saying is that you need to give Holly more so that she feels as if she's being given the same as the men. In her head, she'll constantly be thinking that everything she gets overlooked for is because she's a woman.
But then isn't that her problem, not mine?
Yes, but you're in the minority of being a boss who doesn't still see women as the weaker sex. Holly needs to see that in you herself.
So I need to treat her more like one of the lads than I do the lads?
Yes. Just don't scratch yourself in front of her or talk about your sexual conquests. He raised an eyebrow.
It's been so long since I had a sexual conquest, I've almost forgotten what to do. The last date I had was interrupted by an air raid.
Olivia let out a genuine laugh. She enjoyed spending time with Amias Foley. Despite every meeting ending with them poring over a gruesome crime scene, he had a natural way of talking to her that made her forget the horrors of her job. Olivia wasn't allowed into the interview suite. Fortunately, it was equipped with a two-way mirror, and Olivia squeezed herself into the compact space next door, looking into the room that was trying too hard to put people at their ease. The walls were painted in a disgusting peach colour. The cheap sofas and cushions were in garish pastels, and the generic artwork on the walls were almost painful to look at. Nobody could feel comfortable in this room. Sitting in the middle of one of the sofas was Brandon Duffy. He was perched on the edge, tense, his face expressionless, his eyes wide and unblinking, struggling to come to terms with his new normal. His family was dead, murdered. He was on his own. There was nobody to welcome him home, no family holiday to plan, no happy Christmas to prepare for. Everything in his life was changed from this moment on, and it was going to take a massive adjustment. The door opened, and Lola was shown in by Foley and Holly. Lola ran over to her son. He looked up at her and immediately began to cry. Lola practically lifted him up out of his seat and held him tight, putting his head on her shoulder, and allowed him to bawl out his emotions. It was a long and painful sight to witness. Despite being in a different room, even Olivia had to turn away to allow them a modicum of privacy. Foley made a round of teas while Lola and Brandon sat down. Mother had her arms around the shoulders of her son, holding him close, the protective parent. He allowed her to comfort him. Even at 50 years of age, there were times when a man needed his mother, and this was certainly one of those times. Sitting opposite, Holly watched and waited for the right time to begin. Foley came over with the mugs of tea and placed them on the scratched pine coffee table. Brandon, I'd like to say how sorry I am for your loss. I can't imagine how you must be feeling right now, and I won't try to pretend that I do, Holly said. However, you have the weight of the entire Metropolitan Police Force behind you, and we will do everything in our power to make sure whoever did this is caught. Olivia was impressed.
Thank you.
Brandon tried to smile, but through the tears it was more of a grimace. I know you'd rather be anywhere else than here right now, but we do need to act quickly. Obviously, we can talk to you at more length when you've had time to process everything, but we have a few questions we need to ask you that can't wait.
It's fine,
he said. Have you or your family received any unwanted attention recently? Any phone calls, silent calls, emails, or knocks on the door, anything that's stood out as being odd? Brandon thought for a moment.
No, not that I'm aware of. Chloe would have said if she had.
What about the children? He wiped away tears with a soaked tissue.
I don't think so.
Has anyone new come into your life recently? Someone who may have questioned you about your family? Perhaps your mother in particular, due to the job she had? Or said something you thought of as strange for someone new to say? Holly asked. Brandon's face took on a heavy frown. The silence in the room as he mused on Holly's question was heavy.
No, nobody.
Have any of your children mentioned a new name, a new friend, someone they've spent time with, either in person or online? Brandon was clearly in emotional pain as he racked his brain.
I don't know. No, I don't. No.
Foley cleared his throat.
Lola, I know I asked you this earlier, but now you've had time to think. Have you received any unwanted attention? Any silent phone calls or strange cars parked in the street? Have you noticed you've been followed?
No, she said firmly.
Can either of you think of anyone who would do something like this?
No, Lola answered. Brandon shook his head.
We're a normal family. We're just living our lives in our own way. We're good people.
Lola increased her grip on her son. Foley cleared his throat again.
You may have read in the news in the past couple of weeks about a mother and her 2 sons who were killed in their home in Wembley. There are strong similarities between what happened there and what happened to your family last night, Brandon. Do you know anyone by the name of Linda Greenacre?
He sniffed hard. He thought for a long moment.
No. Was she a friend of Chloe's? Not that I'm aware of. She had 2 sons, aged 8 and 10, Alex and Sean. Do their names ring a bell? No. Have your children mentioned an Alex Greenacre or Sean Greenacre? I don't think so, no. Their father, Dylan Greenacre. Do you know him? No. Lola?
Foley asked. She shook her head. I remember reading the story in the newspapers, but I don't know them, sorry.
Is it the same person? Is this a serial killer?
Foley physically winced at the mention of a serial killer. His whole body seemed to react.
We're not finding any link at the moment, but we have to cover all angles, as you know.
Foley looked over to Holly. He gave her a surreptitious nod. She tucked her hair behind her ears and crossed her legs at the knee. Brandon, I'm sorry that I have to ask you this question, but is there anything you were keeping from your wife? Do you have money worries?
No,
he said.
I mean, we're not rich or anything, but we have a bit of money left over at the end of each month. We're surviving.
Are you or have you had an affair in the past?
What? No, I wouldn't. Never.
Has your wife?
Chloe? No, of course she hasn't,
he said, his words increasing in volume, his tone getting harsher. Olivia believed him. Your children. Have there been any problems with other children, such as drugs or involvement with gangs?
No,
he said, almost an outburst.
They're good kids. They would never get involved in anything like that. They know the consequences.
Have... Foley placed a hand on Holly's arm.
I think we should leave it there.
He interrupted.
Brandon, we will need to speak to you again, obviously, and we'd like you to walk us through your house to check if anything has been stolen. But that can wait for now. We've arranged for you to stay in a hotel for the time being.
I've asked the builders to put everything back how it was for now, Lola said quietly to her son. I'll have the spare room sorted for you in a few days. You can stay with me as long as you want. He nodded.
Would you like us to take you to the hotel now?
Foley asked.
Please, I feel... I'm shattered.
I'll get us a car, Holly said, standing up and leaving the room. Olivia sat back in her seat and watched as Lola almost picked up her son from the sofa. He was grieving. That much was understandable. His entire family had been wiped out. But Olivia couldn't quite help wondering how much of Lola's guarding of Brandon was out of motherly duty, and how much was wanting to remind him of her presence, and to not say anything until they were alone. Chapter 10. When Olivia returned to the building in George Street, she went straight up to her office, where she found Stanley, her miniature black and tan dachshund, asleep in his bed in front of the radiator. Sebastian had been looking after him while she was in Birmingham. Her presence woke him up, and he ran to her, tail a blur as it wagged. She picked him up and went to sit at her desk. She held him close. She needed a hug after everything she had witnessed today. It had been a long and draining day. An exhausting train journey, a sad funeral with very few mourners, and a gruesome crime scene. Olivia felt the emotions rising inside her, and she couldn't hold back the tears. In the privacy of her own office, she let them fall as she snuggled her beloved dog. There was a knock at the door. It opened slowly, and Sebastian poked his head through the gap.
Hello,
he said tentatively.
How did the funeral go?
Olivia wiped her eyes. She grabbed a tissue from the box on her desk and blew her nose. It was sad, mainly because there were so few people there. But it opened my eyes too.
In what way?
He asked, fully entering the room.
I don't know yet.
I'm mulling things over.
Ominous. I'm guessing you being back this late means D.I. Foley caught up with you.
He was waiting for me at King's Cross. Sebastian produced a biscuit from his back pocket and waved it in front of Stanley. Olivia placed him on the floor. He bounded over to Sebastian, took the biscuit, and ran to his bed, chewing noisily. Don't I get one? Olivia asked. No. What if I showed you a photograph of a gruesome crime scene? He smiled. You know my Achilles heel. Bloody hell, are we ghouls? She asked. I think we probably are, he said, as he pulled out a chair opposite Olivia's desk and sat down. But only in a voyeuristic way. We'd never act on our ghoulishness. Olivia opened the photo app on her phone. When she'd looked at the crime scene, of all 4 dead members of the Duffy family lined up, she'd secretly taken a snap. She handed the phone to Sebastian. He looked at it in silence for a long moment. My theory, Olivia began, is that the killer took this exact photo. I think he posed the family like this, lined them up in a row, oldest to youngest, sat on the bed, and took this picture. Who are they? An attractive middle-class white family. Single parent? No, father was in New York on business. He came back around lunchtime. Jesus, what a welcome home. Anything stolen? I don't think so. There was no sign of a break-in either. I've been reading up on the other killings you told me about. A lovely family by all accounts. Linda Greenacre and her 2 sons. What's been printed in the media is very sketchy on the details, though. It certainly didn't mention anything about pillowcases over their heads. They need to keep something back. Who knew the husband was going to be away? Asked Sebastian. Oh, I don't know, she said slowly. She hadn't thought of that. Did Brandon go away for work often? Was there meaning behind him being the sole survivor?
I'm assuming the husband will benefit from any insurance policies. Life insurance, mortgage protection insurance. This could be a murder made to look random, but with the husband behind it.
When the CSM removed the pillowcases, all 4 victims had their mouths slit open to make it look like they were smiling. Olivia said, "If Brandon had arranged for them to be killed for the insurance money, it wouldn't be this elaborate. They'd have been shot in their beds or the house would have been set on fire. The killer got a great deal of enjoyment out of this." Her laptop pinged an incoming email. She looked at the screen.
It's the crime scene photos from Amias. Do you want to look? Ring down to Daisy,
Sebastian said.
Ask her to bring up a tray of coffees. And ask Ryan to follow. He can sit in on this. It'll be good for him to see us put our amazing analytic brains into practice.
She affected a smile and rang downstairs. While they were waiting, Olivia asked how Ryan was.
He's fine. The kids really like him. He's still having nightmares, though. I hear him shouting most nights. He says he doesn't remember his dreams the next morning. I'm not sure if he's just saying that so he doesn't have to talk about them.
How's his therapy going?
Well, I think. He doesn't talk about what's mentioned in the sessions, obviously. But he seems lighter afterwards. More conversational. He starts EMDR next week.
Do you think he'll react well to it?
Sebastian shrugged. We know EMDR works. We're just not fully sure on how it works. Ryan is open-minded, so that works in his favour. He'll not dismiss it as nonsense.
The naivety of the young. Olivia smiled.
You don't reckon much to EMDR?
I don't think I'd be as susceptible as Ryan.
You may as well ask me to put a crystal under my pillow. That's because you're jaded after your own experience with talking therapy.
The door to the office opened, and Ryan walked in, followed by Daisy. Coffees poured, a 3rd chair brought in from a spare room across the corridor, and everyone was settled. Olivia took Sebastian and Ryan through what she knew of the Duffy family, which wasn't much, and the crime scene so far. Until D.I. Foley and his team can go deeper into their background, we're in the dark and mostly working from what the crime scene can tell us about what type of killer he is. Olivia said. He's organised. Ryan said.
Go on,
Sebastian said.
He clearly spent a long time in that house. He wasn't worried about being disturbed or someone noticing he was there. 4 people in 4 different rooms were gathered together, tied up, and I don't know how many times he stabbed them, but you can see from the 2nd victim along there,
he said, pointing at the screen.
You've got blood pooling around him. It's dripping down his t-shirt, yet over his left shoulder, there's a huge spray of blood that you get from a severed artery. I think he played with them.
It does scream of torture, Olivia said. Each victim received many stab wounds. You can see that without having a post-mortem report in front of you. It's as if the killer wanted them to give something up. Information. Location of something. Money, perhaps.
Were they rich?
Sebastian asked.
It's a nice house.
Not overly. Brandon works as a PR consultant. I've no idea how much they earn, but he must be working for a successful company if he can fly out to New York for a few days. Chloe was a pharmacist. I doubt they're millionaires, though.
What about the grandparents?
I don't know about Chloe's parents. Brandon's father is dead. His mother, Lola, is a former DCI. Amias has his team looking through her work history to see if there is any kind of revenge connection.
This does look like a message of some kind is being written,
Sebastian said.
He posed them, he cut smiles into their faces. He took their photograph. Why?
I've been given more information about what happened to the Greenacres than what appeared in the press, Olivia said. For a start, the father, Dylan, was the prime suspect. He and Linda were going through a messy custody battle. The two boys were killed by a single stab wound, but Linda was stabbed multiple times. Amias said he's going to give me a full briefing about it later. What if the families were killed to point the finger at someone else? Sebastian thought for a moment. You mean Dylan Greenacre was made out to be the prime suspect for killing his wife and children, and in this case, Brandon Duffy for killing his own family? Yes. Dylan clearly loved his boys, Olivia said. He wouldn't have been going for custody if he didn't. The fact they were stabbed only once shows they were quickly dispatched. He didn't want them to suffer. Yet Linda, in Foley's words, was treated like a fucking pincushion. The obvious suspect is Dylan. But Brandon Duffy can't be a suspect if he was in New York at the time, Sebastian said. Unless he paid someone to do it, Ryan offered. Or it was made to look like he paid someone to do it, Olivia added. Him being in New York is the perfect alibi. If there are huge insurance payouts to come, then it's obvious he would be the prime suspect, so being out of the country puts him in the clear. Sebastian shook his head. No, that makes no sense. If Brandon Duffy paid someone to kill his family, why did that killer murder the Greenacre family 3 weeks earlier? Brandon isn't going to commission that, is he? I suppose not, Olivia said, dejected. Unless the killer is acting alone, Ryan said. Perhaps nobody paid anyone to kill anyone, but the killer is a lone murderer, and he has some kind of weird fixation towards fathers, where he wants them to suffer. And what better way to make someone suffer than by killing those they love the most? In these 2 cases, the entire families. Dylan Greenacre was fighting for custody, so it's obvious he will have been heartbroken to find out his sons had been killed. I'm guessing Brandon is in agony right now. He is, Olivia said. That's an interesting theory, Sebastian said. In both cases, the father was absent from the crime scene. Dylan didn't live with his family. Brandon was working away. They're the survivors. They're the ones who are going to be suffering for a long time to come. Olivia grabbed a pen and made a note. It was something to think about. Serial killers always had something they fixated on. Occasionally it was an abusive parent, and they killed people who reminded them of their abuser. Was this what was happening here? Was he keeping the father alive to suffer because he wanted his own father to suffer for what he'd done to him in the past? This level of violence, Ryan began. He looked uncomfortable asking this question. I don't know how to ask this. How does somebody do this? What do they get from it? Is he enjoying himself while he's stabbing them? Yes, Olivia answered honestly. In front of you, you've got 4 victims. They're tied up, they're blindfolded, they're scared. One by one, they're being stabbed. They're screaming, crying, begging, and pleading for him to stop. He's able to tune all of that out in order to continue. As human beings, we're an empathic race. We see someone suffering, we help. Or if we see on the news about victims of an earthquake or war, it stays with us because we care. This man has been able to distance himself from that level of compassion to continue in his task. And what is his task here? Ryan asked. His task was to destroy them, Olivia said, and he succeeded. Is that why he covered their faces? Because if he didn't, he'd feel something for their pain. It's possible. I mean, we weren't there, so we don't know for sure. But the killer could have been wearing earplugs or headphones, playing music to block out their cries. What he couldn't see or hear, he couldn't interpret emotionally,
and was able to kill to such an intense degree? I think that's unlikely, Sebastian said. He cut their mouths. If he took their photo, he'll have done it without the pillowcases on.
So why cover them afterwards? Ryan asked.
Shock value, Olivia said. He wants someone to notice this.
Who?
The survivors, Brandon, possibly Lola.
He's not a psychopath, is he? Ryan asked.
He is, Olivia replied. But he's a highly organised psychopath. He's detached himself from what he's seeing. He has a family who are screaming to be left alone, and he's ignored everything his brain has been telling him to do, and created this sickening diorama. Ryan adjusted himself on his chair. In your book about Joseph Lansbury, the Seattle slasher, you talk about murder being an evolutionary process. You even have a dedicated chapter showing a timeline of his crimes, from when he was a child right up until he started killing. So we can see how he evolved over time. These two families won't be the killer's first crime, will they? There'll be something that came before this. Can we work out what crimes he committed in the past, based on what he's done here?
I'm not sure, Olivia said.
We can hazard a guess that knife crime will be high up on his list. But as he didn't break in, we might be able to take off burglary. If he knew the families, Sebastian said, then his previous convictions won't help here. What he did is personal to the family. Find out why, and you find out who. That's a good equation to remember, Ryan, Olivia said. Why plus how equals who. We know the how. They were stabbed to death. Discover why, and it leads to who. So, if the why is because the killer wants to make his own father suffer, who are we looking for here? We're not looking for anyone, Olivia said, wanting to make sure Ryan understood they could have nothing to do with a police investigation. Okay, he rephrased his question. Who are the police looking for? Olivia looked at Sebastian and raised her eyebrow. Someone who is suffering in silence, and who has been for a very long time, Sebastian said. They've finally reached boiling point, and this is the fallout. You're talking like there's going to be more victims, Ryan said. There will be. This man is angry, and he wants the world to know it. Chapter 11. The Balmoral was a Grade 1 listed building in Kensington overlooking Hyde Park. With more than 400 rooms across 6 floors, it was a grand hotel. Built in the Victorian era, given a makeover in the Edwardian era, heavily bombed during World War II, and lovingly restored in the late 1950s. The entire building screamed with history, with its high ceilings, ornate cornicing, chandeliers and original artwork in the lobby. Foley knew he would receive a bollocking from his boss for not getting a room at the local Travelodge for Brandon, but a man who had had his whole family wiped out deserved to stay in calm and luxurious surroundings, and not have a hen party staggering outside his room at 3 o'clock in the morning. Brandon was still in a daze. He didn't say anything, or make any attempt at interaction while Foley booked him in, or when they travelled up in the lift and walked along the corridor to room 513. Foley unlocked the door with the electronic card and held the door open for the grieving father and husband. It was a plush room, with champagne-coloured carpeting, brilliant white walls and a sumptuous king-size bed. The ensuite shower room was bigger than Foley's main bathroom at home, a steal at £380 per night. Brandon didn't take in any of the luxury amenities the hotel prided itself on. He probably wouldn't even have noticed if he was in a grotty motel where guests paid by the hour and you shared your room with rising damp and a rodent. He sat on the bed and looked as if he had the weight of the universe on his mind.
"Do you want me to stay?" Foley asked.
He had no idea what he would do if Brandon said yes. He had hoped Lola would have accompanied them, but she said she needed to get back home to make sure her house was being put back in its original state. Work on extending the kitchen had recently started, and she was cancelling the work and paying a fortune for everything to be put back just so.
"No, that's okay,"
Brandon said softly.
"I know it's a pointless thing for me to say, but try and get some rest."
He nodded.
"I will try." "You've got my numbers. Call me any time. I'll come for you in the morning if that's all right. Not too early, though." "I doubt I'll be sleeping much. You can come whenever you want."
Foley placed a comforting hand on his shoulder.
"I really am terribly sorry, Brandon." "Thank you."
Foley left, leaving Brandon completely alone. Brandon looked around the room. The last time he had stayed in a room as stunning as this was on his wedding anniversary last year, when he and Chloe had gone up to Scotland for a romantic getaway. His mother had kept an eye on the kids, while he and Chloe spent 5 days hiking by day and spoiling themselves in an old hunter's lodge by night. They slept in a 4-poster bed, drank champagne in a hot tub on the veranda, and made love in front of a roaring fire. It was the best holiday they'd ever had. Every minute was pure bliss. He tried to smile at the memory, but it wouldn't come. There was nothing there. He was completely numb. He looked down at his wedding ring. He and Chloe had saved up for months to have matching rings. They weren't expensive, they weren't antique, but they both loved the simplicity of the gold. They'd been married for 21 years. He thought they would grow old together. He could see them both retiring to the countryside, getting matching Barber coats and Wellington boots, walking the hills with a couple of spaniels. The children, grown up, visiting every few weeks with their families, the grandchildren. None of this would happen now. He was alone. He was all alone. He stood up and went into the ensuite. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He was stubbled. His hair was lifeless and his face sallow. He caught a whiff of his stale body odour and decided on a bath. He put the plug in and turned on the hot tap. There were bottles of shower gel and bubble bath on the side. He picked up the bubble bath and poured in a healthy measure. The fragrance, something familiar his wife would have loved, filled the steam-hued air. Mindlessly he slipped off his clothes, stepped into the rising hot water, and lowered himself into it. It was hot. Too hot. He didn't care. He couldn't feel it anyway. Once the water was almost to the top of the bath, he reached forward and turned it off. He leaned back and listened to the sounds of the tap dripping, and his own thoughts racing around his mind. How frightened must they have been in their final minutes? Chloe, Lewis, Jonah, and Mary. They were good people. Were they killed separately or together? Did they know what was happening to each other? Had Chloe been forced to watch, helpless, while her children were slain? He should have been there to protect them. That was his role. The first time in ages he'd been away overnight without the family, and they were killed. It wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't be. "I failed them," he said quietly. Brandon was crying. He had no idea what were tears and what were beads of sweat dripping down his face. The pain he felt was like nothing he'd experienced before. This was torture. He would never get over this. He would never be able to move on from such horror. He lowered himself beneath the water. Chapter 12.
In the evenings, Ryan often felt like an interloper. He was grateful to Sebastian for opening up his home and allowing him to live there. But after dinner, when he was sitting with his children and involving himself in whatever they wanted to watch on Disney+, Ryan was uncomfortable, intruding on this private family time. He made his excuses and went to his room, closing the door behind him and sitting cross-legged on the single bed, his tablet in front of him. It was too early to go to sleep. He hadn't made any friends yet in London to socialise with. So, like his boss, Olivia, he filled his empty hours up with work. Ryan was enjoying his role at the BSA. Researching was fascinating, but it was easy to fall down a rabbit hole. Reading about a serial killer who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill led to further research about how a person would hear voices in the first place. Would the voice be similar to one they recognised, or would it be a stranger? Why would a perfectly ordinary person listen to a voice in their head telling them to kill? Was there a way to fight against the voice? After the killer had been caught, would they still hear that voice? It was disturbing, yet addictive. Ryan yawned. He arched his back and stretched his muscles. He ached. He'd been sitting in the same position for he didn't know how long. He looked in the corner of his tablet and saw it was a little after 1 o'clock. He had been scrolling the internet for almost 5 hours. How had that happened? He'd stumbled across the case of Scott Fallater, who was found guilty of first-degree murder for the killing of his wife in 1997. He'd stabbed her more than a dozen times and thrown her body into the pool at their home. Yet he claimed to have no knowledge of the crime. His defence was that he had been sleepwalking at the time. Even today, 28 years later, his story had never changed. Ryan was engrossed as he read a detailed account of the case and subsequent trial. Fallater was sentenced to death, but character witnesses, even his own children, caused the judge to rethink and commit him to life without parole. Clicking another link led Ryan to read about Billy Milligan, known as the campus rapist, who was arrested in 1977 for raping 3 women on the Ohio State University campus. He was the only person in America to be found not guilty by reason of insanity due to suffering from dissociative identity disorder. He claimed someone else, one of his many identities, had committed the crimes. Ryan had made extensive notes in his pad about everything he had read tonight. From sleepwalking, hearing voices and having multiple personalities, to committing such barbaric acts and the toll it takes on the mind of the murderer. How it changes them from one person to something else. He really should get some sleep. What he had been reading about tonight had nothing to do with his day job. Scott Fallater and Billy Milligan weren't going to feature in Olivia and Sebastian's book, yet he'd wasted 5 hours dissecting their lives. He turned off his tablet and set it down on the bedside table. He turned off the lamp and pulled the duvet up over his head and snuggled down. He was wide awake. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't get his mind off the fact that someone had stabbed his own wife dozens of times and thrown her into the swimming pool while asleep, and hadn't woken up. How was that possible? Ryan looked at the time on his phone. It was 2:37. He stared at the screen, lighting up his face. Concerned. He'd only looked at the time a few minutes ago when it was 1:03. Where had that other hour come from? Ryan turned over. There was a heavy frown on his face as he closed his eyes and willed sleep to come. Chapter 13. Olivia had been in her new home for less than a month and already the newness and excitement of living somewhere different had worn off. It had a lot to do with the fact that most of the furniture in her previous house in Camden was fitted. She brought no wardrobes or bookcases with her. Here, in the gated community of Gallows Court in Westminster, all the properties were period and built in a time when bespoke fitted wardrobes with mirrored doors and beautifully crafted bookcases filling every alcove had yet to be invented. Why had Olivia not thought of that when she looked around the empty house? She knew why. The house in Modbury Gardens she had lovingly turned into her protection, her comfort zone, her sanctuary, had been ruined. Her father, serial killer Richard Button, knew where she lived and delighted in taunting her with letters, cards, and flowers from his prison cell. The press also knew where she lived and turned up on her doorstep at random hours of the day and night. Her neighbours, who she had always kept at a distance, but was on nodding and smiling terms with, looked at her differently. She was bringing disorder to the neighbourhood, and they didn't like it. Neither did she. Her new house was similar to her old one in Camden, in that it was on 4 floors, with a basement and attic. The previous owner, Dolly Butterfield, had lived there all her life. She died aged 98, having lived alone for the previous 20 years following the death of her husband. It hadn't been decorated since the 1970s, and when it was bequeathed to her only grandson, he gutted the place. A new state-of-the-art kitchen and designer bathrooms were fitted. Flock wallpaper was stripped. Gaudy carpets were torn up. The walls were all replastered and painted white, and solid oak floorboards were laid. It was a blank canvas when Olivia looked around the place. It was characterless. It was perfect. A month in her new home and everything was still in boxes. Nothing, apart from the essentials, had been unpacked. The only room in the house that was finished was the kitchen. All the other rooms were full of boxes, waiting to be opened, their contents seeking a new home. They were in for a long wait. Olivia's life revolved around work. She left the house early in the morning and arrived home late. In the evenings, she wrote, conducted research, and went to bed, physically and emotionally drained. There wasn't time to think about interior design. She was exhausted after such a heavy day. She stepped into the shower and stood under the hot needles for a few minutes to wash away the detritus of a depressing funeral and a horror film of a crime scene. She padded into the bedroom with a towel wrapped around her and slumped down on the bed. Stanley was already there, curled up into a tiny ball. Olivia dried herself and threw the towel on the floor. She had just enough energy left to pull back the duvet and climb inside. "Good night, Stanley," she said to the already snoozing dog. Olivia snuggled down and closed her eyes, willing sleep to come. Olivia felt refreshed after a deep, dreamless sleep. It was rare for her to sleep through the night, but the events of yesterday had left her running on empty. She hadn't woken until Stanley nudged her at 7, demanding to be let into the back garden to empty his bladder. As Olivia planned to be at the office in George Street all day, she could take Stanley to work with her, and thankfully she was now within walking distance, so that would be his early morning exercise. She let him out into the back garden while she prepared their breakfast. While they were both eating quietly, Olivia's phone rang. She looked at the screen and saw Foley was calling her. It wasn't difficult to guess what the conversation was going to be about. She had hoped she'd be able to shower and have something to eat before she had to start thinking about mass killings. She took a breath and swiped to answer. "Amias, good morning."
"How the bollocks am I supposed to get in to see you?"
he asked, his voice gruff. "Where are you?"
"I'm standing outside the gates to your mews and I can't get in. They won't open. I asked this stuck-up cow to let me in as she drove out. I even showed her my warrant card and she looked at me like I was a bad smell under her nose."
Olivia, struggling to hide her smile, ran to the hallway and woke up the alarm display. She turned on the camera and could see a frustrated-looking Foley at the gates. She pressed the green button. "It's open." Olivia went to the front door and opened it. She watched as Amias strode up the pavement, chewing his lip.
"Why did you want to move here, for crying out loud? It's like an open prison."
He pushed the gate open and trotted up the steps to Olivia's house. "That's kind of the point."
"I can't see you getting many Christmas cards from this lot, especially if they're all like the frosty mare in the Beamer."
She stepped back to allow Amias to enter and closed the door behind him. "I haven't met any of the neighbours yet."
"I doubt you will be doing so. It doesn't strike me as the kind of neighbourhood where you're welcomed with a casserole and a care package."
"Does any neighbourhood do that?"
"Probably not."
He poked his head around the door to the living room.
"What lovely boxes." "They're growing on me. I spend most of my time in the kitchen anyway."
He followed her into the kitchen, where Stanley jumped up to him. He could smell his German shepherds and wouldn't leave him alone. Amias sat on the sofa and made a fuss of the little dog, while Olivia made them both a coffee. "How are things with Brendan Duffy?" Olivia asked.
"I thought I'd leave him to have a lie-in. He was dead on his feet when I dropped him at the hotel."
"Poor choice of words," she said.
"You know what I mean. It'll only be for a couple of days anyway. Lola's sorting her house out to take him in."
"How are things going with looking into Lola's past?"
"It's going to be a long process. We're checking all the big cases she worked on first. Drug trafficking, murder, and we're seeing who is still inside and who has been released. As for everything else, well, I don't know why the people in Marsworth Avenue bother with windows in their homes. Nobody saw anything. We've spoken to more than 60 people and nothing. In fact, less than nothing."
"It was the middle of the night, Amias."
"Don't people work shifts anymore? And what happened to insomniacs and night owls? It seems like everyone on Marsworth Avenue collectively takes a sleeping pill at 10 o'clock and stays asleep until dawn."
"Lucky sods," Olivia commented.
"And forensics have found nothing at the house. I mean, they're not finished yet, but there are no foreign fingerprints, no stray hairs, no traces of anyone other than the Duffy family." "I couldn't steal a slice of toast, could I?"
he asked, taking a slice from Olivia's plate without waiting for an answer. "The killer had to get into that house somehow," Olivia said. "Perhaps he had a key."
"All 6 sets of keys have been accounted for."
"Maybe he stole a set without them knowing and had a copycat."
"It's possible,"
Foley said, with a heavy sigh.
"But that would suggest he knew them well enough to be able to get their keys without them noticing a set had been taken. We've spoken to friends, neighbours, family members. Nothing."
"Was it the same for the Greenacres?"
"A carbon copy,"
he said, sighing again. "What's the plan for today?"
"I'm going over to the house to see how forensics are getting on. Then I'm going to pick Brandon up and ask him to walk through the house for me." "Rather you than me. Thanks. Then, are you okay to come in and compare crime scenes for me?"
"Sure. What about Brandon and Chloe's colleagues? Have they had anything to say?"
"Not really. They're all so shocked. Everyone at Brandon's work is devastated. They just can't believe how lucky he was to have been out of the country at the time."
Olivia handed Amias his coffee. "Lucky?"
"Yes. He wasn't due to go."
"Oh?"
"Something happened with the woman who was supposed to go. Can't remember what."
He chewed his lip as he thought.
I think one of her kids fell ill or something. They ended up drawing straws in the office to see who would go in her place, and Brandon won.
Huh, she said.
What is it?
I'm not sure, she said, pulling out a chair at the table and sitting down.
I can almost hear the cogs turning in your mind.
When was Brandon chosen to go to New York?
Sometime over the weekend. Why?
So, he was supposed to be at home on Wednesday night.
I guess so. Is there any more toast going begging?
I think Brandon should have been there, Olivia said. I think the whole family should have been killed together. There was no sign of a break-in, so it's safe to assume that the killer knew the family well enough to either have a key or be able to get in without a fuss. However, the killer didn't know that Brandon wasn't going to be there. Find out who did... She paused.
What?
Brandon should have died on Wednesday night, Olivia said.
I don't see... Shit,
Foley exclaimed, the penny dropping. He jumped up, dug out his phone and rang Holly. It was engaged.
Fuck.
He headed out into the hallway.
Do you want me to come with you?
Olivia asked, following.
No,
he said, scrolling through his phone.
Leon, meet me at the Balmoral Hotel right now. I'm having breakfast. I don't care. Balmoral Hotel, now.
He ended the call.
I've got a bad feeling about this,
he said to Olivia as he headed for the front door.
Can I walk out of this prison, or do you need to press a few buttons?
You're fine leaving.
God forbid anyone outstays their welcome around here. Will you be at George Street if I need you?
Yes, I'm heading over there soon. Foley stopped in the doorway and turned back to Olivia.
If I get to the hotel and Brandon is dead, what does that mean?
I could be wrong, Amias. I'm probably letting my imagination run away with itself.
What does it mean, Olivia?
He asked sternly. She took a breath. There are 3 options. You either have a leak in your department, a member of your team is the killer,
or you're being watched. I wish I'd never asked,
he said, walking at speed to the gate, fishing in his pocket for his car keys. Chapter 14. The night manager of the Balmoral was called Natalie Sylvester, and she was not happy to be disturbed by a detective inspector from the Metropolitan Police. As she explained to Foley and DS Leon Ripner as they rode up in the lift, she had half an hour to go until her shift ended, and she hadn't had 5 minutes to herself all night. Between demanding guests, a collapsing wedding marquee, 3 absent waiting staff and a chef rushed to hospital at 2 o'clock for slicing through her finger, the last thing she needed was more drama. The lift doors yawned open, and Foley gave an inward sigh of relief. For a tiny woman, Natalie Sylvester had a big voice, and it had resounded around the lift. She marched along the corridor with all the authority of a soldier in an occupying force. Her high-heeled boots boomed loudly. She clearly didn't care if any guests were still sleeping. When she arrived at Brandon Duffy's door, she took her master keycard from her pocket and was about to scan it across the reader when Foley reached out and stopped her. "My hotel, my guest, my problem," she told him sternly. Foley had the feeling Ms. Sylvester said that same sentence at least a dozen times a day. He turned to Ripner, who rolled his eyes. Foley was about to reason with her when she stepped forward, swiped the card, and pushed open the door. The room was in darkness. Natalie fumbled for a light on the wall beside the door and flicked it on. It took less than a second for Foley to register what had happened. He grabbed the hotel manager by the shoulders and practically threw her out of the room. "What the hell was that?" she asked.
"Leave it to us, please,"
Leon told her. He followed Foley into the room and closed the door behind them. The room was saturated with blood. It was all over the far wall. There was a pool of it in front of the dressing table and smears on the carpet leading to the slumped body of Brandon Duffy, wearing a once white dressing gown, propped up against the far wall, a pillowcase over his head.
"Fuck,"
Foley said. D.I. Foley was flanked either side by Goodfellow and Ripner. All three were identically dressed in white forensic suits. They stood perfectly still at the side of the room and watched while the forensic team, led by Spencer Gore, and pathologist Dr. Linklater, photographed and examined the scene. The whole floor of the hotel had been evacuated. All guests were being questioned, and CCTV footage from the main entrance in the lobby, the camera overlooking the exits at the rear of the building, and every single internal camera was being sought and analysed. Foley watched on in horror and took in the lonely figure of a slumped Brandon Duffy against the far wall. He was wearing a white dressing gown with the hotel logo on the left breast. It was saturated in blood. A monogrammed pillowcase, taken from a pillow on the king-size bed, had been placed over his head. The arterial sprays of blood covered the mirror of the dressing table and the wall beyond, and a pool soaked into the carpet by the chair.
"What makes the Duffy family stand out like this?"
Foley asked.
"I've no idea,"
Leon said.
Olivia was right. The killer expected him to be home. But who knew he was here?
Leon asked.
Who indeed?
Foley said, more to himself than to Leon.
Have we found out any more about them as a family? Were they in debt up to their eyeballs? Was the oldest son a drug baron?
Holly answered. Nothing at all like that. Chloe had a few outstanding parking tickets and Brandon here is Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. He even pays off his credit card every month. I struggle to find the minimum payment.
Maybe cut down on buying the designer shoes,
Leon said as an aside. Says the man in a Hugo Boss shirt. Anyway, these are from TK Maxx. She lifted up her foot, but her shoes were covered with the white forensic overshoes.
There has to be something about the Duffy family that caused someone enough grief and pain that they wanted to wipe them all out. What is it?
Foley asked. There was anger and bitterness behind his words. Neither Holly nor Leon said anything. He turned his back on the crime scene and faced them.
I'm literally asking a question here. Sorry, boss,
Leon said.
I don't know. Then we need to talk to the people who really knew the Duffys. Friends, family, work colleagues, school and college friends, teachers and bosses. Go through their address books, both physical and on their phones. Contact every single person they know and interview them. Ask all the personal questions you can think of. Someone out there hated this family so much, they even came back for the one they missed.
Foley said, pointing at Brandon over his shoulder.
Someone will know who they are. We've done all that,
Leon said.
Then do it again,
Foley shouted. What do you want to do about Lola? Holly asked. Do you want to break this to her? Foley rolled his eyes.
Jesus, I forgot about Lola for a moment. This is going to devastate her, especially if it does go back to something she's been involved in. Did you find anything out about Chloe's parents?
They're both dead, Leon said.
D.I. Foley?
Foley turned to see Spencer looking at him.
We're finished here. Would you like me to remove the pillowcase? I suppose you better had, yes.
The three detectives headed for the other side of the room. Foley squatted down so he was at the same level as Spencer. A technician joined him, and together they held onto the edges of the pillowcase while the CSI began to cut it slowly open. The dried blood had caused the material to stick to Brandon's face. As the CSI pulled harder, the head moved. He tried to act quickly to catch it, but he wasn't quick enough. The head, once free of the body, slipped out of the cotton pillowcase and dropped into Brandon's lap. Both Foley and Spencer jumped back in horror. Holly screamed at the top of her voice, and Leon turned and vomited. When Foley looked down, he saw Brandon's face had been cut into a crude smile. The decapitated head was grinning up at him. Chapter 15. A room at the Balmoral had been commandeered by the police for them to work from. Foley sat at a desk, his face blank as he struggled to come to terms with what he'd just seen, and what it meant. He looked up and saw Holly sitting uncomfortably in a tub chair, her legs crossed at the knee as she balanced a pad and frantically scribbled notes. She seemed to be unfazed in the immediate aftermath of watching a decapitated head fall from a man's body. She was either very good at hiding her emotions, or she was able to box them away to get on with the task in hand and deal with them later. He hoped it was the latter.
"Nice rooms, aren't they?"
Spencer Gore said as he breezed into the room. He'd pulled his arms out of the sleeves of his white forensic suit and tied them around his waist to reveal a black T-shirt with "I see dead people" written on it in white.
"Hardly appropriate,"
Foley said, nodding to Spencer's chest.
"Really? I think it's apt. I see dead people every single day,"
he said with a smile.
"You're strange, do you know that?" "It has been noted,"
he said, clearly not bothered.
"Don't you think, given that we've chosen the job that we do, we have to be slightly strange?"
"I'd rather not answer that question," Foley said, looking to Holly. "Don't look at me. I'd like to think I was a perfectly normal person," she said.
"What does normal actually mean?"
Spencer asked.
"Can we dispense with a conversation on the metaphysics of our presence and concentrate on the task at hand?"
Foley asked.
"Why are you here, Spencer?" "Why are any of us here, Foley?" "I really am going to smack you in a minute." "Wow, tetchy. Fair enough. I'm here in this room, not merely for your delightful company, but to inform you that a hair has been extracted from the forefinger of Mr. Duffy's right hand."
He held up an evidence bag from behind his back, which looked empty.
"It's been pulled out and still has the root. And where Mr. Duffy had mousy-coloured hair, this one is a lovely deep brown, almost chocolate."
"Fingers crossed for a DNA match," Foley said.
"I'll be able to get you a DNA profile. It's up to you to find the match."
"Are you pissing off back to the lab now?"
"Yes, we've all finished. I spent a couple of nights in this hotel a few years back for my birthday. Gorgeous building. I'm not sure I'll see it in the same light again. Mind you, I once stayed at the Timberline Lodge in Oregon where the exterior shots were filmed for The Shining. I was very disappointed. I suppose it didn't help that it was summer at the time." "Thanks, Spencer. Call me when you've got something,"
Foley said.
Spencer turned on his heel and left the room.
"Slightly eccentric, isn't he?" Holly said.
"Yes, especially if you remove the word slightly."
Foley smiled. Leon stormed into the room with an open laptop in his arms.
"We've got the bastard on CCTV,"
he said, placing the computer down on the desk in front of Foley. Holly jumped up and went round to see the footage. Leon pressed play.
"This is the corridor upstairs where Brandon Duffy was staying. Any second now you'll see the doors at the top of the screen open and a figure walk out. There, look. That's him,
All three watched in silence as a figure dressed in black approached Brandon's hotel room and knocked on the door. A beat later, it opened. The killer seemed to say something, and Brandon stepped back to allow him to enter. The door closed. "Now if we spin on a few minutes, well, 23 minutes to be precise," Leon said, "we see the same man walk out of the room." On screen, the hotel room door opened, and, tentatively, the figure stepped out into the corridor. He walked, head down, back the way he came to the door leading to the stairs. "Can we see where he goes?" Foley asked. "Yes." Leon clicked a few buttons, and another recording popped up on screen. He pressed play and the same figure exited double doors on the ground floor of the hotel. Instead of walking straight on through reception and out of the main entrance, he turned left and headed for the kitchens. Now, according to the night manager, there is a camera above the corridor leading into the kitchens, but it's been off for some time. They're waiting for a replacement. There is one above the exit leading to the outside, but it's pointing to the right where the main traffic is. And as our man isn't caught on the footage, we can only assume he turns to the left. "What's to the left?" Holly asked. "The bins." "Is there a way out onto the street from there?" "Yes, I've looked, and he would have had to climb on top of the bins, jump up to a wall, and jump down about 7 or 8 feet. "Which is easily done," Holly said. "Well, I did it. However, I did have trouble getting back in that way. Maybe the killer put something there to give him a boost up. I don't know. I'm guessing he's not caught on footage entering the hotel?" Foley asked. "No, we only see him when he's walking from the kitchens into the reception area and up the stairs." "Play the footage again from when he's walking to Brandon's room." On screen, the double doors opened, and the killer stepped out. He turned and headed for Brandon's hotel room. "Pause it there," Foley instructed. "What do we think? Man or woman?" "I'd say a man," Leon said. "Agreed. He's not much shorter than the door frame there." Holly pointed. "I'd say he's around 6 feet, maybe 6'1". "Why can't we see his face?" Foley asked. "He's got his head down. He's clearly aware of the cameras," Leon said. Foley leaned forward, closer to the screen. "The man's wearing black trousers, black boots and a black coat, open to reveal a black jumper. He's also wearing a black beanie hat. However, with his head down and the dull lighting, it's difficult to make out any features, even his skin colour. Can we clean this footage up a bit? Maybe add a bit of light to it?" "We can try," Leon said. "The lights were off on the corridor, though." "Were they?" "Yes, it's night time. Only the safety floor lights in the skirting boards were on, to show people where they're walking, and the emergency exit lights. If we blow this up, all we're going to get is clearer, darker pixels." Holly leaned into the paused footage. "I think he's disguised himself." "How can you tell?" Leon asked. "He's got his coat open and that looks like a thick jumper underneath. I think that's a rolled neck. It could be one of those chunky knitted jumpers, and that jacket's a puffer jacket. He's wearing clothes that make him look big to disguise his frame. Even those trousers are baggy. We can't tell if he's muscular, overweight, or slim. The clothes give nothing away." "Leon, talk to everyone in the kitchens who was there last night. Ask them if they saw someone dressed in black who shouldn't have been there," Foley said. "Already have done. It's a reduced staff overnight. The few who were there were busy preparing for a wedding reception they've got going on this afternoon, plus whatever room service orders had come in. One of the chefs sliced through her finger and had to go to A&E, so they had that to distract them too." "Did Brandon call down for room service?" Holly asked. "No, I checked." "How did the killer know which room Brandon was in?" Holly asked. She started the footage again of the figure walking along the corridor. He comes out of the stairs and doesn't hesitate. He turns left and goes straight to the room. How did he know that was Brandon's room? Foley sat back. He couldn't take his eyes from the laptop as the hotel room door was opened and the killer stepped inside.
"Because he's watching us,"
Foley said. Chapter 16. Olivia walked down the steps of her home, along the garden path and through the iron gates. A few metres away, she walked through the entrance to the gated mews of Gallows Court, which could only be accessed by a fob that the owners of the 10 houses owned, or a 5-digit security number, which was changed on the first day of each month. Olivia's security was maxed up to 10. Every door and window in the house was alarmed. There were 3 main entrances to the house: the front door on the raised ground floor, the basement door at the rear of the property, and a wrought iron staircase going from the back garden to the kitchen. All had concealed cameras and sensors above them. The alarm system was the first thing she had fitted. Only when it was complete did she move in. There was nothing more she could do to protect herself. Olivia wasn't on the electoral register. Her post was delivered to her office in George Street, and her house was owned by a limited company which she'd set up. All bills, including council tax, gas, electricity, water, internet and phone, were in the company's name. There were no records that stated Dr. Olivia Winter lived at this address. Even the address she gave her GP and dentist was her work address. It was a brisk morning, and Stanley was wearing his padded jacket. His little legs were a blur as he tried to keep up with Olivia, even though she was walking slowly for him. She changed her route every day, though her options were limited for only a 15-minute walk. Dressed in muted colours, sensible shoes and a beanie hat, a black rucksack on both shoulders, Olivia blended into the background. Nothing in her appearance made her stand out among the crowd, and that was exactly how she liked it. She was the last to arrive at the headquarters of the Behavioural Science Administration. Following a good morning chat with Daisy Leatherwood, in which they both moaned about the banging coming from the renovations upstairs, Olivia unclipped Stanley's lead and allowed him the run of the ground floor. He headed straight for the meeting room, where he had a comfortable bed in front of a cast-iron radiator.
"No Ryan?"
she asked.
"He's working from home today,"
Sebastian said. Olivia looked to the ceiling as the sound of a drill stopped her from opening her mouth. "I wish I'd done the same," she said when it stopped.
"Do you want the good news or the bad news?"
Sebastian asked.
"I hate conversations that start like that."
She pulled out a chair and sat down. Sebastian glared at her.
"I'm not answering that question. Spoil sport. I had an email from our publisher yesterday about our book. They've said, due to the amount of research on each killer, there's only enough room for 8 killers, not 12. However, if the book sells well, we can include them in a second book."
Olivia frowned. She and Sebastian had been collaborating on a new book for most of the year. They were compiling an anthology of serial killers from the past, writing about their backgrounds and childhoods, and their killings, capture and incarceration.
"Is that the good news or the bad news?"
she asked, perplexed.
"It's the good."
"Oh, and the bad?" He took a deep breath.
"They've sent a list of 4 serial killers they want us to write about, who we haven't written about.
I'm going to regret asking this question. Who?"
"Jeffrey Dahmer, Jack the Ripper, Ted Bundy, and John Wayne Gacy."
"Oh, for crying out loud!" Olivia exclaimed. They've been written about hundreds of times. The point of this book is to write about killers that people don't know much about. That's what I said. They agreed to this when we went to them with the proposition. I'm aware, but we have a new editor now, and she wants something more mainstream. Then tell her to piss off, Olivia said, slumping back in her chair and folding her arms across her chest. She was almost sulking. Where's the old editor gone? What's her name? Can't we go with her? No, we signed a contract. What do you want to do? She's asked for 4 well-known killers. What if we offer 2? That still leaves us 6 of the little-known ones to write about. Also, if there is a second volume due to fantastic sales of the first, it may give us more leverage to dictate the content. Olivia began to thaw slightly. Okay, that's actually quite a good idea. See? He said with a smile. You just have to think laterally from time to time. Not my strong point. No shit. She smiled and turned, noticing the paint samples on the wall. Speaking of making our mind up about things, have we chosen a colour? I like the second blue, Sebastian said. Apparently it's called Mediterranean Air. Olivia looked at it. I'd have called it blue. It's nice. Warm. That's what I thought. Daisy and Ryan have both plumped for the 4th one, which is called Balloon Shift. What? Olivia frowned. What does that mean? No idea. I'm guessing it means light blue. Good grief, the world truly has gone mad, Olivia said. I remember... She was interrupted by her phone ringing. She looked at the display to see Florence Marks was calling. Excuse me, she said, picking up the phone and leaving the room. Hi, Florence, give me a second to get to my office. Olivia took the stairs 2 at a time. She closed the door behind her and sat down at her desk. How are you? I'm fine. I had a good night's sleep, surprisingly. Good, I'm glad. Olivia smiled. I woke up this morning and, I don't know, but something seemed to have clicked in my mind while I was sleeping. It took me a while to work out what it was. I haven't spoken to anyone about it. I thought I'd run it by you first. Olivia's smile dropped. She had a feeling she wasn't going to like what Florence was about to say. Okay. What's on your mind? I want to talk to your father. I want to visit Richard Button in prison. Oh, Florence, I really wouldn't advise you to do that. I know you've said your father is a manipulator, but I don't want to ask him what he did to Janet. I don't want anything from him, like an apology. I don't know, something tells me I'll be able to move on if I literally see him face to face. Olivia paused. She thought for a while before she spoke. Florence, I can perfectly understand where you're coming from here. There is evidence of people visiting the killers of their relatives to get closure. But Richard Button is no ordinary killer. I'm worried you'll leave feeling worse than you already do. I don't think I could feel any worse, she said, tears in her voice. Olivia took a deep breath. Florence, do me a favour. Give it some serious thought before. I've made up my mind, she interrupted. I need to do this. I need to see him in person. Chapter 17. Loneliness is the feeling related to the emotional separation from others. Protracted loneliness can lead to a significant change in the perception of ourselves and our role in the relationships and interactions with others, including family, friends, and colleagues. In extreme cases, loneliness can lead to the development of antisocial personality disorder, APD. As we see in the background of notorious serial killer Dennis Nilsen, He wanted a particular type of companionship with his victims, born out of loneliness. Rejected by his parents and peers, Nilsson experienced an excruciating feeling of social isolation, which came from an inability to form what we perceive to be healthy interactions with others. The sound of a coffee machine spitting out frothing milk caused Ryan Sweetland to stop reading and look up. For a moment he forgot where he was. A glance around the room told him he was sitting in a generic chain coffee shop. A place so familiar, he could have been in this exact one 1,000 times before, even though it was his first time here. After breakfast, after the cacophony of Sebastian getting the 3 kids ready for school and out of the door on time, Ryan felt pained by the silence that surrounded him. He showered, dressed, went into the dining room and opened his laptop for a day of researching. But the atmosphere was stifling. He closed his eyes and all he could hear was white noise screaming in his head. He couldn't spend all day here like this. He decided to leave the house and find a bustling coffee shop to work in. He ordered a large Americano with hot milk and a lemon muffin. He'd tried to engage the barista in conversation, but it would seem shop workers in London didn't go in for that kind of interaction. In Newcastle, he could spend a good 5 minutes chatting to whoever was making his coffee. He'd walk away with his drink and a smile on his face. It might have been a banal conversation, but it was social intercourse, and it lit something up in the brain that released a rush of good feeling. There was clearly no time for that in the capital. Ryan found reading about loneliness while sitting on his own in a coffee shop surrounded by people chatting in couples and groups ironic. Since moving to London, he had felt isolated more than ever. He didn't have a huge number of friends in Newcastle, hardly any when he gave it serious thought. But he knew the city. He had grown up there. In a strange city, he knew nobody, and nobody seemed to be quick to make his acquaintance. He looked at his phone. He couldn't remember the last time he'd received a text message. Nobody from Newcastle had texted to see how he was getting on, if he was settling into London life, if he was enjoying his new job, or how his recovery was going. He'd had a few brief conversations with his last surviving grandmother, but she wasn't as sharp as she used to be these days. He could have died in that garage in January, but his immediate care seemed to be a burden to those closest to him. Ryan had always been something of a loner, a man who preferred his own company. Or did he prefer his own company because he had no choice in the matter? At school, his intelligence was noted straight away, and he was moved into a higher age group. He took his GCSEs a year above his peers, passed 4 A-levels in a year rather than the required 2, and was at university a whole 2 years before everyone else his age. In your first year at university, away from home for the first time, the reins are off, and you're free to spread your wings, which usually involved clubbing and drinking until the small hours. Ryan was underage. He looked even younger. The only chance he would have had of getting into a nightclub was if he had a cleaning job there. Social groups were formed quickly, and he wasn't part of them. He had to learn to survive on his own, and he had done. And he'd been doing it ever since. It wasn't part of Ryan's remit, but he decided to read more about Dennis Nilsson. Olivia and Sebastian didn't plan on including the killer in their next book, but there was something about the loneliness that he wanted to read about and see how Dennis's life and his own compared. Dennis, as a child, was particularly close to his grandfather, and they often went on long walks together. When he died of a heart attack at the age of 62, Dennis became withdrawn and missed him greatly. Ryan was reminded of Alexander Pichushkin the Russian serial killer he and Sebastian had been talking about, who was to feature in the book. He had also had a strong bond with his grandfather. Ryan thought back to his own childhood. His parents didn't have time to raise him, both working full-time jobs. So it was left to his grandparents to look after him during the summer holidays. Living on the outskirts of the Northumberland National Park, he and his grandfather would often pack a picnic in a rucksack and spend the days rambling. From first light until dusk, they were out in the wilds of the countryside. Sometimes hours would go by without them saying a word to each other. But it was pure bliss. Ryan's grandfather, Sam, died of a heart attack at the age of 62, exactly the same as Dennis Nilsson's grandfather. In Ryan's case, he was with him at the time. They were on one of their walks when Sam fell ill. He believed it to be the heat of the August day and sat on a felled tree to catch his breath. Within minutes he was clutching his chest, struggling to breathe, his face red. There was nothing Ryan could do. He sat with him, held his hand, and watched him die. He had no signal on his mobile in the middle of the woodland and refused to leave his grandfather alone. It was another 3 hours before he saw ramblers in the distance. As he continued to read about Dennis Nilsson, he found more similarities between them both, and he didn't like what he was reading. He turned off his tablet and quickly stood up, nudging the table and upending his half-drunk mug. If he'd still been in Newcastle, he would have profusely apologised and helped to clean it up. But as nobody had been friendly towards him, he left his mess behind. He couldn't leave the coffee shop quickly enough. He walked, aimlessly, down the busy street. He couldn't be lonely. He was 26, for crying out loud. People his age didn't get lonely. The news was always talking about loneliness in old age. It never mentioned blokes in their 20s. He stopped and looked around him. He suddenly realised he had no idea where he was, how far he had walked. Where was the coffee shop he'd just left? This was happening to him more and more. He'd be out walking or sitting in the meeting room and suddenly hours had gone by, and he had no recollection of what he had been doing. Shit, he uttered to himself. He crossed over a busy street at the lights, walked down a road with familiar-looking shops either side. But he didn't recognise anything. He heard a noise. Above the sound of footfall and traffic, he heard the sound of booming, rhythmic music. He looked up and saw a gym. Through the large window he saw a group of women on exercise bikes, pedalling hard, grimaces on their faces, sweat on their brows. But as they turned to each other and made eye contact with the person next to them, they smiled. They shared a friendly passion through their torture. "Fuck it," he said. He found a hit of bravado from somewhere and decided to enter and see what would be manageable for a young man with a prosthetic leg. People made friends through exercise. This is how he could combat his loneliness. He was sure of it. Chapter 18. Olivia hadn't heard from Amias since he ran out of her house that morning. She expected him to let her know whether her gut feeling had been correct, and Brandon Duffy had been found dead in his hotel room. She hoped she was wrong. She spent the day constantly checking her phone for a text or an email or a missed call, anything from Foley. The silence was excruciating. Add to that her constantly replaying the phone conversation with Florence Marks over and again in her head, and the hammering and drilling from across the corridor, and she had a very unproductive day. Her concentration levels were shot. As she picked up her phone to see if she had missed anything from Foley, it lit up with an incoming call. Foley. "Hi," she answered.
"Are you busy?"
He asked. He sounded exhausted, distant. She looked at her computer screen. 76 unread emails. "No," she lied. "I've decided to delegate and I've left Holly and Leon holding the fort. Fancy coming over and helping me to sort out what's going on in my head?" Foley sounded on the verge of tears. She couldn't refuse. "Where are you?" "I'm at home." "Give me 20 minutes. The call ended without either of them saying goodbye. Olivia closed down her computer, grabbed her coat, bag and Stanley, and ran downstairs. Daisy wasn't at her desk, though she heard her cat-strangling singing coming from the kitchen. Olivia left without saying anything and trotted down the road, dog under one arm, while she searched for a taxi. It had been a while since Olivia had been to Foley's house. On the odd occasion she did, she felt sad. It wasn't a home. It was somewhere for him to sleep at night and for his dogs to roam about in. When he split from his wife, Dana, in 2021, she'd moved out and left him with very little apart from 4 walls, a roof, and 2 German Shepherd puppies. He'd done very little with it since. Olivia climbed out of the taxi and looked up at the house. She rang the bell and heard the sound of barking from within. To a stranger it would sound menacing, but Olivia knew Max and Dexter were gentle giants, and they played so softly with Stanley. She saw Stanley's ears prick up and his tail wag so hard she expected him to lift off like a helicopter. She smiled. It was a lesson in comedy seeing a miniature dachshund trying to keep up with 2 energetic Alsatians. Amias opened the front door, and Olivia stepped into the brightly lit hallway. She looked around suspiciously at the warm colours on the walls, the checkered tiles on the floor, the plush carpet on the stairs. Was this the same house? "You've decorated." "Not personally. I got someone in." "Hello, Stanley," he said. The first room along the hallway was the kitchen. She poked her head in and marvelled at the space. New cupboard fronts, distressed oak worktops, some checkered flooring. There was even a cloth on the bistro table. "Wow, I'm impressed. What made you do all this?" "It was something you said, actually, about needing somewhere to rest, relax, de-stress from everything I came into contact with at work. I think the reason why I wasn't sleeping was because I was coming home every evening to this shithole. It was just somewhere to store my clothes and for my dogs to live. It needed to be a home." Olivia smiled. "Has it worked?" "It really has." He smiled back. "Come with me. Wait until you see the best bit." He led her to the living room. He opened the door, and Max and Dexter immediately made a fuss of her. They'd been trained well not to jump up at guests, but their excitement at seeing a friendly face and their best friend was too much for them to cope with. She squatted down and gave them both the attention they wanted. She allowed them to lick her face, and she made a fuss of them. When she stood back up to full height, they knew to back off. "What do you think?" Amias asked. Olivia looked up at the media wall at the far side of the room. It housed an impressive 75-inch TV and framed the electric fire below. It had built-in shelves for Amias's few paperbacks and Blu-ray collection, and not a single wire was visible. "It has downlights and built-in speakers," Amias said, his face glowing with happiness. "I was watching The Dark Knight over the weekend and the sound when the hospital blows up almost blew the froth off my beer." "That's incredible. I'm impressed," Olivia said. She went up to it and ran her hand over the finish. "I love this wood." "Oak. From a sustainable source, obviously." "Obviously. It completely changes the whole room."
It's proper bachelor pad stuff, but I don't care. Me and the dogs are comfortable in here.
We could do with something like this in the meeting room at George Street. We're starting to do online lectures at universities abroad. Who did you get to do this?
I'll dig out his invoice. I had him do wardrobes in my bedroom while he was at it. It wasn't cheap, but I'm happy with the results.
If you can't feel comfortable in your own home, where can you be? Amias looked at Olivia. His eyes narrowed.
Are you comfortable in your prison?
I'm safer.
Is that the same thing?
At the moment, yes. Ask me again when I've got rid of my boxes, she said. I was waiting for you to contact me today about Brandon Duffy.
Sorry about that. It's been a nightmare. Do you want a drink?
He asked, heading for the kitchen. Olivia followed, who was followed by all 3 dogs. What happened? Amias took a bottle of wine from the fridge and poured 2 glasses. He handed one to Olivia, who'd sat down at the table. His face hardened.
You were right. Brandon had been killed, in the same way as his wife and children. We went into the hotel room and found him slumped against the wall, a pillowcase over his head. Blood everywhere. When we removed the pillowcase...
He paused and took a long slug of wine.
He'd been decapitated, Olivia.
Jesus Christ.
According to Dr. Linklater, the lacerations to his throat were so severe he cut right through the bone.
How many cuts, do you know?
No. Post-mortem is first thing tomorrow.
The killer was angry, Olivia said.
Brandon should have been at home on the night of the killings. The family should have all died together. Brandon not being there ruined his plan, and he was seriously pissed off. He took his anger out on Brandon. How did Lola take it?
Amias looked down into his glass.
She was inconsolable. She had to be sedated.
Poor woman. Olivia sympathised with Lola Duffy. She had lost her entire family. She knew how that felt.
This isn't connected to Lola, is it?
Amias asked. I'd be surprised if it was. By all means, keep looking at her past cases. See if there is anyone with a grudge against her. But I really don't think that's what we're looking at here.
Then what am I looking at?
This is something personal to the killer. He's wiped out 2 families. He spent time with them to prolong their suffering and his enjoyment. I was looking at a street view map of Marsworth Avenue, and I don't think the Duffys were chosen at random. There are other houses on the street that give more privacy, with tall trees or high privet in the front garden. The Duffy house was open. The garden turned into a driveway. It was exposed and gives the house opposite an excellent view. He chose that house and that family purposefully.
Nothing stands out about the Duffy family,
Foley said.
Brandon worked long hours. Any spare time he had, he spent with his family. He and the oldest son, Lewis, ran half marathons and they trained a lot together. Chloe was a pharmacist. She also worked alternate weekends at the local homeless shelter as a cook. Lewis was in his first year at university doing business studies. He ran, he played football and squash. Jonah was at college. He was a very intelligent young lad, by all accounts. He aced his GCSEs, top marks in every subject. He was also a junior chess champion. Mary was at school. She'd just chosen her options, but she was also academic. She'd had perfect attendance since she started secondary school, not missed a single day. The whole family was doing everything right.
Not everybody thought so, Olivia mused.
No, we can't find anyone on their radar who could hate them as much as the crime suggests. Have you eaten?
No.
Fancy a pizza?
I thought you'd never ask. She smiled. Pizza, garlic bread and chips delivered. Olivia and Amaya sat in the living room with 3 impatient dogs not taking their eyes from them.
Spencer Gore believes Chloe Duffy was the last one to die,
Amaya said as he tossed a chip to Max and Dexter. Why does he think that?
Blood sprays from her overlapped those on 2 of the children. The daughter, Mary, received 8 stab wounds to the chest and neck, all of varying depths. The oldest son, Lewis, received the most stab wounds, 27. They were more spread out, chest, stomach, arm, thigh and neck. Jonah received 12 stab wounds. Chloe had 14, mostly to the chest area, particularly the breasts.
The same weapon?
No. Dr. Linklater rang me after the PMs. She thinks there were 2 different knives used, based on the depth of some of the stabs.
It's frenzied. He really hated this family. Yet there's a sexual element to him killing Chloe. He concentrated his attack towards her breasts. A former lover? Or a current admirer?
We've been through Chloe's phone and tablet. There's nothing to suggest she was having an affair, or someone stalking her or showing her unwanted attention.
Was she on social media?
Facebook and Instagram. She rarely used them, though. It seems it was mostly for keeping in touch with friends and distant family. She hardly posted anything.
Olivia sighed. She was struggling to understand this crime scene, and that bothered her.
She tore off another bite of pizza and chewed hard as she thought. Forensics have analysed the pillowcases,
Amias continued.
The insides are soaked with tears, snot, saliva, tooth impressions, and blood.
Olivia frowned. She paused the slice of pizza halfway to her mouth. They were wearing the pillowcases for a long time before they died. They couldn't see what was happening. Their hands were tied behind their backs, so they couldn't hold hands with each other for support. They'll have known they were in the same room as each other. But they were restricted, and that added to their fear, hence the tears, the rapid breathing, biting on the pillowcases and the snot. They couldn't take comfort from their siblings and mother, so they panicked. Would that have added to the excitement for the killer? I think so, especially if Chloe was killed last. His attention was focused primarily on her breasts. He would have been incredibly turned on by that point.
There was no evidence of sexual assault on any of the victims.
That doesn't mean it's not a sex crime. He could have ejaculated while he was stabbing Chloe. Or maybe he has problems maintaining an erection and he's embarrassed by this. Maybe Chloe had spurned his advances. Maybe every woman he's asked out has rejected him. Don't forget he covered his victims' faces. He didn't want them to see him. Why? There is something about this man that he himself doesn't like.
A physical scarring of some kind?
Not necessarily. Things that have happened to us in our lives shape us and make us who we are. Internally, our thoughts and reactions are based on our experiences. Okay, I'm going to do something I never do. I'm going to use myself as an example. Please tell me you have more wine in your fridge.
I've got 2 bottles of vodka in the fridge.
Even better. Amias put his plate to one side, jumped up, and ran into the kitchen. It was such a sudden movement, even the dogs ran after him. He returned with the vodka and 2 glasses. He poured Olivia a healthy measure and handed it to her. She took a long drink, followed by a deep breath, and released a relaxing sigh. Alcohol should never be used as a crutch, but it was so easy to reach for a bottle to numb the pain.
I've been through a lot of crap in my time, right?
Right, Amias agreed. I witnessed my mother and sister being killed by my father, who then tried to kill me. He stabbed me 4 times, yet I survived. In prisons around the world, I've been attacked, physically and mentally. And almost 2 years ago, Jamie Farr stabbed me 4 times too. Physically, I'm covered in scars. Inside, there are so many more. And to cover them up and to silence the negativity, She paused and took another long slug of vodka. Well, I'll not go into details, but let's just say I use Ethan Miller's masculinity as a weapon. However, there are times when we think others can see how we're feeling, as if we're displaying our emotions on our faces. Occasionally I've been lecturing and I've been sure the students can see that I spent the previous night crying and screaming and wishing I'd died when I was 9 years old. Olivia, Amaya said, leaning forward and placing a hand on hers. She quickly pulled hers away, reached for the vodka bottle and poured more into her glass. This killer may have been through a trauma that has left him mentally scarred, but believes others can see what he's going through. So if they can't physically see him, they can't see any signs of weakness or torment and use it against him. Amaya sat back in his seat and allowed the silence to envelop him. I had no idea you were like that, he said. Olivia rolled her eyes. I knew I shouldn't have used myself as an example. It was the only way I could get my point across. Don't focus on me. But you're in pain. No more than your average forensic psychologist with 8 stab wounds and a serial killer father. She grinned. She raised her glass in a mock toast and drained it in one gulp. Can I ask you a personal question? Amias asked. No, she said firmly. He ignored her. Do you see someone? A therapist, someone to debrief with? She didn't. She knew she should. But she refused to allow herself to spend an hour with a stranger opening her heart up and letting out 30 years of pain, only to be given breathing exercises and told to focus on the positives in her life. Chapter 19. Ryan often wondered how Sebastian was able to do the things he did. He wrote lectures. He kept the offices at George Street ticking along. He hopped from university to university around London and helped prop Olivia up. All the while he maintained a large house and brought up 3 children single-handed. Alistair was 13 years old and had entered the quiet, moody stage all teenagers went through. When he wasn't immersed in his phone, he was scrolling through a tablet wearing oversized headphones, closed off to the outside world. Yet, whenever Sebastian gave him a task and asked him to set the table, or to help stack the dishwasher, or to put his football boots in the utility where they belonged, he did it without hesitation. He was the spitting image of his father, a mini Sebastian, yet there was a distant look about him, Ryan often spotted. He clearly missed his mother, and now was the time he needed her the most, as he entered his teenage years and sought the answers to delicate questions. Ryan hoped Alistair would turn to his father. In return, he hoped Sebastian had time for him. The twins, Robert and Catherine, were 7 and a bundle of energy. They spoke at volume and speed, often competing with each other for their father's attention when they had yet another story to tell about what happened at school that day. They resembled their mother, same upturned noses, light brown hair, a smattering of freckles across their noses and beneath their eyes, same round faces. Ryan often spotted Sebastian watching them. He obviously saw their mother in them, and it saddened him that she was no longer here to see them grow up. Ryan was sitting at the table in the kitchen. He'd already eaten, having decided to skip the whirlwind of dinner time in the Lister household. However, he felt he shouldn't leave Sebastian to the evening chores by himself. He was staying here and paying a nominal rent. He couldn't take advantage of Sebastian's good nature, and he helped to prepare the vegetables and make sure Catherine and Robert were sitting at the table, ready for their meal. "And then Mrs. Brockleby said she was going to get Mr. Turner," Robert said. "And when she left the room, Daniel Myers stood up and grabbed Stacey Klein's coat and threw it out of the window, and Stacey Klein started crying because she had her... what do you call it? She's got asthma and you suck air out of it." "Inhaler," Ryan told him. "Yeah, she got one of those and it was in her coat pocket and she had to use it in assembly last week, and she was frightened it was broken, so she started crying and panicking and she couldn't breathe, so Sarah Jones ran out of the classroom to go and get it, but Mr. Burkett saw her leaving the classroom when she shouldn't and told her off, and he wouldn't let her explain, and then she started crying." Ryan closed his eyes. He listened to the long, rambling sentence, the words literally falling out of Robert's mouth. "Dad, do I have to have broccoli? I don't like it," Catherine said with a whine. "It tastes wet, and it makes my stomach bubbly." And when Mrs. Brockleby came back in with Mr. Turner, Stacey Klein had gone red and she couldn't breathe, and Mrs. Brockleby started panicking and wanted to call an ambulance, but she only said that because William Stack fell over last month and cut his head, and nobody called an ambulance. "We had cauliflower at lunch today, and that made my stomach bubbly too, Dad. Do you think I might be allergic to vegetables? Sophie said she can't eat toast because she's allergic to seeds, but I saw her in Burger King eating a burger with seeds on it last Saturday when Mrs. Price took us all ice skating." Ryan jumped up from his seat, pushing his chair back, the wooden legs scraping loudly on the hard floor. "I think I might go up to my room," he said. "Are you all right?" Sebastian asked. "Yes, fine, I have a few more notes I want to write." He left the room, closing the door behind him, and raced up the stairs. He could still hear Robert's words rattling around his head. They were good kids, they were a good family, and he was lucky to be able to have a roof over his head here. So why was he struggling to cope with them and their everyday lives? He lay down on the bed that didn't belong to him, grabbed the pillow, and placed it over his head. Why was everything so noisy all of a sudden? Chapter 20. "Tell me about the Greenacre family," Olivia said. Whatever pizza was left was saved in a box for Amias to microwave tomorrow morning for breakfast, a fact that caused Olivia to pull a face. The remainder of the chips were shared out among the dogs, and Olivia and Foley relaxed on the sofa with a glass of vodka each, the bottle on the table in front of them. Without saying anything, Foley pulled himself up and went into the hallway. He came back in with his tired-looking briefcase. He opened it, took out a fat file, and handed it to Olivia, who sat up and balanced it on her lap. Foley came and sat next to her so he could talk her through it. "Linda Greenacre was 41 years old," Foley began. "She worked as a regional manager for Devlin Fawcett. They own care homes for the elderly throughout the country. According to their website, Linda was the manager for all the homes in London. Currently there are 17 of them. She had 2 sons, Sean, aged 10, and Alex, who was 8. They lived in a semi-detached house in Sudbury Court Road in Wembley. Do you want to see the crime scene photos?" "No, but go on." Foley reached into the file and took out a pack of photos. "Both sons received a single stab wound. We think Alex was killed first. He suffered a deep stab wound to his stomach. He literally bled to death, and it would have taken minutes for him to do so. Sean seemed to have put up a fight,
There are defensive wounds to his hands, and a couple of his fingers were broken in the struggle. He received a single stab wound to the neck. Again, he bled out.
Slow deaths, Olivia said. Foley opened the front cover of the pack of photographs. He flicked to the relevant one and passed it to Olivia. It showed the massive pool of blood in the corner of the bedroom, soaked into the carpet. The next photo was a close-up on Alex. He had blood spatter on his face. His blue Transformers pyjamas were saturated in blood. Run, Olivia. Run. Olivia closed her eyes. She waited until she composed herself before opening them again. The next photograph showed Sean, his face smiling a deathly grin. He too was wearing pyjamas, similar to his younger brother. They were covered in so much blood Olivia couldn't make out the pattern on them.
Linda was stabbed 27 times,
Foley said. His voice was barely audible as he struggled with emotion.
The majority of the wounds were directed at her chest, similar to Chloe Duffy. Linda also had 3 stab wounds to her stomach. The last one was deep enough to kill her. She also had a few deflective wounds on her hands and arms. She really put up a fight.
She was trying to save her children, Olivia said. She pushed the photos towards Foley and looked away. She couldn't look at them.
They must have gone through hell. I can't imagine what...
She stopped. Yes, she could. She could perfectly understand what horror they had gone through.
Are you okay?
Foley asked after a long silence had developed.
Yes, fine. I have to be, don't I?
She took a breath, reached forward for her glass of vodka and drained it in a single gulp.
So you first suspected the father? Yes, as I said, Dylan and Linda were going through a very bitter custody battle. He's either genuine in his grief or he's a bloody good actor. I couldn't decide which. I was getting very conflicting emotions from him. However, if the Greenacres and the Duffys were killed by the same man, I have to completely change my mind about him.
Does Dylan have an alibi for the night the Duffys were killed?
Yes, his new partner, can't remember her name, she suffered an epileptic seizure and they were in A&E for the majority of the night. Why would somebody do this, Olivia? Why kill whole families? I mean, he even missed one and went back for him. Who does that?
Someone who hates their own family, possibly.
Isn't that the majority of the British public?
Foley said.
My dad had a saying. He always used to say that you can choose your friends but not your family. And he was so right. We don't get to choose who we're related to, whereas we can our friends. We don't have to like people just because we're related to them.
And therein lies the conflict, Olivia said. Imagine how happy we all would be without the concept of family. I think snow leopards have the right idea. They live a very solitary existence. Male and female mate. Male leaves. Female gives birth and raises them for 2 years. The cubs then go off on their own and rarely see their parents or siblings again. Surviving alone. Imagine if we did that. Male and female mate. Male leaves. Female gives birth. Nurtures us until we can talk and feed ourselves. Then we go off somewhere for our education and to meet new people in a social environment. We have no contact with our parents or siblings and make relationships based on common interests and mutual respect.
Bloody hell, Olivia.
Just think how much the government would save in child benefits. She smiled.
I'm not sure I like this dystopian thinking.
One man's dystopia is another man's utopia. Without family, I wouldn't have my dad tormenting me. And I wouldn't be tormenting myself about my dad.
Foley blew out his cheeks. This is getting a little heavy for me. Can I show you something?
Is it going to be violent and gory?
I'm afraid so.
I'll pass, thanks. I really think you need to see this. Olivia looked up at him. She sighed. If I must. Get your coat. We're going out. I want to show you the Greenacres house. Olivia didn't want to see the Greenacres house. She sat in silence in the front passenger seat of Foley's car, with the file heavy on her lap. He apologised for the smell of wet dog, but she didn't notice it. Apart from that, the journey was conducted in silence. She could feel the weight of expectation on her shoulders, the closer they got to Wembley. Foley parked on the driveway, and Olivia climbed out of the car. She felt a shiver in the cool night air. She looked around her and took in the neighbourhood. It was dark, but it wasn't late. Houses were bathed in light from within as families went about their usual evening routine. Olivia wondered if they were still devastated by the events of what happened in this house 20 days ago, or whether they'd put it behind them and moved on. Tragedy always happened to other people. Opposite Linda Greenacre's home were trees, behind which was Elmwood Park. Olivia looked back to the house. Had the killer left by the front door, crossed over the road, gone between the trees and escaped over the park? Or had he brazenly parked somewhere on the road and simply walked back to his car and nonchalantly slipped inside and driven away, as if he was meant to be here? I'm guessing none of the neighbours saw or heard anything. You'd be guessing correctly, Foley said, as he dug into his jacket pocket for the front door key. Should you still have that? Yes, it's an ongoing investigation. You just happened to have the key in your pocket on the evening you invite me over. You're a suspicious woman. Do you know that, Dr. Winter? Yes, it's what's kept me alive all these years, and keeps the locksmiths of London in business. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. The alarm sounded, and he tapped in the 4-digit code. He flicked on a light, and the beautifully decorated hallway was lit up. There was no heating on. It felt colder inside than out. 2 entrances to the house, front door and back door in the kitchen. No sign of forced entry. Foley said. Who had a key? Olivia asked, while looking at a framed photograph on a shelf showing Linda and her 2 sons in happier times. Linda, her sister, and Linda kept a spare set at work for emergencies. Dylan didn't have one. She had the locks changed when he moved out. I'm assuming you questioned the locksmith. Of course, he's been ruled out. Olivia poked her head into the kitchen and then the lounge. They were tastefully decorated in muted colours. They were family rooms, with postcards and reminders stuck to the fridge with magnets, and magazines open and cushions plumped in the living room. She was picking up a warm, homely vibe from the place. It's upstairs that I want to show you, Foley said, heading for the staircase. I had a feeling it would be. She walked up slowly, gazing around her as she went. The carpet looked newish. The wallpaper was rich. This was a home decorated by someone with taste. The landing wasn't huge, and 4 doors led off it. The one to the bathroom was ajar. The bedrooms belonging to the 2 boys were obvious by the names being on them in colourful wooden blocks. Foley was waiting outside of the master bedroom, his hand already on the handle. He pushed open the door and disappeared inside. Olivia felt sick. She could feel the pizza and garlic bread sitting heavy in her stomach. Why does it always have to be the bedrooms? She asked herself quietly. She knew the bodies would no longer be in there. They'd been removed on the first day of the police investigation. But this house had been locked up since the forensic people had finished their fingertip searches looking for evidence. Who did it belong to now? If Linda and Dylan's divorce was finalised, he was no longer Linda's next of kin. Had she left a will? Would her sister now own the house? Whoever didn't seem to be in a hurry to sort out the belongings. Olivia walked into the brightly lit room. Foley had closed the curtains. Her eyes went straight to the far wall and the bank of fitted wardrobes. Dried blood sprays were splattered against the wood like a painter had come in and flicked his brush. The pink carpet was saturated with the blood of 3 dead people. Olivia remained in the doorway. She couldn't bring herself to enter the room any further.
"Olivia, come in. It's just a room. There's nobody else here but you and me."
"Run, Olivia, run." She looked at the bed. It had been stripped of its sheets. She saw her mother and sister lying there. She needed to get out of here. "Amias, please."
"I know this is difficult for you, Olivia, but I really need your help. Do you honestly think I would bring you here if I had all the answers?"
"I just need to show you this one thing, and we can leave, I promise." She stepped inside. She glanced at a large framed photograph above the bed, but her eyes were quickly drawn to the dried pool of blood on the carpet. She looked down and was careful where she stepped.
"At the Duffy's house, the killer took their photograph, yes?"
Without actually seeing the photograph, I can't be certain, but how he lined them up, the carved smiles, it's what I believe.
"I want to show you how the Greenacres were found."
Oh, God. Foley took a set of crime scene photos from the file. He flicked through them and found the photo he was looking for. He passed it to Olivia. Reluctantly, she took it. When Olivia's eyes fell on the photo, she immediately turned away. She had to steel herself to look back. Linda Greenacre was sitting in the middle, her boys either side of her. Her arms were around their shoulders. Their smiles. Their carved, red, dripping, rictus smiles.
"Jesus Christ,"
Olivia said.
"Now look at the photograph above the bed."
Olivia turned. It was the exact same pose. Linda Greenacre sitting in the middle, a son either side, with her arms wrapped around them. All 3 were smiling into the camera. She looked back at the crime scene photo, down at the floor in front of the wardrobes, and back up to the framed picture above the bed.
"He copied the photograph,"
Foley said.
"Why?"
She shook her head. "I honestly don't know, Amias. This is sick for sickness's sake. He's toyed with them, tormented them, tortured them, killed them, then he's played with their corpses, lining them up, posing them. This is someone so far detached from reality that he is physically and mentally able to play around with dead bodies."
"Who is he?"
"I don't know," she said. "There has to be a connection between the Greenacres and the Duffys."
"There isn't."
"There is. The killer has chosen these 2 families for a reason."
"We've been through everything.
There is nothing that connects them. The way—" Olivia paused. She took a breath and unbuttoned her coat. Despite the cold, she was sweating. "The way he killed them is personal. To him. There is a reason he chose these 2 families. This isn't random. There is a strong connection between the killer and the victims. A random killer would come in, kill them, then leave. The fact that the killer went back for Brandon Duffy at the hotel tells us there's a connection. He could have left him, but he didn't. He wanted the whole family dead.
But why didn't he kill Dylan Greenacre too?
Because he didn't know Dylan, Olivia said. I think his connection with the Greenacres came after Dylan had left. The killer knew these families, but not in a way that enabled him to know Brandon would be in New York. Yes, it was a last-minute thing, but those closest to Brandon knew about it. His wife, kids, his mother, his colleagues. The killer isn't one of them. It's someone on the outside looking in. The same here with the Greenacres. It's someone who knows Linda, Alex, and Sean, but has only recently met them, and didn't know about Dylan. There are no photographs of him around the house. Maybe the killer knew nothing of the recent divorce and custody battle. Maybe he thought it had always been Linda and her 2 sons. So I'm looking for someone who has recently entered both of the families' lives. Yes. One person? Yes. Can I go home now? No, Foley said. Olivia turned to look at him. She had a daggered look on her face. You said you wanted to show me one thing. I want to go home, Foley, right now. She didn't call him Amias. The friendliness had gone. I'm not taking you home. Why not? Because you've left Stanley at my house, he said, a smile in his eyes. Olivia's face softened. Oh yes, I forgot. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her towards him. You need to come to terms with him, he said. Who? You know who. Every time you enter a crime scene, every time you look at a set of photos, I can see it in your face. You're back to being 9 years old again and seeing your mum and sister die. Whether you like it or not, Olivia, you're working active crime scenes now. You're going to be seeing a lot more of this. On any of my cases, I'm happy to shield you as much as I can, but other SIOs won't be as respectful of your needs. Do you really want the Home Office pulling your funding? I hate the government, she seethed. So do I. But they pay our wages. Come on, let's go and pick up Stanley and I'll drive you home. Can you give me a few minutes? On your own? Please. Sure, I'll be downstairs. Olivia waited and listened to Foley's footsteps as he descended the stairs. She looked at the blood-soaked carpet. Her eyes travelled up the walls, following the sprays to the ceiling. She looked at the photograph above the bed, showing a smiling Linda, Alex, and Sean. I will get help, she said to Linda, because I need to get whoever did this to you. Chapter 21. By the time Olivia had got home, had a quick shower, changed for bed and made herself comfortable, it was almost midnight. She looked at her phone and saw she'd received a text from Ethan at 5 o'clock, asking if he could come over this evening. It was a simple question, with a simple answer. But Olivia knew if she'd seen it when it was delivered, she would have agonised over it. Yes, she wanted Ethan to come over. Right now, in fact. After the day she'd had, she wanted him to ride up on his motorbike, keep his leathers on, throw her down on the bed and fuck her hard and deep, bite her, scratch her, wrap her hair around his fist and pull her head back as he pounded her into oblivion so she could forget her father, forget Florence Marks, forget the Greenacres and the Duffys. But that's not what Ethan wanted. Ethan wanted to come over with a bottle of wine and a takeaway and watch a documentary together, curl up on the sofa, wrapped in each other's arms, then go to bed together, kiss, make love, and fall asleep with her head on his chest. He hadn't been to her new home yet. In Modbury Gardens he had a spare pair of running shoes in the cupboard under the stairs and a toothbrush in her bathroom. What next? Matching dressing gowns? When she moved, she made an excuse about the house being untidy, and she was still finding her feet. But she couldn't use that forever. She knew there was a reason she didn't want Ethan Miller in her new home. She just didn't know what it was. Ethan had told her he loved her twice, and she had been unable to respond. She had no idea if she loved him. She knew how love felt. She loved Sebastian. He was a good man and they'd been through a great deal together over the years. She loved him like she'd love a big brother. She loved Stanley too. Stanley was loyal and loving and caring, and wanted nothing from her in return, apart from regular meals and the odd schmacko. But loving a man like Ethan required emotions and feeling that Olivia didn't possess. To be in love, you had to give your all to someone, to lower the walls and expose yourself and your vulnerabilities to them. She couldn't allow one person to have that much power over her. She didn't bother replying. She'd message in the morning and say she had her phone on silent or something. She said goodnight to Stanley, who was snoozing at the bottom of her bed, and turned over onto her side. She reached to turn the lamp off and saw the framed photograph of her mother and sister staring back at her. They were smiling, happy, just like Linda Greenacre and her 2 sons. "Run, Olivia, run." "I wish I could, Mum," Olivia said. Chapter 22. Right then, phones off, tablets on, thinking caps on, coffee mugs filled, Olivia said as she closed the door to the meeting room behind her. Fortunately, the guys working on creating Ryan's office out of the storage room were having a day off. Olivia wasn't afraid to admit that she needed help when it came to looking for the killer of the Duffy and Greenacre families. She hoped that by using Sebastian's analytical brain and Ryan's knowledge as a former detective, they should be able to come up with something between them that could help Foley and his team find the person responsible before another family was wiped out. Olivia caught Ryan looking at his watch. "I'm aware you have therapy later this morning, Ryan. We won't keep you." "Sorry, just a bit nervous." "Understandable. Oh, by the way, before we begin, what do you think about us having a media wall in this room?" "If you tell me what a media wall is and how much it will cost, I will let you know my polite refusal in 5 working days," Sebastian said. "It will make us look more professional. We can put it on expenses and charge it to the government." "I like your thinking. I vote yes." "Me too," Ryan added. "Excellent. Now we have 2 families. To all intents and purposes, they're completely unknown to each other, yet they've both been killed in exactly the same way. They've both been posed after death, their photographs possibly taken, and there is no evidence of forced entry into the house. What does that tell us?" "The killer was known to the victims," Ryan said. "Yet there's no evidence linking the victims," Olivia said. "Maybe it's a link so tenuous that it only means something to the killer." "Such as?" "I don't know," Ryan said, folding his arms across his chest and sitting back in his seat. I don't know, maybe he's a delivery driver and he's delivered parcels to both their houses." "How long does a delivery guy spend at each property?" Olivia asked. "It isn't long. Certainly not long enough to get chatting to the homeowners." "And you rarely get the same delivery guy more than once or twice," Sebastian added. "So it has to be someone who has spent time in the house with the family, but not close enough to be told that Brandon Duffy was going to New York. I still can't believe he went back for Brandon," Ryan said. "It was so risky. How did he know there wasn't any police protection? Why did he want to kill the whole family?" Olivia shook her head. "I was thinking about this last night after the kids had gone to bed," Sebastian said. He leaned down and pulled his tablet out of his bag. "You might not have heard of him, Ryan, but in 1994, Patrick Maitland killed a family of 5 in Southampton. Mother, father, and 3 daughters were all slain. I didn't know much about it,
But as I was reading up on it last night, I discovered some similarities to the two cases we've got here.
Such as? Olivia asked.
The 3 young girls were all killed in their own beds. They were suffocated with their pillows. Both parents, however, were literally hacked to death. There were so many stab wounds they couldn't count them. All 5 were placed in the parents' bed and tucked in, as if they were sleeping.
I think I remember that now, Olivia said, frowning. Didn't one of the girls' teachers discover them?
No, a teacher went to the house after the girls hadn't appeared at school for 2 days. She thought something looked suspicious at the house and called the police. They forced entry and found them decomposing in bed.
That couldn't have been a pleasant sight, Ryan said, pulling a face. So this Patrick Maitland, why did he do it?
That's the million-dollar question,
Sebastian said.
Despite the evidence against him, hairs found under fingernails, skin samples, fingerprints in 2 of the girls' bedrooms, a stray pubic hair among the mother's pubic hair, he pleaded not guilty. To this day, he maintains his innocence. He was up for parole last year for the first time, having served the 30-year minimum term, and it was denied simply because he refused to admit his guilt.
What was his connection to the family?
According to statements from friends and family members, they had never heard of or spoken to Patrick Maitland in their lives. It seems the only time they met him was when he killed them.
Stranger murder is rare, though, isn't it? Ryan asked.
Stranger murders make up about 20% of the total number of murders,
Olivia answered.
And what about a stranger murdering a whole family? Even rarer.
Playing devil's advocate for a moment, Ryan began. Is it possible that this Patrick Maitland is telling the truth? That he is innocent? And that the murderer is back after a 30-year gap and has started again?
Of course it's possible, Olivia said. But I think it's highly unlikely. The forensic evidence against Patrick Maitland is very strong. How else could his pubic hair have got on the mother?
True. So why lie? And why for all this time?
Some people maintain their innocence, despite their obvious guilt, for the attention, Olivia said. The police will have been hammering away at him during the interviewing process to get him to admit his guilt. During the trial, he was the centre of attention, and he'd have loved that. Even in prison, I'm sure he will have been questioned, and possibly even the family of his victims might have contacted him on a regular basis to get him to admit his guilt. He will have absorbed that attention and craved more.
But that's going to wear off pretty quickly, isn't it? These past 30 years will have really dragged, Ryan said.
Sebastian held up his iPad and showed Olivia and Ryan a photograph of Patrick Maitland.
What do you see here?
A young bloke, late 20s, early 30s, I'd guess, Ryan said.
No, really look at him, Ryan, Sebastian urged. Ryan studied the picture.
I'm not sure what you want me to say. He's an ordinary-looking guy. Smiling blue eyes, firm jawline, quite good-looking, I suppose.
Not long after Patrick was sentenced, he received floods of letters from women around the world asking to be his wife, offering to visit and support him.
Sebastian said.
What?
Ryan asked. Really? He's no Ryan Gosling.
I prefer Ryan Reynolds, but I know what you mean, Olivia said.
Some women out there liked the look of him and started writing to him, and continued to do so for many, many years.
Sebastian turned back to his iPad.
I found this while I was Googling this morning. It's from the Daily Mail in 1999. 7 years into his sentence. It's a story about a man in a prison in Georgia marrying a woman from Madrid. They hadn't met until their wedding day. Towards the end of the article, it mentions Patrick Maitland and the number of fans he has around the world. According to a spokesperson from the prison, he was still getting dozens of letters and marriage proposals every week. I had a quick look online this morning over breakfast, and there are Facebook pages and Instagram pages dedicated to him. Some are even saying he's innocent and demanding his release. I wonder what he looks like now, Ryan said. Prison isn't a health farm, Olivia said. He'll definitely look more than 30 years older. Maybe the prison should release an updated photo. That would stop them receiving all that mail, Ryan said with a smile. The point is, Patrick Maitland is still getting attention, and that's what counts as far as he is concerned, Sebastian said. So, do we think the killer of the Greenacre and Duffy families is a stranger, in the same way that Patrick Maitland was a stranger to the family he killed? Ryan asked. It's beginning to look that way, Olivia said. In that case, can we use this to try and work out who the killer is now? Will there be a similar mindset or anything? It could be useful in trying to understand the method behind so-called stranger murder, Olivia said. You want to visit him in prison? Sebastian asked her. Yes, it's an interesting case, and to be honest, Sebastian, I'm clueless here. D.I. Foley is looking to me for answers, and I can't give him anything. If I can find out why Patrick Maitland killed this family, I might just be able to point Foley in the right direction. It was a stranger murder, Olivia. He picked the family at random. I don't think he did. And it's the same with the Greenacre and Duffy families. They were chosen for a reason. We just have to work out what that reason is. But you said to me that you can't trust what a killer tells you, particularly a serial killer. Ryan said. They're manipulative by design. You've always said that. Olivia remained silent for a moment while she tried to come up with a solution to that. Nothing came to mind. Don't you have a therapy session to go to? She asked. Chapter 23. Ryan had been visiting psychotherapist Dr. Lawrence Schindler since early summer. In their first few sessions, it was all about getting to know each other, and for Ryan to feel comfortable in order to trust Dr. Schindler with his darkest thoughts and feelings. And while they had connected, Ryan was struggling to understand his feelings towards the doctor. Dr. Schindler knew so much about Ryan, yet Ryan knew absolutely nothing about him. This was not a relationship of equals. Dr. Schindler's office was in Warwick Square in Pimlico, a grand white building with pillars and stone steps leading up to the tall black door. On the third floor, the office overlooked the park with the trees beautifully decorated in red and orange leaves, slowly decaying as autumn gripped the capital. It was a calming view. Lawrence Schindler was somewhere in his 40s. He was a tall man, with hair so blonde it was almost white. It was thick, and in a messy style which probably took a long time to perfect in the morning. He was slim, and his casual dress of black trousers, matte leather boots, and designer polo shirt open at the neck was purposeful, in order to put the patient at ease. He had a white band on the third finger of his left hand. That was the only personal piece of information Ryan had gleaned from him. A recent divorce or separation. The office was similarly dressed in muted colours, soft lines and comfortable furnishings. The windows were closed. There was no sound coming from the street outside. In this huge room with tall ceilings and ornate cornicing, it was simply Ryan and Lawrence, with no interruption from life beyond these four walls. "Good morning, Ryan. How are you?" Lawrence asked, standing up and proffering his warm smile with brilliant white teeth. "I'm well, thank you." He was slightly apprehensive.
He knew today was his first session of EMDR therapy. Lawrence had told him all about it. Sebastian had backed up Lawrence's spiel, and he'd researched it himself online. But the fact that therapists knew EMDR worked, but didn't know exactly how, was slightly off-putting. Ryan sat down in the centre of a soft fabric sofa. Lawrence was in the opposing matching armchair. Ryan didn't make any notes during their sessions. They were a distraction from what they were talking about. Another barrier Ryan didn't need in his recovery. Notes were made once Ryan had left.
Last time we spoke about this being your first EMDR session. Are you still okay to go ahead?
Ryan nodded. Yes, fine. He looked nervous. He was sitting with his knees together, his hands wedged between them.
Yes?
Before we begin, can I ask you something?
Of course.
Is it possible to lose time?
I'm sorry?
Ryan began to play with his fingers, a tell of nervousness Lawrence had already made a note of. I've noticed that I can be sat at work reading, and an hour or more can have gone by and I haven't done anything. Last week I was in a coffee shop, and I was reading on my tablet. The next thing I looked up and the coffee shop was full and my drink was stone cold. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even read what I'd been reading. It's like, I don't know, it's like my mind went somewhere else, but I don't know where.
Ryan, it is possible that what you're experiencing is linked to the trauma you suffered in January. This is what I'm hoping the EMDR will help with. Your mind is replaying the trauma to try and make sense of what happened. But the memory is stuck. To try and protect you, it's causing you to space out, as it were, so that you're not reliving it and causing even more pain.
There was a confused frown on Ryan's face. I suppose that kind of makes sense, he said slowly. But what am I doing while my mind is on some kind of trip? What do you mean? Last weekend I went for a walk. I remember leaving the house, but the next thing I remember, I'm literally in the middle of the park and I don't have a clue how I got there. What if I walked into a busy road and got knocked down? That wouldn't happen. How do you know? Because you are still aware of your surroundings. Ryan licked his lips and looked down. He took a breath and slowly blew it out. He looked back up at the doctor. Is it possible to do something and not know you've done it?
Like what?
I don't know, he said, looking away.
You do? What do you want to ask me, Ryan?
Is it possible to commit a crime and not remember doing it?
Do you think you've committed a crime?
No, I don't know. But is it possible?
What type of crime are we talking about?
I don't know.
Ryan?
He took a deep, shaking breath.
Murder? Murder? You think you've murdered someone?
No.
Do you want to murder someone?
No, that's not... No, I'm not saying that. I think...
Ryan, calm down. Take a breath. I think your trauma, mixed with the job you do now, has caused your mind to go on a flight of fancy. It's perfectly understandable. It's also perfectly treatable. Would you like a drink of water? Please.
Lawrence went over to the small fridge in the corner of the room. He took out a bottle of water and handed it to Ryan.
You seem more tense and frightened than our last session,
Lawrence said.
Has something happened?
Ryan shook his head.
Is there something you want to talk about? Something you want to tell me?
Ryan unscrewed the bottle and took a lengthy sip before screwing the lid back on.
Go on.
Can we do the EMDR thing?
We don't need to do that today. We can postpone it for another time. If you want to talk about anything, we can do that now.
No, I want to do the EMDR.
Right, okay,
Lawrence said.
He remained silent as he watched Ryan.
Do you want me to go through everything again, one more time?
Yes, please, Ryan said with a faint smile.
EMDR stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. What we're trying to do is replicate the movements of REM sleep in a safe and controlled environment in order to process the traumatic event you suffered, to put a stop to the nightmares and flashbacks. We can't take away your memory. What happened to you really happened. We can't change that. But we can make your relationship with the event as calm and relaxed as possible. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
REM stands for rapid eye movement, and it is the stage of sleep associated with dreaming and memory consolidation. During REM sleep, your eyes move rapidly behind your closed eyelids, your heart rate speeds up, and your breathing becomes irregular. Your brain is highly active during REM sleep. During this stage of sleep, much of your body operates how it does when you're awake. It's just that your eyes are closed, and you have a temporary loss of muscle tone. Now, there are 4 types of sleep cycle, and REM sleep occurs during the second half of the night. If we wired you up to look at your brain activity while you were sleeping, your brain would appear the same as if you were awake. Your brain processes emotions during REM sleep, and dreams are more vivid at this stage. This is where you will experience your nightmares. The part of your brain that processes emotions, the amygdala, is active at this point. Because you're suffering with PTSD, the memory of your attack has become stuck, and your brain is unable to process what happened to you. During REM sleep, it's replaying it over and over to try to make sense of the attack and find a way to stop it from happening again. EMDR is all about replicating REM sleep in a safe environment to dislodge the traumatic memory and store it in the correct part of your brain. Does that all sound clear?
It does, yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Do you have any questions before we begin?
No, he said, his voice quivering.
Nothing can happen to you while you're in this office. You're perfectly safe.
Okay. Ryan offered a weak smile.
Now the movement of my finger from left to right is going to mimic the movement of your eyes during REM sleep. I want you to follow my finger with your eyes, but not moving your head. From the beginning, I want you to talk me through the event of your trauma from when you entered the garage. You ready?
Ryan swallowed hard and nodded. He placed the bottle of water on the table in front of him, next to the box of tissues.
Are you comfortable?
I think so, yes. Lawrence sat forward, held up the index finger of his left hand, and began moving it rapidly from left to right. Ryan watched it. He took several short breaths.
Don't move your head, Ryan. Sorry. Okay, that's good. Keep following my finger, that's it. Don't take your eyes from my finger. Now, in your own time.
It was a while before Ryan began. The garage of Isaac's house was connected to Leslie's next door. I'd been in Isaac's garage a few times, we all had, but nobody had noticed there was a false door in the brickwork. I went there on my own to check something. There had been something niggling away at the back of my mind about the layout and size of the garage. I noticed the door.
He faltered. Take your time, Ryan. Breathe slowly. In and out.
I walked through the door and I saw red. I saw body parts.
Don't rush this, Ryan. We've got plenty of time.
I saw Leslie Quinn. She was on her knees on the garage floor. She was taking apart the man who lived across the road, Hal Garfield. I don't know how he'd come to be there, but she'd killed him and she was taken apart his body. How was she doing that, Ryan? She used to be a nurse. She hid so much of herself from us. She knew how to cut tendons and muscles that held bones together. That's how she and Isaac disposed of their victims. They took them apart. Keep following my finger, Ryan. What happened when you entered the garage? Leslie told me to help her. She said she needed my help with Hal. I couldn't move. I couldn't take my eyes away from... A tear rolled down Ryan's cheek. He brushed it away. Concentrate on my finger, Ryan. You're doing so well. Keep breathing. Nice and slow. She hit me. Leslie hit you? Ryan nodded. I didn't see her. I didn't see her get up. I don't know what she used, but she hit me, and the next thing I remember is waking up, and I'm on the floor, and I'm dazed and confused, and I feel... Calm down, Ryan. Take your time. She said she thought she'd hit me too hard. She was so calm. I asked if she was going to kill me, and she said yes. Ryan started crying. Lawrence handed him a tissue with his free hand. I was so scared. I didn't want to die. I looked at Hal. He was in so many pieces. I knew that was going to be me. I knew she was going to take me apart. And I didn't want to die. I didn't want to... Ryan was panicking. He was reliving the trauma. He was back in the garage. He could feel the coldness of the winter air blowing through the gap at the bottom of the steel door. He could see the sea of blood in front of him. He could smell it, taste it. He snapped, his eyes closed. Ryan, open your eyes, Lawrence said. She cut off my foot. I didn't feel anything. He cried. Ryan, you're doing so well. Open your eyes. She talked me through the whole process. She told me the names of the tendons and the muscles she was cutting. She told me she was tying off veins to stem the blood flow. Oh, God. She showed me my foot. She was taking me apart. Lawrence moved over to the sofa and put his arm around Ryan's shoulders and offered him the comfort he needed. It's all right, Ryan. You're safe. You're in my office. You're in London. Leslie Quinn is in prison. She can't get to you anymore. You're perfectly safe. I promise you. Chapter 24. Olivia was sitting at her desk in her office. She was looking at the photographs of the Greenacre and Duffy families in death on her computer. Linda Greenacre and her sons had been positioned, to match a photograph on the wall. That was cruel and unnecessary. Why had he done that? Her mobile rang, making her jump. She looked at the screen and saw Amias was calling. She swiped to answer. You were right and wrong in equal measure, he said. Nice to start the conversation with clarity. What's wrong? She asked. We've got the forensic results back on the pillowcases. On the inside of the pillowcases we found lacrimal fluid, salivary secretion, and nasal mucus, or tears, spit and snot to us. Thanks for that, Olivia said, pulling a disgusted face. However, there is evidence to show that the Duffy family had the pillowcases placed over their heads, then had them removed, then placed on again. How do you know this? Two were mixed up. The mother, Chloe, and the youngest boy, Jonah, had their pillowcases swapped around at some point. Olivia leaned back in her seat. The killer removed the pillowcases so he could take their photograph, then put them back on again afterwards. Why? Because in the beginning, while they were blindfolded, they would have been scared out of their minds. They wouldn't have had a clue what was happening to themselves or each other, and that promotes fear. When they were dead, he took off the pillowcases, lined them up, posed them, cut their mouths, took their photographs, then put the pillowcases back on. He didn't need to do that, though. No. He could have left them as they were, but he covered them back up again to add to the shock value when whoever found them took them off. Do you think he was expecting Brandon Duffy to find them and remove the pillowcases? I'm not sure. Possibly. If not him, then the next in line is the police or forensic team. He wanted you to be impressed. Impressed? Not in a congratulatory way, but by his level of horror. He wanted whoever found them to remember this for a long time to come. It's not something I'm going to be able to forget. Olivia sighed. No, it's going to be something I'll be seeing for a while, she said, looking back to the photos on her screen. Did he mix up the pillowcases with the Greenacres too? Not to my knowledge. I'm sure I would have been told, but I'll check to confirm. Why did he make a mistake with the Duffys? There could be any number of reasons. Maybe he simply threw the pillowcases to one side and picked them up at random. Don't forget there was so much blood. It's not going to be easy taking off and putting on a pillowcase when your hands are covered in blood. I suppose not, said Foley. How's Lola doing? Olivia asked after a long silence. She's struggling. She keeps calling me, asking for an update. Her sister has come up from Brighton to spend time with her. Poor woman. Listen, Amias, I think these might be stranger murders. I don't think the killer chose them for any particular reason that is obvious to an outsider. They'll mean something to him, however. Do you remember a murderer from the mid-90s, Patrick Maitland? Vaguely. He murdered a family of 5. He was sentenced to a minimum of 30 years. He was up for parole last year and was turned down. He's always maintained his innocence. The family he killed was unknown to him. I've made an appointment to interview him next week. What's that got to do with the Greenacres and Duffys? I've no idea. Perhaps nothing. But it will give me more of an insight into stranger murder. If he is a stranger to the families, it's going to make him harder to catch. It's unpredictable, isn't it? Yes and no. What does that mean? Look, Amias, I have far too many thoughts and ideas running around my head at the moment. Can you let me interview Patrick and sort things out? I suppose, he said, sounding downcast. In the meantime, let's hope the killer doesn't strike again. There was a 20-day cooling-off period between the Greenacres and the Duffys. I think you're fine for another couple of weeks. That's reassuring. Don't work too hard, he said, before ending the call. Is there any other way to work? Olivia asked herself. There was a knock on Olivia's door. Sebastian walked in. He tossed a biscuit to Stanley, who waited expectantly in his bed for a snack. I've had a text from Ryan, he said. Sebastian's face looked grim. Is he all right? He's asked if he can take the rest of the day off. Ah, I'm guessing EMDR didn't go so well. I asked him that. He said it went fine. He needs time to think through things. Understandable. Therapy isn't easy. We need to keep an eye on him. I'm worried about him. So am I, Sebastian said, pulling out a chair and flopping into it. He's a good lad. He's incredibly intelligent. He has the book smarts, but not the street smarts to make sense of everything he's learning. I'm starting to wonder whether offering a job here with us was a good idea in the first place. Why? He's settled in well, I think. Oh, don't get me wrong, I think he's doing sterling work for us. His level of research is intense. But he's filling his head on a daily basis with serial killers, their deeds and the psychology of their makeup, and it's not been a year since he almost lost his life to one. I don't want him turning into... She paused and swallowed hard. I don't want him turning into me, Sebastian. Her voice broke as she struggled to maintain her emotions. He went over to her and put his arms around her shoulders, pulling him into her. Olivia, you need to stop seeing yourself as a negative. You have so many good qualities. I wish you could see them like everyone else can. Promise me, Sebastian. Promise me Ryan won't turn into me. Olivia closed her eyes as she rested her head against Sebastian's chest. Every time she thought about herself, she was back in those woods on that cold December evening, aged 9, her father looming over her with a knife in his hand. She wished he'd done it. She wished he'd killed her so she could be with her mum and Claire. She missed them so much. It was minutes, literally a couple of minutes, since Olivia had been talking calmly and professionally with D.I. Amias Foley. She'd been confident, precise, and had spoken with ease. Now she was a crumpled mess in the arms of a close friend and colleague. How could one person switch emotions so readily and swiftly? Chapter 25. It was dark by the time Ryan left the gym. He'd struggled with his emotions following his first EMDR session. He hadn't quite known what to make of it. How long would it be before he noticed a difference, if any at all? How many sessions would he need? That was the problem with EMDR. There were no answers to those questions. He would only know it had worked when the nightmares stopped. When he stopped thinking every unknown doorway was going to open up, and he'd see Leslie Quinn looking up at him with a scalpel in her hand and blood spatter on her face. From the therapist's office, he went for a coffee and something to eat. He needed comfort food to take his mind off things and help him to relax. It didn't work. He went for a swim, then decided to head for the gym. He'd never been interested in going to a gym when he lived in Newcastle, but here in London he seemed to have quickly found his stride. One of the instructors had worked in the past with people who had either a prosthetic arm or leg, and he helped Ryan with a program. When Ryan had changed into t-shirt and shorts, he expected every head in the large room to turn and gawp, but they didn't. No questions were asked. He was simply another face. Joining a gym had given Ryan a sense of bravado he hadn't felt before. He walked past a pub, stopped, turned back and pulled open the door. It was still only early. He ordered a soft drink and walked over to the corner of the room, where he stood, back against a table, and watched the busy crowd. There was a wall of noise in front of him. The music was ignored by everyone as they conducted their conversations at volume, shouting over each other. Laughter rang out. He turned to see a group of women in smart clothing, each with a bottle in hand, throwing their heads back and enjoying themselves. By the pool table, men in trousers with rolled-up shirt sleeves, ties tucked in, were chatting animatedly, laughing at embarrassingly missed shots and calling out fouls. Even strangers at the fruit machines were talking to each other as they lost their money. Nobody had engaged Ryan in conversation. The barman hadn't said a single word to him. The responses to Ryan's order were head gestures and faux smiles. The group closest to him was an odd number. 5 people, 3 men, 2 women, were chatting. They all wore a similar style of clothing, so Ryan guessed they worked in the same place. They weren't an energetic group. These were clearly colleagues rather than friends. But they were talking loudly to make themselves heard. And Ryan picked up snippets of the conversation. "I felt ever so sorry for Lucy when I took that money round to her earlier," one of the women said. "They really made a mess of her house." "Have the police said anything?" "No, it took them 2 days to come out. She gave them a description of what was taken, but I don't think she's hopeful of seeing any of it again." "It'll all been sold by now, no doubt." "Did she say when she was coming back to work?" "No, she hasn't left the house since she got home that night. She's frightened. Bless her. My nan was the same when she was burgled. The police were useless then too." "I don't know why we bother paying them. They're all corrupt." "It's not the police's fault," Ryan interrupted them.
They all turned to look at him. Their faces were stern. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt," he said. "I couldn't help overhearing. The police are incredibly underfunded. The bosses in the office decide what's feasible and what isn't when it comes to sending police officers to attend a crime, but we blame those on the front line and their hands are tied. It's the same with nurses in the NHS. You should tell your friend to write to her MP to complain. They're the ones who are to blame for the cuts." The five were glaring at Ryan as if he'd launched into a barrage of racist, misogynistic and homophobic abuse. "I used to be a detective. That's how I know," he said, to fill the awkward silence. "Thanks, but this is actually a private conversation," one of the men said. "I was just... Right. Sorry," Ryan said. He turned his back to them and took a sip of his juice. "Weirdo," he overheard one of the men say. I can't believe he was listening like that. Some people. Ryan moved away a couple of steps. He could feel his face burning with embarrassment. He quickly finished his bottle of orange and mango juice, which suddenly tasted vile, placed the empty bottle down on a table and walked out of the pub. He couldn't get out fast enough. 334 Cranbrook Road, Birmingham, B21 9QC, Monday 27th of October, 2025. Dear Mr. Button, you don't know me. My name is Florence Marks. You knew my sister, Janet Brown. You gave information to your daughter telling her the whereabouts of her body. 2 weeks ago we buried her in a grave in Birmingham, next to our parents. I know you didn't have to tell anyone where you'd buried Janet, but I'm pleased you did, and I'd like to thank you for ending 41 years of the unknown. The reason why I'm writing to you is because I would like to visit you. I've been speaking to your daughter quite a bit over the past few months. She's a lovely young woman. You must be incredibly proud of her. I don't want to talk to you about what you did to my sister. I don't want to know all the details, and I'm not going to ask you anything personal about why you did what you did. I just want to see you, in person, and chat. I haven't had much to do with the prison service, so I'm not sure how it works. I'm assuming you have to put my name down on some kind of list and invite me in to visit you. Please consider seeing me. I really would like to talk to you. Regards, Florence Marks. Chapter 26. HMP Whitemoor, Cambridge. Tuesday, 28th of October, 2025. The last known photograph of Patrick Maitland was as he was led away from court after his sentencing. Handcuffed to a prison officer, he was snapped by a photojournalist in the small gap of daylight between the court building and the back of the security van that would take him away to begin his 30-year prison sentence. The picture was beamed around the world. The case of a man wiping out an entire family, seemingly without motive, had captured the attention of the global media. Why, in such a peaceful street in the heart of London, had this man felt the desire to not just kill, but mutilate 2 adults and 3 beautiful young girls? It defied belief. In the photograph, Patrick Maitland was looking, side-eyed, towards the camera. His attention had possibly been caught by the journalist calling out his name. His head was down, but there was a glint in his eye, a softness to his face, a smile on his full lips, his jaw set firm. His head had recently been shaved and the buzz cut clearly suited him. The suit he'd been wearing throughout his trial fitted him well. This picture of a monster had captured the hearts of women, and some men, all around the world. It was this photograph which led to the prison being inundated with letters, cards, gifts, marriage proposals, and in some cases, women turning up at the gates, demanding Patrick's release. The man sitting opposite Olivia Winter in the private visiting room looked nothing like his 30-year-old photograph. Olivia hadn't expected him to. Everybody changes in 3 decades, but she doubted this man with a bald head, a hardened stare, a scar down his left cheek, homemade tattoos on his neck and knuckles, and missing 3 teeth on his upper set, would garner the same attention from the public if he was being incarcerated today. When Patrick walked into the room, shoulders hunched, but head high, he had a swagger about him. There was an air of danger and aggression emanating from him. Prison had hardened him, coarsened him, and he would not take kindly to the wrong question being asked. Olivia knew she needed to tread carefully here. He was sitting on the chair screwed to the floor. His handcuffs were attached to a metal loop welded to the table, which was also screwed to the floor. After 30 years, Patrick Maitland was still obviously a danger to others. Olivia waited until the prison officer left them alone before she began. "Good morning, Patrick. Thank you for agreeing to see me."
"I'm not going to say no to a visit from Olivia Winter,"
he said. His voice was low and gravelly.
"I must say the photo on your books doesn't do you justice. You're hot."
"Thank you," she said non-committally. "Before we begin, I want to ask you about the Robertson family you killed in 1994. She waited for him to comment. He didn't. He kept his eyes firmly on her. He didn't even blink. "You've always maintained your innocence," she said. Again, he said nothing. "The forensic evidence against you was very damning. Are you still sticking to your original testimony that you're innocent?"
"Are you recording this conversation?"
"No."
"Are you sure?"
"I'm not allowed to bring in recording devices without the permission of the prison governor or you. I've also been searched and walked through an X-ray scanner. I have no concealed recorder."
"You don't have a pad and pen either?"
"I don't make notes when I'm interviewing. I prefer to listen to what's being said."
"That's interesting."
"So, the Robertson family," Olivia began again.
"Is this between you and me?"
"Yes." He leaned closer to Olivia and nodded for her to get closer to him. She did as he asked. Up closer, she could see the many scars and marks on his face, the blackheads, the patches of dry skin around his nose, the broken capillaries. His body odour was stale, his breath minty fresh.
"You want to know if I killed the Robertson family?"
"I do."
"Why?"
"Because I'm interested."
"Does it get you off?" "Not at all. I'm trying to understand the mindset of a man who kills an entire family." "Are you going to write about me in one of your books?"
"I'm not writing a book at present."
"So why do you want to speak to me?"
"I want to ask you about the Robertson family." He leaned back in his seat and smiled.
"Fire away."
"You did kill them, didn't you?"
"That's what I'm in here for."
"But you always maintained your innocence." Patrick didn't say anything. Olivia took a breath. "Look, I'm helping the police with an investigation. There have been 2 murders in London in the past month that share startling similarities. In both cases, every member of the household, a whole family, was killed. I need to understand why someone would do that in order to point the police in the right direction to find the killer. That's why I'm here today, talking to you." Patrick's face remained blank, his eyes fixed firmly on Olivia. She could feel his gaze burning into her. He was mentally undressing her. Whenever Olivia visited prisoners, particularly male prisoners, she chose her outfit carefully. Today she was wearing black trousers and a navy jumper with a high neck. She had purposefully chosen a bra that wasn't uplifting or flattering. In fact, the one she was wearing was squeezing her a little too tightly. But it didn't emphasize her breasts, which was the point. She didn't wear full makeup, nor did she spray herself with a sensuous perfume. Right now she was plain, normal, ordinary Olivia Winter.
So let me get this straight. You want to talk to me, use my expertise as a killer of a whole family, to find a killer who is targeting whole families.
That's right. She was feeding his ego, but if it led to information, she was prepared to tell him what he wanted to hear.
This is very Silence of the Lambs, isn't it?
Will you answer my questions? She asked him.
Ask away.
The glint in the eye from the photograph taken 30 years ago was back. He was loving the attention. Olivia wondered when the last time was that someone put him front and centre. She wanted to gain the upper hand. She knew that Patrick would expect her to launch into a question about how and why he killed the Robertson family, and he probably already had a smart answer ready for her. She needed to keep him from feeling too smug about this interview. In Olivia's head, she had 17 basic questions that she asked every serial killer. She plucked one at random. She wanted one that would allow Patrick to stroke his ego, yet not delve too deeply into the crimes he still refused to admit to. "Describe yourself to me," she said. The smile dropped instantly. He hadn't been expecting that.
Describe myself?
Yes. How do you see yourself as a person? His eyes darted around the room.
Is this a trick question?
No. I want to know how you see yourself. I'll tell you how I see myself if you like. I'm a professional woman. I'm dedicated to my career. I have a small, close circle of friends who I hold in high regard. I'm friendly, a bit of a clean freak, and I have a slight obsession with buying shoes. The last part was a complete lie, but she wanted Patrick to see her as someone he could talk to. Someone with flaws, though nothing major, just a regular woman who wasn't here to judge.
My mum liked shoes,
he said.
She had her own shoe shop.
Oh, wow, she said, sounding surprised, though she did know that, having read all about him before the interview. Rule number 1 of interviewing a serial killer: never go into it unprepared.
It did really well. She bought the shop next door when it came up for sale and sold kids' shoes.
What did your dad do?
He was a butcher. He had a half share in a shop bang opposite where my mum had her shoe shops. I used to alternate working in each one at the weekends.
Which did you prefer?
Surprisingly, the shoe shop. I wasn't a fan of the smell of raw meat.
Did you want to follow either of your parents in their jobs?
No. Mum always said for us to create our own paths.
And you became a driver?
Yes. I loved cars when I was a kid. When I was 15, Dad took me out on this patch of abandoned ground, and he taught me how to drive. When I was 17, Dad bought a car and said if I passed my test on the first go, it was mine.
Did you?
Yes,
Patrick said, a beaming smile on his face.
I only had 8 lessons with a proper instructor.
You must have been thrilled.
I was. My parents were well chuffed.
So then you got a job with Morgan International?
Yes. I was gutted as I couldn't drive the HGVs straight away. I could only do the local shitty drops in the old transit vans. But as soon as I was old enough, I took my HGV test. I passed that first go as well. I loved it. You're sat up and looking around and far into the distance. Brilliant.
How long did you do that for?
Just under 10 years.
And then the job came up where you moved to London?
Yes. I didn't plan on moving. I was happy to stick to the HGVs. But I was literally the only bloke at Morgan who didn't have a wife and kids. Nobody else wanted to move, and it was then that I looked around and noticed I'd never left the area. Mum and Dad moved to Cardiff the year before I was born. I was still living at home. I'd never slept anywhere else. I liked the guys I worked with, but I didn't want to turn into them, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
You felt there was more to life out there. I did. How did you find London life? A lot different from Wales, I can tell you. So many people, so much noise, so many pubs and clubs and...
He stopped himself. Go on. His face dropped. He suddenly realised where this conversation was heading. Patrick looked down. He pulled his shoulders up around his ears. He took a deep breath and slowly blew it out. When he looked back up at Olivia, his eyes were filled with sadness.
You're good,
he said quietly.
Like I said, I've read a couple of your books. I know you're a doctor and you got letters after your name, but I didn't see where you were leading me.
You took yourself there.
You pointed me in that direction.
Do you want to tell me about the Robertson family? Patrick looked over Olivia's shoulder and out of the window into the corridor. She knew there were a couple of prison officers keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings, ready to burst through the door should anything happen. They couldn't hear, though. Patrick leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I'm gonna tell you something I haven't told anyone before. And believe me, I've been asked so many times I lost count.
He fell silent. Olivia wanted to prompt him, but knew that was what he wanted her to do. Often when chatting to serial killers, it was a game, and it was important to know the rules.
I killed them,
he said. A short sentence, only 3 words, and Patrick hardly opened his mouth to say them. But it was a statement loaded with energy. You're finally admitting to your crime, Olivia said.
I am.
Why now?
Because you said you wanted my help. The great Dr. Olivia Winter wants my help. I'm getting hard just thinking about that.
A cruel smile spread across his lips. Olivia decided to ignore that and move on. Why did you kill them? He shook his head. You don't know, or you're not going to tell me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Surely you've asked yourself why over the past 30 years? He shrugged. Olivia cleared her throat. How long had you been living in London before you killed them? She already knew the answer, but needed him to tell her. Another shrug. You know, Patrick. Why don't you want to tell me?
I don't trust you.
Why not?
What are you going to do with my answers?
Nothing. I merely want to understand why someone would kill a complete stranger, especially in a manner which reveals an intimate connection between murderer and victim. The 2 scenarios don't fit, yet they must, because they happened. There was silence from the other side of the table. Olivia continued. You'd been living in London for only 5 months. It was a huge contrast to your life in Wales. There you were a big fish in a small pond. Suddenly everything is reversed, and you're a small fish in the middle of an ocean. You were out of your depth, and you had no idea how to fit in. I'm right, aren't I? Patrick couldn't make eye contact with Olivia. His eyes were darting around the room while she was talking. When she finished, he looked down at the table. He began playing with his fingers, picking at the skin at the sides of the nails, worrying away at the old scars. You were excited about moving to London, weren't you? But when you arrived, it wasn't what you'd expected it to be. You realised you couldn't cope. London was too big, too loud, too hectic, and you wanted to return home to the place you knew and felt comfortable in. But it was too late for that. The only way you could return was by resigning from your job, and in your eyes, that would have made you a quitter, a failure, and that's not who you want to be, is it? He shook his head. It was a slight movement, but Olivia detected it. Why did you kill the Robertsons? It was a while before Patrick answered. He swallowed hard a few times, and when he looked up at Olivia, his eyes had taken on a softer glare. He no longer looked dark and threatening. He was almost to be pitied.
"It didn't have to be them,"
he began.
"It could have been anyone. It could have been a little old lady living on her own, a young married couple, or a single woman. I just happened to choose the Robertsons."
"Why?"
"Because they were there."
"That's not a reason."
"Do you want me to lie?"
"I want you to give me the truth."
"I just did."
"Everybody is just there. I'm just here. You're just there. But what in your head told you to murder the Robertsons when you had no knowledge of them as a family whatsoever?" Patrick leaned back in his chair. He looked away from Olivia as he screwed up his brow and took himself back to that day when he first set eyes on the Robertson family and decided to destroy them. A hint of light danced in his eyes. They gleamed. They were almost smiling. He looked back to Olivia.
"You're right," he said. "There was a reason."
"Are you going to tell me what it was?"
"I saw them getting out of their car. It was a lovely sunny afternoon, and they parked up in their designated parking space. The girls got out of the back, all smiles, laughing and chatting. The mother got out of the front passenger seat. She was wearing a long summer dress. The father picked up one of the girls, the youngest, I think, certainly the smallest, and he put her on his shoulders. They walked up the steps to their house, not a care in the world, a family, so happy together. And I wanted to destroy it. I wanted to plunge that family and the whole fucking street into a nightmare."
Olivia swallowed. Her mouth had dried. "Why?"
"Why? Because why not? Why should they get to be happy and have a wonderful life when I didn't?"
"What was wrong with your life?"
"It was empty. I had nothing, and they all had each other, all 5 of them. And I hated them so much. I hated every single one of them, and I wanted them gone, obliterated, annihilated, ripped apart and fucking torn to shreds. Do you know, while I was doing it, I felt untouchable. I felt like a fucking god, and it was the best feeling in the world. I'm only sad I got caught. If I'd planned it, I could have made sure there was no forensic evidence. I'd have loved to have done it again. And again. And again. I hope you never catch the killer you're looking for. I hope he carries on and kills and keeps killing, because there really is nothing like it in the world."
He stood up, grabbed his trousers and pulled them down.
"Look how hard it's making me just talking about it. Jesus Christ,"
Olivia said. The sudden change in Patrick Maitland, almost as if he was back in the Robertsons' bedroom at the scene of the murders, was so dramatic it was frightening. Patrick stood tall and started masturbating. The door behind her burst open and 2 prison officers came running in. They grabbed Patrick Maitland by the shoulders and threw him down onto the table. Olivia stood up and backed away, heading for the open door.
"You should try it yourself sometime, Olivia,"
Patrick screamed.
"Treat yourself. Kill someone. Spill some blood. Fucking enjoy yourself."
Chapter 27.
"Bloody hell, you've gone mad with the perfume,"
Foley said. "I've had 3 showers and I can still feel Patrick Maitland on me," Olivia said. She had called Foley on the train back from Cambridge and told him all about the interview. He offered for them to meet and take the dogs for a long walk. It might help clear both their heads after such a difficult day. It was early evening, 7 o'clock, yet it was dark, and the temperatures had taken a tumble. The sky was clear, and anywhere else in the country it would be lit with an infinite number of stars. However, this was London, and light pollution put paid to anything regarding natural beauty.
Foley walked at a slower pace than usual with Max and Dexter, as Stanley, being a miniature dachshund, only had tiny legs and struggled to keep up. Even walking at a snail's pace, Stanley's legs were a blur of movement. At least he finally admitted to the killings, Foley said. True. Someone from the police in Cambridge is going to take a statement from him. Whether he admits it to them or denies it, I've no idea. Has speaking to Patrick given you a better insight into who I'm looking for in the Greenacre and Duffy murders? No, not at all, Olivia said. She paused while Stanley squatted, then rummaged in her pocket for a poop sack. I think the killer now is of the same mindset as Patrick Maitland. The level of violence is similar. I suppose it is possible to have such strong feelings towards a complete stranger if all you're seeing is what they're projecting, and it rankles with you for whatever reason. Patrick hated the Robertsons because they looked like such a happy family. And, right at that moment, he wasn't happy, and felt they were rubbing his nose in it. He was full of resentment. So the killer now hated Linda Greenacre and her sons, and the Duffy family, so much, that he wanted to obliterate them. Olivia stopped and rested against a wall. That's what I can't get my head around. If he hates two families, why isn't there a connection between the two? How can one man have such a powerful hatred towards two different families who don't know each other? There has to be a connection. Foley sighed. Olivia, trust me when I say, there isn't. We've been through everything more than once. There is no link between the Greenacres and the Duffys. Then how does our killer know them? Maybe it's random. It's not. How do you know that? Because nothing anyone does is random. It may seem that way, but it's not. She stopped herself. Go on, Foley prompted. I just had a flash of something in my head. And? Olivia bit her bottom lip as she thought. It might be possible that this man has a problem with family. Remember when we were talking the other week, and I mentioned about the killer hating his own family? And you mentioned your utopian world of being separated from the mother at birth and building connections on shared interests rather than bloodline. Olivia smirked at Foley's sarcasm. Not quite, but yes. It's just possible that the killer has come from an incredibly dysfunctional family, and he's come into contact with Linda Greenacre and seen how idyllic her life was with her two boys. The same with Brandon and Chloe Duffy and their almost perfect lifestyle. And he's felt as if they were delighting in the very thing he doesn't have, but wants more than anything. But Linda wasn't living an idyllic life. She was going through a bitter custody battle. But the killer didn't know that. He only knew Linda and her sons. If he'd known about... what was the husband called again? Dylan. If he'd known about Dylan, he wouldn't have killed them. All he saw was Linda raising two boys on her own and doing a wonderful job. He saw the Duffys and their amazing life and killed them. That's why he went back for Brandon, because he wanted to slaughter the entire family. Not wanting to piss on your fire or anything, Olivia, but we've interviewed family, friends, colleagues, neighbours, school teachers, pupils, the cook, the thief, his wife and her lover, and we can't find anyone who comes close to being a suspect. No, and I don't think you will do either. What do you mean? This killer is damaged and broken. If someone knew who he was, they would have reported him by now. I was talking it over with Ryan, and he asked if this killer is a psychopath. I said that he was, but he's an organised psychopath. I think he's a fully functioning psychopath who can adapt his persona, depending on the situation. He'll be his regular normal self at work, mingling with colleagues, having a laugh and joke, but when he's alone, that's when he flips sides. Right, well, that's as clear as mud. Basically, I'm looking for someone who doesn't stand out and is practically a chameleon who can change at the flick of a switch. I'm sorry, Amias. I wish there was more I could tell you. How do I catch a man like this? I'm sorry to say this, but you don't. Unless he leaves any evidence of himself behind at the scene, like Patrick Maitland did, you're going to struggle to find him. Olivia turned around and looked at the vast view of London. Lights were on in skyscrapers, and below, at ground level, life was continuing as normal. It was early evening on a weeknight. Workers were in pubs, sharing a drink with colleagues, moaning after another day in the office. Maybe it was a co-worker's birthday, and they were having a celebratory bottle of wine. Families were sitting down to evening meals and talking about their day. It was simply another regular, normal, boring night. And it wouldn't matter what any family did to keep themselves under the radar of violence. Every single one of them was a possible victim. Chapter 28. Sitting on his own in the corner of a late-night coffee shop, Ryan Sweetland was scrolling through his phone. He'd enjoyed another session at the gym, where he'd plucked up the courage to make small talk with a young man at the water station. They hadn't chatted for long, and it was hardly a scintillating conversation, but it was a start. And they'd even acknowledged each other when they were both leaving. Baby steps. Ryan had spent the day mostly on his own. His research into Alexander Pekushkin, Rudolf Pleil, and Manfred Seal was coming on in leaps and bounds. He was learning so much about their crimes and the motives behind them. It was absolutely fascinating, digging into their pasts, reading about their childhoods, their parents and friends, and seeing how their formative years played out. Pleil, in particular, was an interesting case. Born in Germany, in a small village close to the border of what used to be known as Czechoslovakia in 1924, he had no formal education, and from the age of 9, he had to support his parents, which he did via smuggling items across the border. His brother died young, and his sister was submitted to forced sterilization due to her epilepsy, under Nazi law. Rudolf had his first sexual experience with a prostitute at the age of 13. Pleil found a job as a cook in a labour camp, where he cooked and ate cats. Ryan had winced when he read about that, thinking about the 2 cats he had as pets as a child. Following the invasion by the Russians, he worked as an auxiliary policeman in his home village, where he claimed to have killed a Soviet soldier who was trying to rob him. He managed to escape punishment for the crime, as the local residents helped him to bury the body in a nearby forest. What was the mindset of this man? He seemed to have no filter. He had sex with a prostitute at the age of 13. He killed and ate animals, and the whole village conspired to cover up his murder of a Russian soldier. He must have thought he was invincible by this point. Between 1946 and 1947, he worked as a frontier worker and helped people, most of whom were women, cross illegally between East and West Germany. He was paid, of course, and he took advantage of his position. In the space of a year, he had raped and murdered at least 12 women. By the time of his arrest, he claimed he had killed 25 people. He was sentenced to life in prison, but killed himself by hanging in 1958, at the age of 33. Reading about the life and times of Rudolf Pleil was engrossing, and Ryan found most of the working day had gone by when he was finished. His notes were extensive, and he discovered he was still thinking about him while he was sweating using the Stairmaster at the gym. Ryan sat back and sipped what was left of his rapidly cooling latte. He had a thoughtful expression on his face, yet he couldn't settle on one thing. He still had Rudolf Pleil on his mind, and Dennis Nilsson's loneliness, and Scott Fallerter's memory loss were fighting for attention. "We're closing in about 5 minutes.
the barista at the counter called out to Ryan. Ryan looked around and noticed he was the only customer left in the coffee shop.
"Oh, sorry, I didn't realise, sorry,"
he said, as he grabbed his rucksack and put on his coat. He took his empty mug and plate to the counter and said goodbye, but didn't receive anything in return. He couldn't get used to life in London. People in Newcastle were always friendly. You could strike up a conversation with anyone. It seemed that people in London made a point of avoiding social interaction at all costs. He stepped out into the street. It was fully dark now, and a chilly wind was blowing. He paused and zipped up his coat. He threw his backpack over his shoulder and was about to head for the tube station, when someone caught his eye across the street. A tall, slim man in a well-cut suit and a shock of brilliant white blonde hair. He bore a striking resemblance to his therapist, Dr. Lawrence Schindler. Ryan crossed the road at the traffic lights and followed, keeping a safe distance. He was almost certain it was him. It was strange seeing him out of context. Dr. Schindler knew so much about Ryan, yet he knew absolutely nothing about him in return. It could be interesting to see who he interacted with. Dr. Schindler turned and pulled open the door to a pub. Ryan stayed well back. He stood in the doorway and looked through the window. It was busy for a weeknight, but it didn't take Ryan long to locate the doctor. Someone with a mound of white hair stood out in a crowd. Ryan watched as the doctor trotted up a few steps at the back of the pub. The person he was meeting stood up. They shook hands. As Dr. Schindler sat down, his companion was revealed. Ryan's mouth fell open. He almost recoiled in horror. Why was Dr. Schindler meeting Sebastian Lister? Sebastian hadn't said he knew Dr. Schindler on a personal level, just that he was an eminent psychotherapist with an excellent reputation. When Ryan said he worked with Olivia Winter and Sebastian Lister, Dr. Schindler hadn't revealed his knowledge of them. Had they been lying to him? If so, why? Ryan watched on as, glasses of wine in front of them, Lawrence and Sebastian leaned in closer for what looked like an earnest conversation. Neither was laughing. Neither had a smile on their face. This wasn't two mates meeting up after a hard day at work to let off steam and have fun. This was serious. "Are you going in?" someone asked Ryan. "Sorry? Oh, no," he said, stepping aside to allow a tall man to enter the pub. Ryan turned away and leaned against the building. What Ryan told Dr. Schindler was supposed to be private and between the two of them only. Was Lawrence giving Sebastian chapter and verse on their sessions? Surely that was against the rules of therapy. Ryan walked away. He felt in a daze as he headed for the underground. He'd been seeing Dr. Schindler for months. He'd revealed so much about himself, more than he'd told anyone in the past. He'd felt relaxed, open, and comfortable in sharing his deepest secrets so that he could make sense of who he was following his ordeal at the hands of a serial killer. But now, it would seem that his personal, private, and darkest thoughts were being used as gossip in a pub. That was wrong. That was disgusting. And now he was having to go to Sebastian's house, because that's where he was living, and act as if everything was normal. He trusted Sebastian and Olivia. How could they betray him like this? The next morning, Ryan was awake before his alarm sounded. He sat up in bed and listened intently to the sounds of the early morning routine in the Lister household. Alistair was complaining he couldn't find his football boots and was blaming Catherine for moving them. Robert was moaning that he wanted chocolate cereal reserved as a treat for the weekends, and porridge tasted horrid. Catherine was whining because her new winter coat hadn't arrived and she hated her old one. Meanwhile, in the background, the sound of the radio completed the cacophony, a mixture of dated songs and news reports. The only voice Ryan couldn't hear from upstairs was Sebastian's. He always kept a calm and low voice. He didn't believe in shouting at his children, even when they were whinging and getting on his nerves. Ryan waited until he heard the front door close with a slam. The silence that replaced the chaotic start to the day was deafening. He swung back the duvet and climbed out of bed. He peeled back the curtains and looked out as Sebastian and all 3 children piled into the car. Robert and Catherine, once again, were complaining about whose turn it was to sit in the front seat. Ryan couldn't take his eyes from Sebastian. He thought he was a good man. He'd allowed Ryan to stay in his house, despite the fact he was a total stranger. Yet it turned out he was two-faced. What had Lawrence told him last night? Would he tell Olivia? He clearly didn't belong in their world. Chapter 29. Amias, it's me, Olivia said.
What time is it?
Foley asked, stifling a yawn. It's a little after 5.
In the morning?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, woman, don't you ever sleep?
Not much, sorry. Would you like me to ring you back at a more convenient time?
No, it's fine. Both dogs are at the bedroom door anyway. Hang on, give me a couple of minutes.
Olivia had woken an hour earlier. Something had come to her in the night, and when her eyes snapped open she couldn't think what it was. However, it was something that was niggling away at her brain and refused to allow her to go back to sleep. She flung back the duvet and swung her legs out of bed, finding her slippers with her feet in the dark. She tried not to wake Stanley, but his heavy sighs told her she had. However, the poor little dog was used to Olivia's erratic sleep patterns by now, and remained where he was when she went out into the hallway and turned the light on. She went into the kitchen, made a herbal tea, and stood at the window, looking out into the expansive darkness that was her rear garden. Olivia wasn't the green-fingered type. She knew a dandelion was a weed, and could tell the difference between a rose and a daisy, but that was about it. Maybe in the spring she would get a gardener in and give him free range to do what he wanted, to make it a pleasant area to sit in during the summer months. Olivia could almost picture herself sitting at a wrought iron table, a best-selling paperback in one hand, a glass of wine in the other, the sun beating down on her face, Stanley chasing butterflies on the grass, not a care in the world. It sounded bliss. She hoped it wasn't a pipe dream. And that's when it hit her. She knew why she had woken up. She went back into her bedroom for her mobile, scrolling through for Foley's number, and rang him. She listened to the sounds of 2 heavy German shepherds hurtling down the stairs, the panting of Amias following. He let them out into the back garden and closed the door behind them.
Go on then, you've got my attention,
he said. Really? You sound like you're half asleep.
More like 3/4, but you may as well tell me now you've got me up.
I think the killer killed his own family.
What?
Has that woken you up any more?
A tad. What do you mean he's killed his own family?
Like I said the other day, he's killed the Greenacres and the Duffys because of what they represented. They were the ideal family. He's killed them because his own family wasn't. Maybe he was abused. Physically, mentally, sexually. I won't know until you catch him. But there is a reason why he hates his own family so much, and I think the reason why he's started killing now is because he's killed his own family, and he's got the taste.
No offence, Olivia, but I think I'd know if I had a 3rd murdered family on my patch.
Okay, first of all, it might not be on your patch. Second, I think he killed them and got away with it. I think he made it look like an accident, and that has fed his desire to continue. But if he... Hang on a minute. Let me bring the dogs in. Max is barking and I don't need to give the neighbours another reason to hate me. Why do your neighbours hate you? Because I come home late at night, and apparently I'm not quiet about it. They'll be starting a petition next. Good, I'll sign it myself. Come on, you two, in you get. Bloody hell, it's cold out there. What was I saying? No idea. Oh yes, I remember. I was going to ask, if he's killed his family, the family you say he hates, then that's it, the torment is over. Why go on to kill 2 other families? The torment isn't over. He's killed his family, but he's still living with the horror of what he's been through. Eradicating the person doesn't suddenly make everything okay. She trailed off. What is it? Foley asked once more, struggling to hold in a yawn. It just made me realise something about myself. I've cut my father out of my life. I've moved so he can't find me. Yet I'm still torturing myself about him. I've never fully come to terms with what he did. That's why I'm such a basket case. You're not a basket case, Olivia. Trust me, I am. But whereas I'm bottling things up, the killer is finding an outlet by murdering families who are living their best lives. You're still not giving me any clues as to how to find the bastard. Sorry, if I knew his address, I'd tell you. So I have to look throughout the entire country for a family who simply died. That's not going to take long at all, is it? Blimey, even shattered, your sarcasm is as sharp as ever. Foley gave a hint of a laugh. Olivia, is he going to kill again? Olivia knew the answer to that question straight away. But she was scared to tell him. She had no choice. Yes. The problem is, even when he does, I don't think I'm going to be able to tell you anything more about him than I can right now. We just have to hope that he makes a mistake next time. Jesus. The entire Metropolitan Police and some of the greatest analytical minds, and we're putting all our faith in hope. Foley said. I'm so sorry, Amias. But I really think it's going to be pure luck that solves this. Chapter 30. Is it possible to kill someone out of loneliness? Ryan had spent the morning reading up the feeling of being lonely and the devastation it caused people. From the outside, it didn't seem like such a big deal. If you feel lonely, join a group. Meet new people that way. But it ran deeper than that. You could be in a room full of people and still feel lonely. Ryan knew that feeling only too well. In Newcastle, he had worked among a team of more than 30 detectives on some cases. At the end of a difficult investigation, they'd often go out to the local pub for a few drinks, a celebratory pat on the back. The first time Ryan went, he remained on the outside, pint in hand. As time went on, his position on the outside was rooted. Nobody spoke to him. Nobody offered to buy him a drink. He was invisible. He was in a busy pub, squeezed in with his colleagues, and he may as well have not been there. He felt the same at university, college, and school. He felt the same when he lived at home with his parents. He felt the dark, empty weight of loneliness at family gatherings. Ryan Sweetland had been lonely his entire life. Ryan! He dropped the mug he'd been holding. It smashed as it hit the wooden floor. He jumped and spun round as Daisy entered the kitchen. For a moment he thought he was at home in Sebastian's house. He'd forgotten he was at the offices in George Street today. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. It's okay, I was miles away. You looked it. That guy has come in about the media wall. That's why he'd been asked to come into the office today. He remembered. Sure, send him in. Ryan bent down and picked up the pieces of his mug and threw them in the bin. He went into the meeting room as Daisy let in Ashley Catesby. He was tall with thick, wavy brown hair. He was wearing workman trousers with utility pockets and a blue jumper that had seen better days. "All right." He smiled at Ryan. "Yes, fine, thanks. You here to measure up, yes?" "Yes, I'm just here to quote today. I spoke to Olivia. She said she was given my number by a friend of hers, Foley, and wants what I did for his living room." "Apparently," Ryan said with a smile. "I haven't seen it, but we want a media wall over there for when we do online lectures." Ashley looked at the wall. "Not a problem. Seems straightforward." "Good. Can I get you a cup of tea?" "I'm fine, thanks. Can you give me a hand moving this table?" "Sure." Ryan helped Ashley pick up the 10-seat meeting table and move it to one side of the room. Ashley seemed to pick up his end with ease. Ryan struggled. When they placed it against the far wall, Ryan cried out in pain. "You all right? Did I catch you?" "No, I'm fine, honestly," he said, sitting down. "You sure?" "Yes, I've got a prosthetic leg. It causes me pain sometimes." "Oh, shit, sorry, you should have said. I could have dragged this on my own." "Don't worry about it. You weren't to know." "Is there anything I can do?" "No, I'm still trying to get used to it." "Oh, is it a new thing?" Ashley asked, looking slightly apprehensive. "Yes." "What happened? Sorry, you don't need to tell me if you don't want to." "No, it's fine. Well, I used to be in the police. I was a detective, and we were after this serial killer, and I almost ended up as one of her victims." Ashley looked at him incredulously. "You're kidding, aren't you? I wish I were." "Seriously? You were nearly killed by a serial killer?" "Yes." "Jesus Christ, that's fucking nuts." "You're not kidding." Ashley pulled out a chair and sat opposite him. "So, how did you lose your leg?" "She injected me with an anaesthetic so that I was numb but still awake. She cut the muscles and the tendons and the veins in the ankle of my foot and detached it from my body. Then she did the same with my knee." "Fucking hell," he said, clamping his hand to his mouth. "She was taking you apart?" "Yes." "How far up did she—" he said, leaning to get a look at Ryan's leg. "Only up to the knee." "Only?" Ryan sniggered. "I know. Even just taking the foot off was a big thing. She actually held it up and showed it to me." "What? Bloody hell. What was she, some kind of psycho?" "Pretty much." "Please tell me she was caught and isn't still roaming around." Ryan smiled. "Yes, she was caught. She was given a whole life tariff. She won't be coming out." "I should think not. Jesus Christ. Man, that's mental. How'd you get your head around something like that?" Ryan's smile dropped. He wasn't sure how to answer that question. "I don't know. I don't think you do." "I suppose not. I mean, if you'd had an accident, like a car crash or something, and lost your leg, you could sort of understand it, but watching someone actually take you apart, that's like something from a horror film." "Tell me about it," Ryan said flatly. "Are you seeing someone about it?" Ryan balked at the question. "Shit, sorry. None of my business, is it? I've only just met you. No offence," he said, jumping up from his seat and going to his bag, where he pulled out a digital tape measure and went to the far wall to begin the work he was invited here to do. Ryan remained silent and watched him work. "I was seeing someone," he said eventually. Ashley looked over his shoulder. "You're not now?" "No, I don't know if you've ever had therapy, but there's just something about sitting opposite a bloke you don't know and telling him about your whole life. From your childhood right up to being in a garage with a sodding lunatic cutting your foot off. All I knew about him in return was his name and that he has a degree in clinical psychotherapy. It's not really a level playing field, is it? I suppose not. And he doesn't really know me. Ryan continued. We meet for an hour every fortnight. You can't learn about someone in that time. And then what he tells me in return, how to recover from this massive trauma, is only what he's read about in textbooks. He's qualified in something because he's read a few books and learned a few facts. Every single person is different. What is useful to one person might not be to someone else. How does he know what to say to someone who had their leg taken apart? How many people has he met who've come up against a serial killer who knows how to dissect a person while they're still alive? It's hardly an everyday occurrence, is it? Ashley didn't say anything. He watched while Ryan, staring into the middle distance, poured his heart out. I've missed my last few appointments. I couldn't face them. They weren't helping. I went in there feeling flat, and I came out feeling worse. That's not what therapy should be about, is it? No. You know what I'd like to do? What's that? I'd like to sit in a pub with someone. Not a therapist, just someone who I can have a few drinks with, tell them about what's going on in my life, and for the other person to offer a bit of friendly advice. Someone who's going to actually listen to me because they want to, and not because they're being paid to. And to say something sensible and relevant to me, and not what they've read up about in a textbook. I think you'll find they're called mates, Ashley said, with a laugh in his voice. Exactly, that's what I want. So do it. What? Go to the pub with a mate, get pissed, and talk bollocks. If only it were that easy. Ashley looked at him with a frown. Don't you have anyone you can do that with? I haven't lived here long. I don't really know anyone yet. Ah, where are you from? Newcastle. He smiled. I thought I could detect an accent. How long have you lived down here? Since the summer. Plenty of pubs around here for you to meet people. Now, Olivia said she wanted the same kind of wood as her mates. Did she tell you anything about a colour? Yes, there's a sample book there. She's marked one of the pages, he said, pointing to a farrow and ball chart. Ryan watched Ashley's every move as he found the relevant colour Olivia had chosen and made a note on his pad, along with the measurements of the wall. He looked like a friendly, approachable man. He had dark, smiling eyes and was chatty and easy to talk to. He seemed like the kind of person you could spend hours sitting in a pub with, passing the time of day, talking about anything and everything, over a few pints. So, where is good to go drinking around here? Ryan asked. Ashley blew out his cheeks. Blimey, there's the Dog and Duck, the Green Mile, the Golden Lion, the Mother Recap. I promise I'm not an alcoholic, he said, flashing Ryan a smile, which caused his eyes to twinkle. I feel a pub crawl coming on, and with my legs that's more than just a long drinking session. He grinned. Ashley let out a guttural laugh. It's good you can joke about things. Ryan was surprised by his own comment. It was the first time he'd ever made a light-hearted remark about his injury. Clearly the comforting atmosphere Ashley brought with him was relaxing, and Ryan felt at ease. This man was a total stranger, yet he was much more personable than Dr. Lawrence Schindler. Right, well, I've got everything I need. Can you tell Olivia I'll email her a quote? Sure. Ashley packed his things away. If you see me propping up a bar somewhere, come and say hello. I might even try a Newcastle brown ale, if you're buying. He held out his hand for Ryan to shake. I'm Ash, by the way. Ryan. They shook hands. Ryan noticed the firm, calloused grip of Ashley's hand. It felt good, wrapped around his own. Nice to meet you. And you. See you later. Ashley threw his bag over his shoulder and left the meeting room. Ryan went over to the window, but stood back so he wouldn't be clearly visible from the street. He watched as Ashley, or Ash as he seemed to prefer to be called, trotted down the steps to his dirty white van parked on the corner. Ryan watched as he tossed his bag into the back, climbed in behind the wheel, and drove away. Ryan went back to his seat and picked up his iPad. He looked on Google and searched for the pubs within walking distance. It was time to cast his net wide. He had a free evening ahead of him too. He couldn't go back to the gym now. Not after what happened last night. Part 2. Chapter 31. Gordon Avenue, Stanmore. Wednesday, 12th of November, 2025. It was 14 minutes past 6 in the evening. Lorelei Wishart and her 2 children, Roman and Honor, were waiting patiently at the dinner table in the kitchen. In front of them were empty plates. The delicious smell of chicken keeping warm in the oven tempted all of them to start eating. As soon as they heard a key in the lock, they struggled to hide their smiles. All 3 knew exactly what was coming.
17 minutes late, that train was. 17 minutes, can you believe that?
The exasperated voice of Benedict Wishart resounded around the hallway.
That's 3 minutes later than last night.
Roman leaned into the table and said in a whisper. All 3 struggled to hold on to their giggles.
That's 3 minutes later than last night,
Benedict said. Lorelei grabbed her napkin and pressed it firmly against her mouth to suppress her laughter. Which is a whole 10 minutes later than Monday, Honor said quietly.
And that's 10 minutes on Monday's train,
Benedict said.
And I still haven't heard back from Transport for London,
Roman added.
And have I had anything back from Transport for London? Of course I bloody haven't.
Lorelei waved at her children to stop them from talking. She had turned red from holding in her laughter. Her eyes filled with tears.
It makes you wonder what they spend our taxes on, Roman said.
Benedict came into the kitchen.
It makes you wonder what they spend our taxes on.
He paused and looked at his family.
What?
They couldn't hold out any longer. All 3 of them descended into a fit of guffaws. Lorelei stood up, went over to her husband, reached up on tiptoes and hugged him, kissing him on the cheek.
Have I missed something?
Benedict asked.
No, you haven't missed anything at all. Thank you for being you and making us all smile.
Benedict looked on, perplexed.
Well, I'm pleased you all have something to smile about. Dad, every evening you come in and you say exactly the same thing,
Roman said.
You've become a 1980s sitcom, Dad. I wish this was the 1980s,
he said, pulling out a chair at the table and sitting down.
Everything was much better organised then.
How do you know? You weren't born until 1983, Honor said.
1982, actually.
He corrected her.
You know you can eat without me,
he said over his shoulder to Lorelei.
And miss out on the comedy. Dad, you're our entertainment,
Roman said.
Nice to know I'm good for something other than handing out money.
That reminds me, Dad, the school are organising a trip to Vienna for our last year, Honor said.
That's nice of them,
Benedict said as he poured himself a glass of water from the jug. Lorelei came over with the roast chicken already carved into slices. Help yourselves, she said. Can I go? Honor asked.
I don't see why not. If the school are generous enough to invite you, I must send them a thank you card.
He looked up at his son and winked. It's £800, Honor said, almost a whisper.
Is it?
Yes, and they want it before Christmas.
So, let me get this straight. The school have organised a trip to Vienna. and you've been invited, yet they want you to pay for it. That's not how invitations go,"
Benedict said.
"Besides, I'm pretty sure we could all go for a holiday to Vienna and it wouldn't cost £800 each." "I don't want to go to Vienna,"
Roman said. "Dad, I really want to go," Honor said.
"How much do you have in your ISA?"
"Ignore your father," Lorelei said, placing the vegetables on the table. "He knows we've been making fun of him and he's trying to reinstate his position of authoritarian of the family by putting his foot down. Little does he know he hasn't been the man of the house since we moved in." She kissed him on the cheek.
"Who's the great organizer of the family?" "That would be you, sweetheart,"
Benedict said, his cheeks reddening. "Honor, if you want to go to Vienna, you can go, providing we see an improvement on your grades in English and maths when we go to parents' evening in a fortnight," Lorelei said. "Roman, take more veggies. I'm not having you filling up on biscuits later. Ben, as much as I love you, if you insist on leaving your shoes on the floor in the hallway, I will find a new home for them by inserting them inside you. Now, shall we eat?"
"Wow, that's us told,"
Benedict said. Meal over, dishwasher stacked. The two teenagers left the kitchen to spend the rest of the evening doing whatever it was they did in the privacy of their own bedrooms. Lorelei headed for the study, where she was going to have a Zoom chat with her mother in Cornwall, leaving Benedict to finish clearing up and take the rubbish out to the bin. Benedict loved this kitchen. It was what sold the house to them in the first place. Walk-in pantry, spacious utility room, central island, bifold doors leading out onto an expansive south-facing garden. In the summer it was perfect for alfresco dining and hosting parties for Roman and Honor, who both had their birthdays in August. He lifted the black bag out of the bin, tied the handles, and left the house through the door in the utility room. Tomorrow was bin day, and the wheelie bin was already at the curbside. When he placed the rubbish in the bin, he rolled down his shirt sleeves to keep his arms warm.
"Evening, Ben."
He turned at the sound of his name being called. The man from 3 doors down, whose name escaped him, was walking his golden retriever. He raised an arm in greeting and returned to the house. He closed the utility room door behind him and locked it with the key. He walked into the kitchen and stopped dead in his tracks. At the central island, a man in a hooded jumper was sitting on one of the stools. He was dressed in dark clothing, wore heavy walking boots and gloves. His hood was up. His head was down. From this angle, Benedict couldn't make out any features.
"Excuse me,"
Benedict said. The man didn't look up. He didn't move.
"Who are you? How did you get in?"
Benedict looked out into the well-lit hallway. In the distance he could hear his wife laughing on her Zoom call to her mother.
"Are you a friend of Roman's?"
Benedict asked. The man didn't move.
"Did someone let you in?"
No reply.
"Look, I'm sorry, but this is my house. If you're a guest here, then I think you should be more solicitous when you're being spoken to."
Slowly, the man lifted his head up. He turned and looked at Benedict. Benedict saw for the first time that this man couldn't be any friend of Roman's. He was much older than his 16-year-old son.
"Who are you?"
Benedict asked. Fear was creeping into his voice. The man reached inside his hooded jacket. He grabbed something and slowly pulled it out. It was a knife. The downlights from the ceiling caught the stainless steel. He jumped down from the stool, charged for Benedict, grabbed him by the throat and slammed him into the fridge. He held the knife to his throat.
"What do you want?"
Benedict asked.
"If it's money, I can get you money. Just, please, don't hurt us."
"Where are your family?" the man asked quietly.
What?
Your family. Where are they?
They're upstairs, I think.
I need you all together.
What? Why?
Because it's more fun if you're all together.
No, please, don't hurt my children. They're good kids.
Benedict pleaded, tears rolling down his face.
I know they are. They're very good kids. You have a lovely family, Benedict.
To be perfectly honest with you, Mum, I haven't given Christmas any thought at all, Lorelei said. She was sitting at the desk in the study, leaning back on the leather chair, her feet up, sipping from a mug of tea.
Well, that's not like you. You're usually so organised,
Gloria said from her living room in Padstow. I've been rushed off my feet since September, between moving offices and finding a maths tutor for honour and taking Roman to his tennis matches. I haven't had a minute to myself, and now it's the middle of November. How's Honour doing? Parents' evening in a fortnight. We'll find out then. I hope she's improved. She's trying so hard, bless her. I'm sure she'll be fine. Listen, I'm going to have to go, sweetie. It's poker night tonight, and the girls will be around any minute. OK, Mum, Lorelei smiled. Try not to lose too much. I won £75 last week. I'm hoping I'm on a winning streak. Bye, Mum. Give my love to Harry. Will do. Lorelei ended the Zoom call and finished her tea. She turned off the computer and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 7:30. She had some work to do, but she was in the mood for curling up on the sofa with her husband and watching a scary film. She opened the study door and walked out into the hallway. She stopped dead when she saw Benedict coming out of the kitchen. A man was behind him. His left arm was holding on to Benedict, and in his right, he held a knife to his throat. Ben? Lorelei asked. She froze to the spot.
It's all right. It's okay.
He tried to appease his wife, but his voice was shaking with fear. What's happened? What's going on? The man had his head lowered. He waved with the knife to the stairs. Lorelei looked up. Her children were up there. No. Please, don't hurt us. Do you want money? We can get you money here, she said, frantically taking off her watch with quivering fingers. It's Cartier. She held it out to him. Take anything you want. She wiped her eyes.
Upstairs, now,
the man said. Ben? She whimpered.
It's all right, Laurie. Everything's going to be fine if we do what he says.
Lorelei was shaking. She slowly headed for the stairs. She had to grip hold of the banister before she dared take 1 foot off the ground. As she ascended, she kept stealing glances over her shoulder. She saw the hooded man with his head down and the knife pointing to her husband's throat. Benedict nodded and attempted a placatory smile. He was trying to remain calm, to reassure her everything was going to be all right. She wanted to believe him. The closer they came to the first floor, the louder they could hear the noises coming from the children's bedrooms. A song was coming from Honor's bedroom that Lorelei had heard countless times. She thought it was Sam Fender, but she couldn't be sure. From Roman's room, explosions and gunfire. He was clearly enjoying a violent computer game Benedict didn't approve of. Benedict and Lorelei's bedroom was at the back of the house. They had to pass the children's rooms to get there. Lorelei wanted to run. She wanted them to quickly get to their room, close the door behind them, and for the kids to be left alone. But her legs wouldn't cooperate. She could barely move. She could hardly see through her blurred vision. She heard a noise. A bang. She stopped dead in her tracks.
She turned to see the hooded man was banging on the door of Honor's room. "No, please!" Lorelei cried. "She's only 14. Please, leave her alone." The door opened, and Honor took in the horror of seeing her mum a visible wreck and her father being held at knife point. She slapped her hands to her mouth, suppressing a scream. Tears immediately began to stream down her face. "Mum?" she asked. Lorelei held out her open arms. Honor ran to her. Lorelei wrapped her arms tightly around her daughter. "It's all right. Everything's going to be all right. I promise you." "What's happening?" "I don't know, sweetheart." The hooded man increased his hold on Benedict. He kicked the back of his knees and he fell to the floor. The man dragged Benedict to Roman's room and banged on the door with his gloved fist. Nothing happened. The sound of the computer game was too loud. He banged again, louder. "Fine, I'll turn it," Roman began, opening the door and falling into a stunned silence as he saw the real-life horror show on his own landing. "What the—" The Wishart family were ordered into the master bedroom. The curtains were already closed. The door was slammed shut behind them. Lorelei, holding on to Honor, went into the further corner of the room, as far away from the hooded man holding a knife to Benedict's throat as they could get. Roman stood in the centre of the room. He couldn't take his eyes from the man threatening his father. He stared at him with eyes wide open.
"Who are you?"
Roman asked. He didn't sound scared. His voice was low, level.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
"Roman, don't antagonize him," Lorelei cried.
"Listen to your mother,"
the man said. He looked up. Roman saw his face for the first time.
"You?" "I'm not going to make the same mistake I did last time,"
the man said.
"It's you,"
Roman said. The hooded man slashed at Benedict's throat with the knife several times. He cut skin, severed the external jugular vein, tore through the sternocleidomastoid muscle and the transverse cervical nerves. Lorelei and Honor screamed as they watched the senseless murder of their husband and father. Roman froze as he was sprayed with the warm blood of his dying father. The hooded man dropped Benedict to the floor, like a dead weight. He pointed the blooded knife to Roman.
"You need to shut your fucking mouth."
334 Cranbrook Road, Birmingham, B219QC, Thursday, 13th of November, 2025. Dear Mr. Button, I'm assuming you received my last letter and have chosen to ignore it, for whatever reason. However, I've decided to keep writing to you. I really do need to see you. As I said, I don't want to ask anything deep and psychological. I don't want to know why you killed my sister, or what made you decide to kill people in the first place. I want to talk to you as a woman who is looking for closure. Please, just one visit and I'll leave you alone. I'm retired now, Mr. Button. I have a lot of free time on my hands. These letters will become more frequent. Regards, Florence Marks. Chapter 32. Tessa Mulgrave pulled up outside the Wishart's house in her highly inappropriate Audi TT. The car belonged to her husband, and she was only using it because her perfectly adequate Peugeot was currently being given a makeover, following some bitch rear-ending her in Sainsbury's car park at the weekend. She took out her iPhone and began scrolling through Instagram while she waited for Lorelei to come trotting out. There was no point in taking two cars when they were heading in the same direction. She watched a compilation video of dogs seeing snow for the first time, one of people drunkenly falling over, and a classic comedy clip of Faulty Towers, which had her laughing out loud. She looked at the time on her phone. They were going to be late if they didn't leave soon.
The last thing she wanted was to be stuck in the traffic on the dual carriageway. She looked up at the house and saw all the curtains were drawn. Frowning, she used her phone for what it was originally designed for. She selected Lorelei's number and rang. "Hi, you've reached Lorelei Wishart. I can't take your call right now." Tessa didn't bother listening to the rest of the message. She climbed out of the car and shivered in the cold morning air. She trotted up the driveway, knocked on the door, and rang the bell. She stood back and looked up at the house. Every window had its curtains closed. She went back to the house